함부로 전화 못하겠다. 여친이 오해할까봐. 오빠 존나 성 끊는 식의 이거 어떤데?
켰다. 어?
봐봐. 누구도 의심할 것 같지 않은. 맞지? 단단하게 말하기.
한탕이와 집사님 어서오세요.
안녕하세요.
자 아까 켰었는데 갑자기 컴퓨터 꺼져가지고
시끄럽지.
진짜 시겁했어요.
이러는 거 어때?
다시 켰지 뭐야.
그랬지 뭐야. 어때?
어서오세요 재민이님.
재민이님. 완전.
좋아, 다시 가봅시다. 잠깐 스탑. 왜 핑이 일본 핑이야? 와이파이 꺼져서 그런가? 체스트 누나 어서와요. 하이 헬로우 안녕. 오케이 핑 12 고고. 자 달려봅시다. MPL 봐야죠. 잠깐만요. 오늘 몇 시에 합니까? 필리핀 거밖에 안 하는데 지금? 나 필리핀 거는 안 봐요. 제 MPL 지금 필리핀 것만 돼 있는데요. PH 돼 있는데. 저는 이제 다른데 그 인도네시아인가? 그 RRQ 나오는 곳 있잖아. 뭐야? 나 벤이었네. 파키토 벤 할걸. 쉣. 벤인 줄 몰라가지고 아무거나 벤했네. 이씨. 그 비기트론 나오고 막. 나는 어딜 가다 벤이냐고? 아니요. 전판에는 벤 안 당했었어요.
My pleasure. The enemy is picking.
방금 얼굴에 목이 붙어가지고 얼굴 힘껏 쳤거든요. 잡혔나? 못 잡았어. 얼굴만 타격받았네. 개빡치네요. 진짜 얼굴 있는 이거 쳤는데 진짜.
Sir, what's your command? Your team is picking.
너무 아픈데? 뭐야 팬니 뭐야? 발렌 살았다고? 나 발렌 할 줄 몰라요. 발렌 잠겨있을걸 거기다가? 잠겨있어. 아 미친 무슨
The proof that
The
I'm
enemy
still
is
alive.
세이버 놔야겠다. 누가 봐도 키클 할 것 같아요. 네. 발렌 안 할 것 같은데.
You should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. Please pick a hero.
Onimaru, save my people from the demons.
딴딴. 딴딴. 보자 요즘 템을 어떻게 가나 세이버가. 칠명 올리네.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
Fortress combat ready.
Your team is picking.
이거 써야겠다. 네네 원딜 뺏겼잖아요. 이 픽이 원딜 박아가지고 무지성으로. 딴딴. 아 어서오세요 다리언님. 아이 감사합니다. 열심히 할게요. 이겨봅시다. 근데 오늘 MPL 필리핀 거 하던데요. 필리핀 거는 제가 안 봐가지고. 지금 내가 보니까 필리핀 거 하고 있더라고. 잠깐만. 하네 이거 몇 시 하는 거지? 6시 하네? 일단 이거 끝나고 보러 갑시다. MPL.
한탕유아 집사님 슈퍼채팅 2,000원 감사합니다.
아이고 집사님 또 2,000원 이거 너무 감사합니다. 땡큐. 베리 감사. 오케이 그럼 그거 보러 갑시다. 팬이 오겠죠. 잡았구요.
Practice what you preach. My stance is that of the forest. My will is that of the mountain.
아 유도라가 애매한 곳에 있어가지고. 엠포도 해설해달라고요. 알겠어요. 아 이 라인 정리 안하고 가네.
My rapidity is that of the wind. My blade is my hand.
RRQ가 이길 거라고. 봅시다 누가 이기는지.
The blood moon.
좋아요.
And fame mean nothing to me. My will is that of the mountain.
민씨가 좀 크게 지고 있네. 까비! 와 진짜 뒤질 뻔했네.
The blood moon
뭐야 나갔었어?
reflection of my blade.
들어온 거 아니었어? 아니 뭐 나간 사이보그한테 지금 니치타르가 지고 있었단 말이야? 이게 뭔 말이야 이게?
Victory!
뭐지? 어이가 없네. 와 3분 탈주한 사이보그한테 지금 니시타르가 졌어? 아니 진짜 어이가 잠깐만요. 이게 무슨 일이야 이게. 오케이 바로 MPL 보러 갑시다 그럼. 잠시만요. 꼭 한 번 만나고 싶다.
Ang Blacklist International with a sustained lineup. So, medyo na-punish sila doon. Ang tanong, kaya
이거
mag-block
필리핀 건데. 이건가? 이건가요? 채팅 한번 쳐주고. 봤어요. 아우라도 3대 떡으로 발렸었다며 RRQ한테.
Ingat, Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto
3대 1로 RRQ가 이긴다고?
koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gua kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan
아우라가 오닉한테 발린 거야.
Beli beli hihi. Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
대체 블리블리 파스티오리가 뭐길래 블리블리지라는 거야. 진짜 한 대 치고 싶네요. 블리블리 뭐야?
beli 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 beli.
블리블리.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak.
야 심지어 30분이나 기다려야 되는 것 같은데 지금 시간 옆에 30분 표시돼 있는 거 보면은 몇 시에 시작하는 거야 이거? 좀 제대로 아시는 분 없나요? 6시 반에 시작하나? 그렇네. 6시 반까지 보고 있어야 된다고 이런 걸. 블리블리 이지라는 걸.
Lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri. Garnier Man Agnify dari Garnier Man.
지금 내가 블리블리 지금 30분 이거 보고 있어야 돼 내가? 이게 말이야 빵구야. 한판 고하라고요. 오케이, 그럼 한판 고하고 옵시다 그럼. 다시 켜야 되네. 블리블리 블리블리. 향기만 남아서 너를 괴롭히는데 돌아오기까지. 너무 높다 이거. 나나나나나나나.
Your team is banning.
딱 깔끔하게 한 판 이기고 가가지고 딱 보면 되겠네, 그쵸?
The enemy is banning.
A punch for a punch.
Please ban a hero.
To live is to trick.
씨 파키토 밴할랬는데 파키토 밴 당했노? 뭐 밴할까? 팬이 밴할까? 어차피 우리 팀에 팬이 할 사람도 없는 것 같은데.
What's your command?
Fire of battle. The enemy is banning.
내주 평야 발발이 치워와. 왜냐하면 아버지는 계란 프라이,
어머니도 계란 프라이.
어머니는 계란 토스트 프라이, 아들 밥은 벌써 먹었대.
다른 밥은 어쨌대.
자기들 건 따로 싸달래. 아버지는 계란 프라이.
왜 아빠는 계란 프라이지?
야마 몰발마 메롱.
먹고 싶다 이거. 하나 살까 오빠? 이만한 거.
보자 이번엔 뭐 할까. 뭐야, 와 커플 캐릭터 나왔네요. 세실리온 앤 카밀라. 커플은 두들겨 패야 맛인데 뭐 해야 되노. 오케이, 오빠 레슬리 한다.
가자.
Sniper ready. Give me a target.
사케어 서우고 클로드 해주세요라고 하는데 클로드 할 줄 몰라요.
싸우고.
빨리 이 판 빨리 끝내고 MPL 보러 MPL 보러 가야
You
돼.
should be ashamed for not trusting yourself. The enemy is picking.
Kindness is the surest path to ruination.
그쵸, 연장 제가 없앴습니다. 너무 장난스럽게 임하길래. 근데 다시 줬는데? 이 아이디 말고 다른 아이디에 있나? 가지마 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 하지 너를 위해 바보처럼
살아가는데
너는 어디에
내가 부족한데.
내가 필요한 덴데.
네.
아 조졌죠?
The enemy is picking.
오 잠만 이 뭐야 이거? 아 탱추야 이거? 정글 아일이네. 아 오케이 예스.
And I will revive it.
아 초반 오지게 살아야겠네요. 하필이면 클린트가 나오냐. 뒤에서 숨만 쉬고 있어야겠네. 아 진짜 좀 멜리사 같은 거 나오면 얼마나 좋아. 뭐 완완이나 이런 거 나오면은 그냥 톡톡 때리면서 딜교환이라도 하는데, 클린트는 에바잖아. 솔직히 1스 평타 하면은 그쵸, 그 내 체력이 남아나질 않는데 에바 참치지. 약간 매너가 없달까 저 친구. 글러 먹었어.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
자 출발해 봅시다.
Seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
뭐야 1섭이야?
Always keep your gun loaded.
핑 왜이래?
Initiate retreat.
아 1섭이네. 아 또 1섭 왔네 이거. 대체 어떻게 하면 1섭 가고 어떻게 하면 국섭 가는 거야? 이해할 수가 없네요.
Dead before they knew me.
친구 1스킬 쓰면 맞아야지. 안 써도 맞아라 이 새끼야. 아니야 연습하세요. 연습하면 되지.
One kill. Nice try.
어머 들켰어.
Request backup.
오케이 1스 빠졌죠? 바로 평타.
Target on the move.
오케이 1스 빠졌죠? 또 평타.
One kill.
컴으로 보니까 좋다고요. 인정. 역시 모바일 레전드 방송은 컴으로
Haven't
봐줘야지.
seen him for a while.
왜 웃는데?
First blood.
클린트 어디 있을까요?
This would help.
이스키야. 부모님 욕을 한다고? 그거는 욕하는 사람이 잘못된 거야.
맞아.
빠세.
Best spotting scope.
좋아 이기적인 딜교환. 천천히 딜교환하면 돼. 조금씩 쌓아가 딜을. 뭐야 랜스는 언제 왔어? 조금씩 쌓아가 이렇게.
One shot. One kill.
알 수 있어 원장아. 클린트 별거 아니지. 잠깐만.
Come a little closer.
맞아요. 연습하면 익숙해집니다. 연습으로 안 되는 건 없어. 빠세! 스킬 다 썼으면 뒤져야지. 피했다 이 스키야. 빠세 한 대 더 맞아라 이 스키야. 아플걸. 상당히 아플걸. 집 갔나 이 친구? 집 간 거 같은데. 뭐야 이거? 진짜. 잠깐만요. 위험.
No one's ever been too far.
뒤져라 이 새끼야. 잘 가고. 건방지게 말이야. 잠깐만. 진짜 한 번만. 아유 정말. 잠깐만. 진짜. 아유. 아 미드 차이 싸보지구요. 아 미드 차이 너무 심한 부분 이거 어떡하죠? 아 클린트 후드로 때렸는데 아 여기서 추 잘리면은 진짜 미드 차이 바로 성립되는 거죠. 아 미드 차이 여러분들 킹정하십니까 이거?
No one's ever been too far. One shot, one kill.
네 아무 일도 없었어요. 네 아무 일도 없었습니다. 내꺼! 그쵸. 진짜.
One kill.
어휴, 큰일 날 뻔했네. 빠세! 아, 상당히 아픈데?
Gear, better aim. Eye on the target.
어디 갔누? 클린트 어디 갔누? 거 있누? 아프지 이 새끼야. 상당히 아플걸요. 이제 템도 하나 나와가지고 한 발 한 방이 거의 대포알 같을 텐데. 밑에 부시에 있나 보네요.
Sorry. Request backup.
I am neither
스킬을 그렇게 다 쓰면은 맞아 뒤져야죠. 아 진짜. 아 잠깐만. 아 왜 얘가 맞아. 아 바로 썼어야 됐는데.
Slain the turtle. Enemy has been slain.
아 그냥 평타 칠걸. 그치. 아
one shot, one kill.
번지는 없나 보네.
Enemy in range. And you are too.
방금 뭐지? 트롤
One shot,
실력은 원래도
one
그치
kill.
팩트 그런 거는 말로 하지 말고 속으로 생각을 해. 아 이 새끼 원래 실력도 없었는데 이러면서 왜 그걸 입 밖에 꺼내고 있어. 사람 마음 아프게 말이야.
One shot, one kill.
매너가 없어 매너가. 어? 실력 개좋아하는 아이 감사합니다.
One shot, one kill.
Enemy has been slain.
그쵸? 네 그럴 수 있어요. 이번 시즌 명신 가냐고? 나도 모르겠어. 갈 수 있을까?
Nice try.
아버지는 계란 프라이, 어머니는 계란 토스트 프라이.
Slain an enemy.
One down.
이지. 랜슬 오는 타이밍이 정확하게 큐가 잘 왔죠.
Enemy has been slain.
One shot.
Launch attack.
삽가능 친구야. 슈 친구야. 아 내려가니?
Where did Harley
아 이
go?
삽가능인데.
Haven't seen him for a while. One shot, one kill. Focus.
빠세. 붙어. 들러붙어.
One kill.
뒤로 빼. 바로 아 뭐야. 아씨. 아 오른쪽으로 뺐어야 됐네.
Rifle.
그럴 수 있지. 잘 컸나요 랜슬? 왜 아프지? 잘 컸네? 좋아. 아 이거 이길 수 있었는데. 원래 안 하면은 실력이 줄고 그러는 거예요 여러분들.
Unfolds.
민토 말고 절칼 먼저 갑니다.
One shot,
Our turret
one
has
kill.
been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
오는데.
Dead before they knew me. One shot, one kill.
몰라요. 한 3개월 쉬었다가 다시 왔네요. 4개월 안 했나?
Initiate retreat.
Not one shot.
2시즌 쉬었어요. 2시즌.
Our turret is
Crosshairs lock you down. Death, this is you on the fly.
ally has been slain.
빠세. 아프지 아프지. 해가 아플걸?
One shot. Target locked.
딜 보소. 빠세. 빠세. 아, 폭풍 같은 딜 이러려고 레슬리 하지.
Closer.
아,
슈퍼 채팅 15,000원 감사합니다.
아, 15,000원 또 무슨 일입니까? 아, 너무 감사합니다. 열심히 하겠습니다. 지금부터 또 열심히 하면 되죠, 그쵸? 실력이 하면 느니까. 이거 못 잡나?
To run.
아, 까비. 필인데.
One kill.
근데 이거는 또 아니 랜스를 잡았는데 영주를 뺏긴 거야 이거?
One shot, one kill.
어휴 진짜 질 뻔했네. 덴저하죠 여러분들. 굉장히 덴저했고 진짜 미안. 아 미안해 친구야. 난 정말 괜찮아. 아 정말 발로 차고 나서 전멸 쓸 걸 그랬나? 아, 개 아프네.
Your team destroyed a
네네.
The master plan remains unchanged.
그럴 수 있죠. 살다 보면 이런 일도 생기고 저런 일도 생기고 하는 거지.
Loyalty.
사실 내가 지금 탑 오면 안 되는데. 미드 가줘야 되는데. 탑 라인 너무 안 줘가지고 탑 왔네.
Enemy in range.
어 뭐야
And you
먹었어?
are too.
아유 진짜 또 뒤질 뻔했네. 왜 이렇게 무시무시하냐 애들.
Our turret is under attack.
Target on the move.
Our turret is
스톤 없냐?
destroyed.
아유 감사합니다. 진짜 너무 감사합니다. 좋아해 주셔서.
Under attack.
사실주님 방송은 저도 간간히 찾아봐요. 네.
Eye on the target.
내꺼 그쵸. 바로 뺏어 먹고. 에반데.
One shot, one kill. One shot.
그치.
One kill.
Our turret is under attack.
뒤지셔야죠.
An enemy has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
어디 가누?
An ally has
잠깐만.
been slain. Shut down. Double kill.
Focus.
좋아요.
Triple kill.
아 이게 레슬리지. 시원시원한 폭딜. 그치. 이 맛에 레슬리 하죠 여러분들. 아 정말 나는 진짜 이 맛에 레슬리 한다.
I admire their courage to take my roles.
Slain Lord.
One shot, one kill. Target clear.
I like the moving. 잠깐만. 잠깐 형.
Nice try.
뒤져라 이 새끼야. 이게 바로 원딜의 유혹이라는 거다. 이거 밀면 되겠는데? 톡? 아 진짜 미안. 발로 차고 마무리. 그쵸? 톡. 와 이게? 이게 사슬이 걸려? 미안해. 진짜 미안해. 한 번만. 정말 진짜 팔아먹어 이거. 팔아먹어. 절칼한 게 더라. 오케이 투절칼 갑니다. 땡큐. 뭐야 다 죽었어? 야 이 다 죽으면 문제 있는데? 큰일 났네. 흥님 어서오세요. 쏘리라고. 오케이. 나이스! 까다로운. 네. 아유 정말 잡고 싶다. 전멸 쓸 걸 그랬나? 잠깐만 살짝 빠졌다가. 유도라가 있어도 혹시 그 알파에 스킬 쓸 수도 있으니까 조심하면서. 캐리 하려고 노력 중이죠. 캐리 하지는 않고 지금. 뭐야 이거 어떻게 알았어? 이거 어떻게 알아? 정글 먹고 있는 걸 봤나요? 정글 먹는 소리가 들렸나? 이런. 오늘 언제까지 방송하나요? 일단 이거 하고 난 다음에 그거 보러 갈 거예요. MPL 결승전. 오늘 결승하는 날이라 가지고 그거 봐줘야 돼. 여러분들도 같이 봅시다. 지금 30분 됐죠? 이제 좀 있으면 30분이고 아마 30분에 하는 것 같은데. RRQ랑 모르겠어. RRQ랑 오닉이었나? 누가 많이 나오냐고. 지금 멜리사랑 이런 거 많이 나와. 완완은 거의 완완도 나올 때 있고. 그쵸. 이거 끝나고 나서 보러 갑시다. 잠시만요. 잘라 먹어야 되는데. 아니 우리 팀이 다 그냥 잘라먹기 쉬운 캐릭터라서. 이런. 궁 잘못 썼네. 레슬리 잡으려고 쓴 건데. 랜슬로 잡으려고 쓴 건데. 후후. 잠깐만요. 뒤질 뻔. 빠세 마무리. 그쵸? 이거 슬로우 뭐냐? 석화! 미친 석화! 아니 이걸 석화를 쓴다고? 네, 베아도 좀 많이 나와요. 베아랑 멜리사, 아이리텔도 한번 뽑던데 저번에 보니까. 아이리텔도 뽑고 클로드도 나오고요. 뭐 그 정도? 딴 거는 거의 안 나오던데. 클린트는 절대 안 나옵니다. 네.
unfolds.
다른 원딜은 안 쓰여.
Enemy in range. And you are too.
세실 잘라 먹을 수 있냐? 너네.
One shot, one kill.
아, 들켜 버렸네.
Not one shot wasted.
아니 석화가 왜 계속 있냐? 얘는.
Nowhere to run.
아, 얘는 또 뭐야? 아씨. 조졌네.
Better gear, better aim.
하... 라인은 밀었나요? 못 밀었네. 형주 먹히겠죠? 추가 들어오는 것만 차줘도 내가 다 잡을 텐데. 졌나요? 진 것 같은데? 아, 그쵸. 아니 이거 진짜 왜 이렇게 애들이 가가지고 막 개별적으로 다 잘려버리냐. 그냥 안 들어가고 그냥 들어오는 것만 차내줘도 내가 딜러서 잡으면 되거든요. 근데 추가 계속 들어가네요. 급발진해가지고. 자, 이제 보러 갑시다. 결승 하나요 지금? 지금 하고 있는 중인가?
Punot mo sa physical damage ay dependent dun sa physical attack. At yung deadly blade yung second highest raw attack item. Apart from the blade of despair.
Pero speaking of napakasakit, top lane! Sanji!
뭐지? 안 하고 있는 것 같은데?
Nandito ng Blacklist International for the defense. Disengage para sa kanila. Alam nila na medyo kulang pa sila in terms of the damage. And Echo right now is at 3.
이거 필리핀 거잖아. 뭐죠? 안 하고 있나요?
Walang pinipilit ang Echo. Kuha lang tayo ng isang kill. If killable, killable. Yun yung nagiging call. Ultimate para kay Haji, pero depensa lang to na gusto nilang gawin. Meanwhile, Sanford makikita. Can Haji make plays though?
Oo, makikita natin yung movement ngayon ng side ng Echo.
뭐야? 무슨 일이야?
Sila dumadaan doon sa mga posisyon na hindi makakapwesto din ang
1분 후에 하는 거야?
Pero conceal play, Sanji, preferred airstrike. Gusto lang kuhanin yung bottom lane. Third down.
한다고?
Sobra ka naman.
lang. Talagang binubugaw lang ng Echo gamit yung kanilang... Di nga ginagamit yung spell eh. Nag-charge lang yung ejector. Tapos gagamit ang ultimate wala kay Sanji na...
필리핀 거버까지 밖에 안 나오는데 나 재생 목록에. 아, 이건가? 아, 됐다. 이거 맞지? 맞는 것 같은데. RRQ 대 오닉. 재밌겠다. 좀 비등비등한 경기가 됐으면 좋겠네요. 한쪽이 우세한 경기 말고 좀 빠당빠당하게 해가지고 좀 흥미딘딘한 경기를 좀 보여줬으면 좋겠습니다. 인정하는 부분이죠, 여러분들. 아니 동남아 쪽만 리그 있을걸요? 자 이거 그거나 해볼까 여러분들? 투표나 한번 해볼까? 보자. 잠깐만 어떻게 하더라. 누가 이길까? 자 RRQ 그 다음에 오닉. 자 설문조사 들어갑니다. 누가 이길까요 여러분들? 예측이나 합시다. 승부 예측. 아 RRQ 한 표 좋아요. 아 3표? 뭘 표인데? 실화냐? 야 이러면 오닉이 너무 슬프잖아. 오닉이 뒤집기 할 수도 있어. 야 압도적이진 않네요. 네 지금 현재 56% 대 44%. 네 비득비득한 투표수. 보자 나도 투표할 수 있나? 잠깐만. 난 투표 안되네. 아씨 왜 난 안돼. 아 내가 또 한 표를 행사할라 했더만은 나는 투표가 안되네. 영어 채널 말고 인도네시아 채널로 보자고? 야 영어로 보면 안되냐? 인도네시아는 뭔 말하는지 모르잖아. 그래도 영어는 어느정도 알아듣기라도 하지. 거기는 시작했다고? 아니야 거기도 시작 안했어. 거기도 막 인원 보여주고 있어. 그냥 현장 인원. 나도 모니터링 하고 있습니다 여러분들. 저는 뚝심있게 영어 채널로 보겠습니다. 아시겠어요? 아 50대 50. 네 투표. 야 이거 반반 간다. 그렇게 보고 계시네요. 과연 누가 이길 것인가? 진짜 재밌겠다. 와 여기서 오닉이 이긴다가 역전을 해버린다고? 실화냐? 오닉 승리 확실합니까 여러분들? 아 근데 나도 RRQ에 한 표. 나 내가 생각해도 RRQ가 이길 것 같아. 뭐야 인도네시아 그거는 지금 인터뷰하고 있네? 네 현재 지금 인도네시아 채널은 인터뷰를 하고 있네요. 네 지금 이분들이 나와가지고 인터뷰를 하고 있단 말이야. 아 코스프레 장면까지 나오죠. 네 실합니까? 와 근데 누구 코스프레 한 겁니까 이거? 이거 봐봐. 뭔 것 같아요 여러분들. 일단 가운데는 완완 같은데 네 왼쪽 오른쪽 왼쪽이 알루카드인가요? 와 세상에나 싱크로율이 너무 안 좋네요. 약간 비상사태 아닙니까? 어떻게 생각합니까 여러분들? 자 20초 남았습니다. 사고라고요? 인정. 사고 인정합니다. 참사라고도 하죠 다른 말로. 네 대참사네요. 하나씩 그를 짜증난다고. 자 이제 시작합니다 여러분들. 고양이 춤도 춰줘야 된다고? 사케 바라는 게 많네. 가자 시즌 10 MPL.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Royal Derby in the grand finals. On the caster desk here, Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We're going to be accompanying you through the day here for the Royal Derby, for the grand finals. How are you feeling, man?
I don't even understand
How
how
do
to
you feeling,
describe
man?
the
Man 아니고 woman
sensational
아닙니까?
feeling of what's
어쨌든,
going
네.
on right now because it's never been as full as this. We are here at G-Expo housing, 2,000, 3,000 people, and everything is just so fully packed. And I'm just so excited because I'm at a loss for words at this point.
It's crazy, Rashi. 2,000 people. 2,000 in this building, fully packed. And that's just here in the
와,
venue.
저
Outside,
빌딩에
there are
2,000
people
명이
watching it
2,000
all
2,000
together
명이야?
for free.
2,000명 맞지?
Can you blame them though? This is an insane match. And
네, 2,000 people이 차 있답니다, 여러분들. 뒤지게 많이 왔네요, 사람.
At the game right now in the current meta as well. So
와, 뭐야?
I'm
이거
personally
뒤에
very
코스프레 하는
excited.
장면
Of
지금
course,
보여주고
Argo
있는데요.
is playing, so
보이죠,
it's a bit
여러분들?
personal. I think Goni is somewhere in the
방금
venue as well,
뭐야?
enjoying the show.
방금 노란 머리
So there's a bit
누굽니까?
of everything for
방금
everyone
남자였는데
involved right
분명히
here.
팔꿈치로
And
찍을
honestly,
뻔했네. 좋아요.
just can't wait to
깜짝
get into
놀랐네요.
it, man. A best of 7, and of course, I think it's a match fitting for the grand finals, and of course, a chance for Argo Hoshi to be back-to-back champions of MPL ID.
Are RQ going to be able to do it back to back? Or again, are Onyx Esports going to be able to take that top position once again, just like in season number 8? We'll see. Eterna, how are you feeling, man? Again, right? You're feeling good. I'm feeling good. You too. But I just
진짜
can't
봤지?
help but
아, 사키야 너도 봤구나. 방금 노란 머리
Ladies and
방금
gentlemen,
안경 끼고 맞지? 와, 방금 심장 떨어질 뻔했어. 보고 난 다음에
We're about to
눈 한 대
see
때릴
an
뻔했네.
opening sequence as well. After the host sends us
남자가
over,
여자
there's going to be a
코스프레를
special
했다니까?
performance here
그건
for
봐라, 그건 좀
MPL
그렇잖아.
Indonesia Season 10, a milestone
아니, 남자가
for all
여자
of us
코스프레를
in
했었다니까?
the MPL.
그래.
You're right. And it's amazing, right? Because we always know how hyped the grand finals are, but it's never been this hype.
Never.
Until this point, right? Because you can even feed off the energy that the viewers are giving as well, the audience, and how crazy and the chants that are happening on the arena as well. So everything is just so intense
깜짝
right now.
놀랐네, 진짜.
It is different in a way because sure, we've seen these two teams battle it out for 3 seasons in a row, Onyx and RRQ, but a lot of things have changed as well in a sense, right? In terms of their roster, in terms of the coaches. And I'm just so excited to go in and check out that performance.
Let's see, man. We are getting ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the opening for the grand final match.
그랜드 파이널 매치 오프닝 보시겠습니다랍니다, 여러분들. 이게 오프닝입니까? 네, 대단하네요. 저게 뭐죠? 네, 누가 나와가지고 지금 가운데서 꿈틀꿈틀하고 있죠. 와우.
Apa itu perayaan?
Apa itu perayaan?
Kemenangan,
kemenang,
kebersamaan,
kebersamaan,
bahkan kekalahan.
kekalahan.
Semua momen patut untuk dirayakan.
오케이, 이건 못 따라하겠다.
Momen kebahagiaan terasa indah ketika kita
Terasa.
sedang dalam kemenangan. Tapi ketika kekalahan
이걸 해석해달라고요? 네, 이거는 불가능합니다. 이거 내 능력 밖의 일이야. 이걸 어떻게
semua
해석해?
menyatu dan mengalir dalam satu pikiran.
오, RRQ
Suara
응원팀.
kalian memberikan harapan. Walaupun harapan tidak datang setiap saat.
노란색이
Namun
RRQ입니다.
harapan tiba dalam momen yang tepat.
네, 모든 사람들이 정말 열정적으로 응원하고 있군요.
Bangkit untuk mengejar satu gelar.
네, 갤럭시 기어를 쓰고 있네요.
Gelar juara yang bisa kita rayakan
아, 여러분들 이
bersama.
큰 함성을 들어보십시오.
Bersama kita rayakan dan sambut.
와우, 시작합니다 이제.
Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 10.
네, 그랜드 파이널 인도네시아 시즌 10 MPL 지금 시작합니다. 네, 이런 내용이었습니다. 해석 완벽했죠? 거의 한치의 오차도 없는 해석. 인도네시아 할 줄 아시나요? 아니요, 전혀 할 줄 몰라요. 네, 그냥 제멋대로 한번 해석해봤어요. 네, 이거는 이제 네, 그 인도네시아의 그 크루 이름이라 댄서 크루랍니다. 지금 이게 춤추는 겁니다. 네, 약간 댄스 퍼포먼스라고 할 수 있죠. 우리나라의 약간 스맨파 같은 느낌. 네, 그런 느낌이죠. 네, 아, 잘 추네요. 아니죠, 이제 춤이죠. 아까 분명히 댄스 그룹이라고 나와 있었거든요. 네, 이거는 춤이라고 할 수 있죠. 약간 퍼포먼스. 네, 거기서는 네, 구석기보다는 이제 조금 발전됐다고 할 수 있죠. 네, 많이 발전됐죠. 구석기 아니죠. 자, 지금 이 댄스 퍼포먼스는 이제 구석기 시대가 아니고 약간 인디언, 현대시대의 인디언들, 아니 현대시대의 인디언들은 이렇게 안 살죠. 좀 옛날의 인디언들, 뭐 어쨌든 네, 굉장히 이제 멋있는 퍼포먼스. 자, 가운데서 이제 공주님 같은 분이 이제 춤을 추고 있고요. 네, 굉장히 미인인 분이 이제 머리에 깃털을 꽂고 마치 공작인 마냥 팔을 팔랑팔랑 흔들고 있습니다, 여러분들. 네, 너네들은 내 발 아래 무릎 꿇을지어니 내 앞에서 팔씨름을 시작한다. 준비 시작. 오케이, 좋아. 무승부로 끝났고요. 네, 팔씨름 굉장히 무승부로 끝났고. 자, 다시 한번 앞쪽에서 이제 춤을 춥니다. 네, 방금은 이제 박수 호응 유도죠, 여러분들. 네, 박수를 좀 쳐달라. 네, 그런 호응 유도인데 박수를 이제 치지 않네요, 사람들이. 아, 여기 노래방 맞고요. 네, 지금은 MPL 보려고 기다리고 있습니다. 지금 가운데 이제 춤추고 계신 분이 아마 그 흑마술사 같죠? 네, 이렇게 팔로 조정하는 대로 밑에 사람들이 저렇게 박수를 추면서 춤을 추고 있는 모습, 지금 그런 모습이라고 할 수 있죠. 네, 오른쪽을 흔들면은 이제 무릎을 흔들라, 왼쪽 손을 흔들면은 이제 박수를 쳐라, 그런 느낌인 것 같아요. 네, 양손 동시에 흔드니까 지금 다 같이 움직이고 있는 거죠. 보이죠, 여러분들? 네, 그런 느낌인 거죠. 네, 우리는 불사조다. 네, 자, MPL 문양 가운데 이쁘게 딱 올라오고 있고요. 우승 트로피가 나오고 있네요. 이거죠. 네, 그랜드 파이널 리스트. 네, 완벽한 트로피 앞쪽에서 이제 네, 주문을 외우고 있네요. 이제 흑마법을 걸고 있는 거죠. 자, 이제 선수가 한 명씩 있죠. 선수 맞나요? 네, 선수가 이제 한 명씩 소개되고 있습니다, 여러분들. 왼쪽, 오른쪽. 자, 왼쪽이 오른쪽이 RRQ. 네, 그런 식으로 지금 선수들이 한 명씩, 그쵸, 한 명씩 이렇게 소개를 하고 있고요. 네, 흑마법사는 이제 계속해서 앞쪽에서 춤을 추고 있네요. 아, 왼쪽이 RRQ야? 오케이, 정정하겠습니다, 여러분들. 왼쪽이 RRQ, 오른쪽이 오닉입니다. 나는 흑마법사 방향으로 해석을 해버렸네요. 네. 자, 여러분들 보시는 방향에서 왼쪽이 RRQ입니다. 네. 왜 오닉이라고 했을까요? 문양은 고슴도치인데 고슴도치면은 소닉이 좀 더 어울리지 않았을까 하는 조심스러운 제 의견을 내봅니다, 여러분들.
Game still going, guys. Ya, kalian aja. It's best of 5 guys, away. Relax, relax. Relax ya, chill aja ya.
RRQ 이기면 15,000원 후원합니다. 네, 저는 RRQ를 응원하도록 하겠습니다.
Jangan sampai lengah. Ingat.
네, 저는 RRQ를 강력하게 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로 저는 RRQ의 팬이 될 것이고요. 네, RRQ가 지는 순간 욕이 나갈 수도 있으니까 여러분들 양해 부탁드립니다. 아시겠죠? 네, 방금은 이제 오닉팀 응원하는 모습이었고요. 고 오닉 하면서 원장님 몇 대 몇으로 누가 이기는지 걸어주세요. 몇 대 몇까지 맞춰야 되나요? 이거 너무 어렵지 않나요? 저는 이제 풀경기를 원하기 때문에 3대2 정도로 RRQ가 이겼으면 좋겠네요. 느낌 아시죠? 하지만 그렇게는 안 될 것 같아요. 한 3대1로 RRQ가 이기지 않을까. 네. 생각을 잘 해보라고 지금 머리를 톡톡 치는데, 네, 저도 생각을 잘 해보겠습니다. 자, 오닉 알도가 또 방금 인터뷰하는 모습. 네.
Buat teman-teman Sonic ataupun pendukung-pendukung Onyx, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita.
아, 소닉에서 오닉이 나온 게 맞다네요, 여러분들. 네.
Dua raja kembali berseteru.
팀 이기는 건 맞추면 15,000, 점수까지 맞추면 30,000원. 오케이. 그러니까 3대1로 RRQ가 이긴다에 걸겠습니다. 아시겠죠? 네, 저는 걸었습니다. RRQ가 3대1. 오케이? You know that?
The two teams who've dominated Indonesia for 3 seasons in a row collide once more in the Royal Derby, once again in the grand finals of MPL ID Season 10. Once again on the English caster desk, it's Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi to accompany you through the best of 7
네,
that we will
시즌
see
10
today.
MPL. 네, 저는 해설자고요. 옆쪽에 도와주는 캐스터분, 저는 캐스터고 옆쪽에 해설자분들 네, 소개해드립니다.
The
이런 뜻이었고요.
domination of the dynasty as two kings are going head to head with one another, and everything is truly awesome.
You're gonna
그쵸,
need that
모든
awesome
것이 굉장히
experience on the
놀랍다, 이런
Samsung
말이죠.
phone. And Arashi, you know, I played on the Samsung phone earlier, actually, for a caster tournament. But you know the specs. How was it so smooth for me? How did I win with the Samsung phone?
8
네,
gigabytes of RAM, that's pure, basically
삼성폰이랑
pure
함께
muscle
한다고.
for the phone.
삼성폰이랑 함께.
256 gigabytes of storage to ensure that you have no issue getting all that data in it. Get a Super AMOLED screen with 120 refresh rate so you can see all the details in full HD, in high quality, and very smooth frame rate as you were mentioning.
그쵸, 그런
And it's
느낌이죠.
5G ready, and if you get it right now, you get a cashback for up to 1.3 Indonesian rupiahs.
Wow.
Value.
What?
아, 이거
That's a lot
스폰서가
of money.
And I think you
상징했어요.
get something else.
What?
I think you get awesome gifts worth up to 689,000 Indonesian rupiah. So it just doesn't stop.
Well, you guys can find
와,
all that
인도네시아
information at the
루피아
website
그렇게 많이? 오케이, 인정. 뭔 말인지 모르겠지만
www.samsung.com/id
어쨌든
because
많은
awesome
상금이
is
걸려있고
for
어쩌고 저쩌고 하는
everyone.
거 모르겠다.
Here, though, the match is also for everyone. Once again, fully packed house. You could probably hear it already while we were doing the Samsung ad-lib. The atmosphere here is absolutely insane, and we're getting another cheer once again from them. Arashi, Eterna, 2,000 people just in this venue alone. Outside, there's a watch-along for free, and we could probably hear them too later in the match. When something big happens, you guys should expect a big reaction.
좋아,
You're gonna
좋아.
feel it through the building, man, for sure. Every time these two teams collide, the fan base on the venue at home, you can really feel like it's just bigger than just these two teams, right? So many more people are impacted by the result. And speaking of results, let's take a look at the team head-to-head by head and shoulders between RRQ Hoshi and Onyx Esports. Off the bat, Onyx Esports with more kills, more assists. But look at the previous match history, though. Onyx only winning once against RRQ. The past 5 times they've
야,
been able to go up
전적이
against
지금까지
each other.
RRQ가
RRQ has shown to
거의
be
다
the more
이겼네요.
dynamic team.
한 번 지고.
But for now, especially in the current
한 번 딱
season,
졌거든요.
Onyx Esports with the higher
전적
objectives and
역사가.
first lord rate.
그럼
in the initial one,
이번에는
right?
오닉이 이길 수도
They're gonna
있겠는데
be a
오닉
lot more
한번 이길 때
calculated. And if
됐네.
RRQ Hoshi can't get a lead,
발리오 나온다
it's
한표
going to be very
번다고요?
difficult for them to find a moment, an
발리오요?
opportunity to try and come back. Because
저도
Onyx
일단
has shown
라일리아는
that they
나올
are
것 같아요.
a very intelligent team that's very strategic and tactical. tactical with how they execute inside the Land of Dawn.
딴 거는
That's what I
모르겠고
want to highlight,
라이기아는 나올
Arashi.
것
I
같아.
completely agree with you. I think one of the main things that we need to look out for from Onyx Esports is the fact that they're able to create strategies that are truly out of the box, and whether or not RRQ Hoshi, if they're going to be able to read this up, right? Because sure, Onyx Esports for the past few seasons seem to see RRQ Hoshi as a particular kryptonite, and we're going to see if that changes today.
Today
Crazy,
is a good
Arashi.
day.
RRQ Hoshi were super shaky in the regular season. Onyx Esports, on the other hand, was the solid favorite coming into the playoffs. Everyone expected them to go all the way to the grand finals without losing a match, but
Wow,
here it is.
살아있네요.
RRQ, they made it first, and here are the keys to victory.
강해
by
보인다.
Axe.
왠지
Anticipate
엄청 잘할
Onyx
것
Cheese
같아.
combo. Beware with Sands and Keyboy's fast rotation. Skylard getting the farm easily, and RRQ Hoshi getting Onyx control objectives. How they play it out, how they can anticipate and strategize and draft against the cheese combos that Onyx has been able to secure.
오케이 여러분들 드래프트 픽 인까지 3분 남았습니다. 여러분들 3분 후에 진짜 진정한 경기 이제 시작하고요. 네, 잠시만 기다려주시면
Here's a keys to victory by X. Optimize Keyboy's playmaking potential.
동남아 머리 스타일은 봐도 적응 안 된다고? 나랑 비슷한 머리 스타일이네.
Farming patterns and respect RRQ's high ground gameplay. When it's a front to back, when it's a 5v5 control team fight, RRQ Hoshi find a way to get an advantage, and Onyx, how they get an advantage is by being unexpected, by trying out different things that eventually will work and catch RRQ off guard. If they can come up with the right strategy at the right time, RRQ Hoshi is in for a lot of trouble.
In addition to the last time that both of these teams met up and RRQ Hoshi were able to secure that victory 3-1 against Onyx, I do believe in the game, RRQ Hoshi had better decision making, right? When it came down to it, when it came down to the last wire, they were able to make those proper decisions, stay disciplined in the game, and be patient against Onyx Esports. So hopefully that is going to be a factor that Onyx Esports can repair in terms of that gameplay. And another thing that I noticed is the draft. This is going to be really
아니요,
tough
저도
because if we
도화지는 얘네들이랑
compare
비슷한 것
micro-wise,
같아요. 네.
both of them definitely up there, top tier teams. That's how they were able to secure this grand
그렇게
final
큰 차이 없는
position.
것 같습니다. 네.
So in terms of draft, it's going to be very important for the coaches. But on your screen here, we take a look at the audience prediction by TikTok, and this is a landslide for the grand finals. 86% for RRQ Hoshi.
Once again, you know, the RRQ kingdom never fails with that support. 86%.
동남아 가면 현지인 취급 받냐고요? 피부만 좀 태우면 그렇지 않을까요?
Esports. Arashi, what are your thoughts on this? Again, you're an RRQ fan. Coming into this matchup, this has to feel good, man. Securing grand finals first, getting all the support from
네,
the
동남아
kingdom as
여성
well.
오닉 팬들이네요. 네,
That's no secret.
오닉 파이팅 이렇게 적은 거 들고 흔드는 거 보면은
the audience prediction. We talked about season 10 being unpredictable, and when the teams, when they have everything going up for them, usually that is where we get a huge upset. So I am very worried right now, but of course in the grand finals, it goes beyond that, right? Anything can happen, and we
저
just
동남아
don't
삽니다.
know.
아,
So
그렇군요.
hopefully,
네.
and most likely, we're gonna get a full 7 games. But before we talk about that, we have Vin,
그런 거
the
중요하지
assist
않습니다.
grinder, number one
중요한가?
highest assists in MPLID season 10 with 329 kills. This man is active.
Very active. I think just calling him active is definitely an understatement here. The man has improved so much. Just
동남아 가보고 싶다고요. 저도요.
The playoffs, right? In the regular season, he was quite
태국은
shaky,
가봤지만
but
네, 다른 동남아
in the
가보고
playoffs,
싶네요.
it feels like a different Vin. He showed up here on the stage in the MPL Indonesia Season 10 playoffs. And just like that, remember, RRQ, the reason they were able to take on esports down in the upper brackets last time.
와우,
was
시작합니다. 자,
And
그록 밴,
RRQ
파라미스 밴 이렇게
sticking to that
나왔고요,
win
현재.
condition, staying
와우,
in the
한국어
first pick
뭡니까?
on the blue side.
파이팅,
esports on the
사랑해요.
red.
이거
Welcome
RRQ
to the
한국어
draft
팬이,
for
한국
game
팬인가요?
number 1 in the Royal Derby.
And I'm quite
이야,
surprised, right? Because when we're
실화냐.
talking about Vin, we usually see him play like we saw last season, and even in MSC, him bring up the Franco. So hopefully we get to see that. I'd really like to see his Franco
형님들,
again. But
한국
if
팬
we take a
나왔어요,
look on the
방금.
screen here, Akai has also been banned away from the side of Onyx Esports.
Recently, this Akai has been a lot more flexible. different teams have been able to use it in very unexpected locations, unexpected roles. So that won't be an issue any longer. But for RRQ Hoshi and Onyx, it seems like it's a good mix of priority heroes as well as respect band. As we talk about respect, Fanny gets banned away.
팬이랑 카디타 날렸네요. 지금 아카이 날렸고. 네네, 카디타 괜찮죠. 나쁘지 않아요. 근데 카디타 그 잘하는 사람 있어가지고 아마 저격 빼는 거일걸? 아, 아닌가? 근데 한 명 암살하기 좋아서 카디타가 진짜. 맞죠? 네. 아마 저격 밴일 거죠. 네. 아, 지금 이브 밴 나왔고, 이브는 솔직히 진짜 한타 때 굉장히 큰 역할을 할 수 있기 때문에 밴한 거 맞거든요.
What are they gonna go for? Paquito still up for grabs.
이브는 크지.
Pick up the 1-1, the signature for Skyler in season 10.
와, 완노안 들고 가네. 완노안 굉장히 오랜만에 보네.
For Jakarta.
But as a response, Paquito and Valentina.
자, 발렌티나랑 파키토 들고 가면서 굉장히 강력한 캐릭터 두 개 들고 갔거든요, 지금 오닉 쪽에서.
Will they try and go for strong
일단 픽만 보면은 진짜 완전 지리는 픽인데 지금 파키토, 발렌티나 두 개 다 나왔거든. 자, 여기서 이제 RRQ가 어떤 걸 들고 갈까?
Ooh, this is starting to get really scary, right? Because 1-1 being opened up for Skyler, that's going to be one of the main lanes that Onyx Esports need to shut down at this stage. But Onyx still do have the possibility of picking up someone like the Diggy. Let's see how RRQ Hoshi will respond to this. Do you think that they'll take this away? Take the Diggy here in the first phase,
픽을
perhaps?
굉장히 고민하고 에스메랄다 얘 축구를
So that's going to be the
뽑네요.
route. Two very strong picks for RRQ Hoshi as well.
The thing is, though, Onyx Esports have a chance to actually flex this Paquito and pick something else. I was expecting the Paquito to go to the jungle, as they can pick up a Dyrot to counter the Esmeralda. But no, Onyx Esports, Kyrie, feeling confident, picks up that Ling. Samsung Ling, ladies and gentlemen, in game 1 of the series for Kyrie. Onyx, instantly, they picked up the Ling, they banned the Hilda. It's a must at this point.
Yeah, we've seen how crazy the Hilda can be. We've seen it come to huge success being able to inhibit the rotations and even the farming pattern coming in from any particular assassin, and the Ling is going to be one of them. So they do and have a really good emphasis on allowing Kyrie to farm, and that's going to be one of the ways to victory in their upcoming match here. But RRQ Hoshi now, they have responded with the Matilda, respecting that away from Onyx Esports. They don't want a type of hero that can be able to give really good engage
그러게요.
and
일단은
disengage
픽
with the
보니까
win and cause issues with a
오닉이
really
좀 강해
good point
보이네.
and click AoE stun.
For Onyx Esports now, it gets a little bit tricky for them in the bans. They go for the ban towards another roamer, which they do.
조이드까지 나왔네.
This Joe can be flexed into that roam
조이드
position.
밴이죠.
But if they go for the jungler again, right? That Joe can also be the jungler. But RRQ now here. The fact that they already picked up the Mathilda, they banned the Mathilda out, I mean, they've already picked up a 1-1. They need to secure or to ban out a hero that can counter the 1-1. Irithel becomes the first in mind to come up for me for RRQ if they really want to help this 1-1
원장 있었으면 다 씹어먹는데 까비. 아,
Diggy is still up for
팩트죠.
grabs as well. They go for another counter. It's the Phobius that gets banned
아,
in
포베우스
the
밴.
end.
포비우스. 이거 완완 잡을 거 혹시 포베우스 뽑을까봐 그냥 밴한 거 같은데. 아니, 내 생각에는 지금 오닉에서 포베우스를 뽑을 생각이 없었던 것 같거든요.
And it's interesting why RRQ Hoshi has actually opted for the Phobius ban, realizing they already
MPL이
picked up the
뭐예요?
Esmeralda.
인도네시아 대회요, 대회.
Right, they pick up the Esmeralda here.
공식 대회입니다.
That's an interesting situation for sure. But RRQ, I think they just want to put all their hopes on this 1-1. And
근데 아이리텔 완전 상대로 아이리텔 진짜 많이
Irithel picked
나오거든요.
up already, and in addition to that, a
여자
Ling
목소리
and
들린다.
a Paquito
친동생이에요,
as well as a
친동생.
Valentina. All very serious
옆에서
threats
롤하고
to a
있어요.
marksman that can instantly be one shot. So for RRQ, they require some kind of tankiness. They require a lot of crowd control, especially because Onyx, they understand that. They ban out the Hilda, they ban out the Jawhead as well. So RRQ, they're gonna be struggling to find
내 생각도 그래. 포베베는 뱅카드 하나 버린 것 같아
pose a
지금.
big threat with dynamic possibilities.
이게 포베를 왜 밴했는지 나도 좀 의문인데 아마 완만 그냥 진짜 밀어주려고 그냥 포베 밴한 것 같은데 애초에 포베 뽑을 생각이 없어 보였거든요.
The Cho should be flexing to the jungle here. They pick up a Farsa, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason. I was about to say, they can flex the Cho into the jungle. That's already a solid counter to the lane, but they need someone to catch that back line to find the Irithel. Now, both of these picks, the Farsa and the signature Franco, can do that. Farsa poking the Irithel down, and obviously those iron hooks from Vin. The Franco that's been hidden throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs. This is their hidden weapon, and they picked it up here. Onyx Esports, however, have a chance to pick up a Diggy here against so much CC. Lockdown from RRQ, even up against the 1-1, it becomes such a viable option for Onyx Esports. But is Keyboy comfortable on a hero like that? No, he isn't. He goes for the Lolita instead here. Another form of that counter with the shield towards 1-1.
Yeah, but even then, RRQ Hoshi, they have a really strong draft, right? Because we've seen how crazy the Cho jungle pick can be against an assassin jungle, of course, for the opposing end. And in the stage, every time they go for neutral objectives, it might be Cho winning this out. And in terms of wave clear, RRQ Hoshi are going to have it in that mid lane because of how fast and how crazy the range from Farsa can be, plus the mobility with the wings by wings. They are going to be able to rotate a lot faster in comparison to Onyx. But on the flip side, Onyx has someone like the Valentina who can utilize these big engages from the Cho with the Wave Dragon, the Farsa with her ultimate, the Feather Airstrike, and even Franco with the Suppress. So it all comes back down to how Clay is also able to utilize this Valentina pick to its utmost potential.
Speaking of combinations in the mid lane, RRQ, that's a lot of dominance, man. Quick roams, crowd control, and burst damage. You're gonna really start worrying about Kyrie on that lane. Without a strong jungler, an assassin against a tank, as well with a backup from the Farsa and the Franco, it's gonna be dangerous.
와, 경기
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to
시작했죠.
dive into game number 1 in the land of Dawn. The Royal Derby, RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx.
봐봐, 역시 추가 정글이잖아.
We're gonna see how these two kings collide with one another here in game number 1 with a set of differences in their composition here. RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna have to go for pickoffs on the board here in the early phase. They do have the Franco, they do have the Farsa to be able to maneuver around the map rather early. And the Cho, of course, is going to be able to jungle early on in this game. But of course, he has to wait for that level 4, so a little behind in terms of that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a technical pause here. And of course, fair play is
여러분들
our
키맨은
utmost
봐야 아는
priority. We wanna make
겁니다.
sure
이
both
게임의
the audience, both the
키맨은
players, everyone in attendance as well,
이 경기를
gets
봐야
the
아는
best
거죠. 일단
out of this
보고
best of
결정을
7
합시다.
as we are in the grand finals.
Right now, Kyrie, he has the killing spree, and he's able to actually clear the jungle a lot faster than Albert. So maybe he'll be able to out-clear and out-rotate, out-maneuver RRQ, because if he gets stuck, especially as Eternal mentioned, after level 4, that's a lot of crowd control, and you can bet that Vin is going to be on the hunt to try and make sure that Kyrie won't be a relevant factor in the mid-game. Later on, you're going to watch out for RRQ Hoshi and how they're going to try and contest a purple buff. Because we've talked again and again about how the purple buff is going to be so critical in ensuring the heroes like a Ling can actually be a relevant factor in those mid-game team fights.
Just in the early game, though, we already have something to analyze, right? You mentioned it, Ling. How is he able to clear faster than
일단 최대한 빠르게
on the
굴리는
team
거밖에
even
없을까?
though
아니
Ling was on a
거기에다가
killing spree. Now, this is what teams like to do
괜찮은데.
now. They start in the bottom side of the map towards that gold lane to actually let the gold laner help leash the buff, right? And that's the reason you see Kyrie. How he's able to actually clear faster than the Cho is because he got help from both the roamer and as well as that Irithel. This is going to be a massive help, and this also kind of supports the idea that you want to start in the bottom side of the map, right? But Albert, he chose a different route because he values that orange buff for the first turtle take, and maybe perhaps they're going to path differently. They're already going to go for that mirror play early on. Albert towards that bottom side, so maybe for RRQ, their winning condition is to that gold lane. Meanwhile, for Onyx Esports, with a pathing towards top, Kyrie, he's looking to go for ganks onto the Esmeralda. It's kind of the opposite when we're talking about the strong lanes because for RRQ, it should be Esmeralda who's the strong side. And for Onyx Esports, it should be that Irithel up against the 1-1. This matchup that we've mentioned, 1-1, if she doesn't get ganked, or if it's just a 2v2, it will always favor Irithel.
But
내가 한 줄
RRQ
누르고
Hoshi,
가면
they have
씹어 먹을
Farsa,
듯이라고.
right? Who is supposed to be able to gank much faster than compared to a Lolita and a Valentina. So that's going to be something that they can
아니, 해외
utilize to their
진출은 아니고.
benefit in order to support that
지금
losing
이거
lane,
해외
which
대회
is the
보는
one.
거야.
And speaking of that Farsa, it's in the hands of Clay, the runner-up for MPL ID Season 8, the first place winner, champion of MPL ID Season 9, and the MVP of the finals of MPL ID Season 9. So this man has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge under his belt, and he will
전체 상금
for
50만
sure
달러면은
attempt
그렇게
to
세지
swing
않나?
the side lanes in favor of RRQ.
지금
That
50만 달러면
quick
얼마야?
gank and maybe even the facilitation of dives with the feathered airstrike. That is something that I think RRQ Hoshi will be trying to attempt a lot in this game, because otherwise, off the bat, the side lanes
보자,
seem to be
50만
losing
달러
quite a bit,
하나로
and if they
바꾸면은
allow
7억
the side lanes
1,900만
of Onyx
원이네요.
to snowball,
총
to get
상금
stronger
7억
out of
1,900만
control,
원.
it's going to be very difficult for them to maintain the jungle pressure, and that will lead to Kyrie being able to actually snowball out of control.
Right now, you can see just now
네,
earlier
상금 나름
Skylar's
세죠.
father here in the MPL arena supporting Skylar. Here you can also see that Albert also has his support system in the building.
팀으로 만난 인도네시아는 다 못했는데 그거는 당연한 거지. 인도네시아 인구가 얼만데 모바일 레전드 하는 인구가
But yeah,
얼만데요.
on the note of RRQ
거기는
players, we talked a little
못하는
bit
층이
about
많아요.
the background
사람들이
of Clay
많으니까.
and what he's been able to achieve for the past few seasons, and it's just insane how he's developed as an individual.
잘하는
right?
사람은 잘하고 못하는 사람은 못하는 거예요.
So many huge shoes to fill. I mean, trying to replace someone like Lemon perhaps in that mid lane, and he's the one being brought in as the main five. It's been
그쵸?
huge, and even in terms of his abilities,
저런 이유도
we
있고요.
saw him being really great at those high ground heroes like the Farsa, like the Yves, but I do believe he's really stepped up as a player. He's now able to
뭐가
pick someone
정지돼?
up like the Valentina, utilize these several different tactics, use the IMU on different occasions that really work, and it really reflects how he's evolved as a player.
사태 뭐가
No longer
정지됐다는
that
거예요?
safe pick, but also able to create moments for his team as well.
While we're on that point, for Clay, early on in the season, he had a very shaky start. Got a lot of hate when he replaced Lemon and lost a game. Remember?
Yeah.
All that hate towards him has really given him the motivation actually to step up, to improve, to learn, and he's such a monster here. In
네,
the mid
포즈
lane,
나왔죠.
he's always been that solid member. You
근데
mentioned
포즈가
it
너무
on those
긴데?
high ground heroes, but
뭐가
there's
문제야?
another
왜 이렇게
addition to it
오랫동안
here
포즈해?
in season 10. It really does feel like he's added another dimension to his play style. He's no longer just the carry that plays from behind. He can go in front, even on the far side. He
아직
can
해결이
make
안
those plays
됐습니까?
happen, those flashy plays, just like Lemon.
And that's what's being so scary about having a mid laner that
게임 언제
dynamic.
하냐고. 아니
We saw
시작을
a bit of a head-to-head
했는데
between the two mid
뭐
laners,
무슨
and
이유로
Clay
지금
is
포즈
above everything
걸려가지고
except for damage, average damage compared to Sans. And we saw that even on the Valentina, she's
인도네시아.
able to use fatal links.
인도네시아 여자
Right?
겁나
He was able to
많다고요?
steal the fatal links from an Atlas and follow up on big plays. So
아,
at
네.
every
경기
moment,
다시
Onyx,
시작했네요.
this is a man that they need to keep their eyes on. But now we're back into the game, and a little wonder is really secured by
바이게는
Kyrie.
깔끔하게 지금 오닉에서
We're gonna see
챙겼고.
what happens here. As you can see, Keyboy as well as CW here in the bottom side.
확실히 초반 아이리텔이 완만을 압도하네요. 딜은.
The talents prediction by Axe shows a 2 versus 4 in RRQ's hands right now in terms of this draft.
They have a lot more dynamic possibilities. And speaking of the current season, the team that usually gets ahead, especially teams as disciplined and as strategic as RRQ Hoshi and Onyx Esports, it's hard to imagine them making a big blunder that allows the game to be turned on its heel. But right now, Onyx is going aggressive onto the bot side.
잘 들어갔는데.
Skylar doesn't have that secondary. Kyrie jumps over the Tempest of Blade,
어그로
able to pick up
핑퐁
first
해주면서
blood,
잘
striking
잡아냈죠.
first in game 1. And just as I mentioned, Onyx
아이리텔이
Esports,
잘
they are going to be
맞아줬어.
looking for that strong
파워
side
거의 다
play,
맞아주고
right? Over
적절하게
in the bottom side,
빼주면서
where Irtha has
원만
such a
깔끔하게
massive
잡아내는
advantage up against the 1-1 in this 1v1.
자, 이거
They're gonna
추가
have to
반드시
play for it. And
먹어줘야겠죠,
RRQ
이거?
doing the same, but towards that top
밑에서
side,
완전
where
잡힌 만큼 위에서
Esmeralda
이득을
actually
봐줘야
has
되거든요.
more
근데
pressure
내려오는데.
compared to Boots on the Paquito. Albert going for the secure
네.
boost comes in with a knockout strike, but Albert still secures the turtle. A kill over to Onyx, an objective over to RRQ.
The mirror play is going to favor RRQ Hoshi just because the turtle spawned there in the top side. So with the pressure that they had in the top side, they were able to convert onto an objective. And of course, now we are going to be able to take a little look into the emblems in the second minute.
Of course, initially you can take a look at the emblems for the junglers. And Albert prioritizes the clearing a lot better because Kyrie on Assassin.
자, 추는 정글인장 들었고 지금 링은 암살인장을 들었단 말이죠.
Like a Farsa, like a 1-1. If he doesn't dive towards the back line, it's going to be very difficult for Onyx Esports to try and pressure them enough. But now RRQ making a play for the bot side. Keyboy walks away knowing that something is a bit off. So Onyx Esports once again avoid danger unless Vin makes something crazy happens. And this is what you are able to do.
걔는 그냥
force your opponents to
추장인이요.
play very passively when you are on that Franco.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi, they know that Skylar needs a little bit of help there in the
아이고.
bottom side, seeing as he's already been taken down once. They are going to collide here in the middle lane, cause a little bit more pressure.
Oh, Lolita doing a blast. Albert able to dodge
리타
over the
궁
jump
씹혔어.
to be caught here.
네,
He goes
리타
for
궁
a bloody
씹히고.
hunt. But the airstrike doesn't find its
자,
mark.
링이
Kyrie
타샤 궁 밖에서
dashing
프랭크
all
궁을
over
맞는
the place.
바람에 안전하게
Picking up
잘
a
살아갔죠.
kill for Sans here. It's still Onyx Esports with the lead in terms of the kills. And again, this is what RRQ needs to be careful of. If they play in that towards that bottom side, it's Onyx who have the lead.
They have an advantage when it comes to crowd control and dynamic pickup potential. But overall, if there's an objective, is everyone's in place to fight around on Esports with the stronger gold laner, with more damage on their assassins, and of course with Keyboy having a lot more AoE CC presence compared to Vin on that Franco. It's going to be a lot more difficult. So Vin needs to look for situations, opportunities where his hero can be a lot more dynamic, a lot more useful than that Lolita.
1,000 gold lead.
라인 정리 그냥 바로 깨끗하게 해주고 그냥 파키도 밑에 내려가가지고 신기 한번 보려고 하는 것 같은데. 그치, 지금 먼저 모였거든요, 오닉이.
But here we go. Massive re-engage here as the Numenon Blast connects
잘
onto Vin.
잘랐다.
Onyx Esports played that so well, knowing that RRQ needs to wait for that hook. They dive
이렇게
in
되면
instantly for
오닉이
Vin.
편하게
Now it's a
먹겠죠, 이거
4v5.
먹고.
Onyx on to that turtle. Albert looking for that steal. Feather airstrike popped in by
스틸하지
Clay
않는
right now
이상.
onto Kyrie. Albert looking for that steal once again. Jumping in, but Kyrie is the one who finds it. Comes the blade popped in as well. R7 still able to kite away. The dragon bringing Keyboy back.
와,
for Skylar to
그래도
pick up the
잡아냈어.
kill. Crossbow tang over the boots, but the damage is not enough right now in the early stage.
그래도
It's just
리타
a
한번
trade right
잡아냈어요,
now.
완전히.
A kill over for another kill for Onyx Esports and a turtle.
The Numenon Blast is just such a dynamic ultimate that Onyx Esports in a 5v5 situation,
또
when
방패
the setup is
들면은 또
right,
완노한
they
궁이
are going to be
막혀서.
able to create way more space for their members to
방패랑 이런
go
거 다
on. And
빠지고
that's
나서 이제
completely
완전히 궁
different from
써야지
RRQ Hoshi, right? Their
이쁜
only
구도가
source
나올
of
것
engage
같은데.
for the moment is either Vin or Albert,
확실히.
and both of these heroes have a point and click
오!
stun on
야,
one. So
그래
it's not an
날카로웠죠?
AoE CC,
네.
so it's not as dynamic as Onyx.
바로
So
아이리텔
RRQ Hoshi,
정면에서
they need to think
느려
about
하면서
this.
바로 피해줬고.
Can they utilize their composition, look for more pickoffs on the board? Because otherwise, Onyx Esports, they're just going to snowball from all the engage that they have.
프랭크 궁
Onyx
뺏었어.
Esports is pushing RRQ away, and RRQ, they're struggling to find that grab. But you guys can actually grab it very easily with the app. Use that promo code and get up to 90% discount because this game is going to be a long, drawn-out game for sure. None of these teams are inexperienced at slowing down the game and looking for a comeback.
It's a best of 7 too, so a very long game.
라인 정리 좋은데.
Please go and wash your hair, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, with Head and Shoulders, because hey, no one wants to see that dandruff. No one wants to smell bad, right? And especially the players here who are going
자,
to
초반
be
오닉 2,000원
playing
정도
on
앞서가죠.
stage. They definitely smell good with that Head and Shoulders. But RRQ right now, not looking as fresh as Onyx Esports. Sans with a bloody hunt here is able to lock Albert down, but Albert comes back in. The damage comes in, and look at the blast off for 3. Onyx Esports collapse into
와, 뭐야, 너무
as the
좋은데?
blades will be popped into the back line. Kyrie just dashing, being the distraction. Sans dealing the damage.
와, 이게
Another
조합차인가?
airstrike by Clay defensively, but he's going to be sandwiched in by Boots as he comes in. It's Kyrie with a triple kill, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. R7
와,
goes to
링
back up. It's
찔이네요.
Onyx Esports with a 3.6k gold
이게 뭐야?
lead. That snowball already for Onyx.
Wow, 2-for-0 trade, and now Onyx Esports instantly go on convert that on the turtle. And this is looking like a one-sided game here, as Albert is even struggling to get his own buff at this stage.
Wow, Sans as well with that Purify. He kicked Albert away from the
야,
orange buff, giving
오케이,
Boots a little bit more
잘하네.
time to go for the steal. Albert still
오닉
gets it in the
잘하는데?
end, but that
자,
Purify
이렇게
comes
되면
in
차이가 좀 많이
clutch.
벌어졌죠?
Here, Rashi, with the
거의
5,000
5,000원 차이 나고
gold lead that Onyx
있는데
Esports have built.
메꾸기 조금
Take a look
힘들어
at the
보여요.
items.
Windtalker and the Berserker's Fury on Kyrie, so a lot of damage. And if the fight gets drawn out, essentially DPS as well. And what's important to look at here is the fact that Boots already has that Bloodlust Axe as well. So when it comes to the sustain game, he won't be losing out to that Esmeralda. And arguably, in those fights, he is a lot more significant of a threat towards that backline of RQ Hoshi. Because in a funny way, both these teams, both their compositions actually do a lot better when they are the aggressors. When they're on the back foot, like right now, Vin is finding a very difficult time trapping and abusing the
이게 프랭코랑 Q 이용해서 하나씩 끊어 먹어야 되는데 끊어 먹지를 못해 지금.
Albert only has the purple buff and 60 seconds are left on the clock. We do see Boots once again being a nuisance there in the bottom side, putting a lot of pressure there.
차고
As now
해서 하나씩
Onyx
끊어
made a
먹어야
play
되는
here in
그런
the top
조합인데요.
side.
그게 안
Unfortunately, Vin
되네.
is not going to
그런
be able
느낌이
to
안 나고
connect that
있어요.
objective onto Keyboy. And they are just going to be completely zoned away at this stage. They do have better high ground, but of course, Onyx Esports with Sans, they're going to also be able to have high ground if they steal the Feather Airstrike from Clay.
They're going to have to funnel some gold into Skylar because as it stands, the Irithel is absolutely going to eat this 1-1 up in these team fights. And the thing is, Vin can't really look for those crazy hooks in this game because, guess what? That Lolita is always ready with the shield. RQ
그쵸, 그냥 애초에 픽 박을 때부터 뭔가 요즘에 좀 오피라 불리는 캐릭터들 다 들고 간 느낌이어가지고.
Like Arashi mentioned, this is a team that does super well when they are ahead or even they need to be the aggressors. That's the main
대회에도 많이 나오는 그런 캐릭터들 그냥 오닉이 몰빵으로 들고 갔거든.
6,000 gold deficit for RRQ.
With 6,000 gold, you can see that RRQ, they're trying to actually corral together.
Oh!
Esports.
Keyboy stole the purple buff!
Wow, that is just unfortunate.
와.
And now on Esports, they're going for the Lord.
야, 블루도 뺏겼어.
지금
블루도 지금 리타가
Vin
먹었죠.
flickers in, but there was a little bit of hesitation there as the Numenon blast doesn't connect onto anyone. RRQ
되는 게 없네요.
in shambles in game 1 for now. Onyx Esports taking full control of the game. Keyboy going for the stun. Albert has the
이거
shot to get out.
무난하게 영주 먹으면은
the first Lord.
와 이거는 그냥 진짜 거의 압도하는데요 이번 판
7,000
오닉이.
gold lead here for Onyx Esports as of right
RRQ
now
기존
here in the 10th
죽겠는데.
minute. Being able to secure the Lord without
이거
a
이대로
fight
그냥
from
불리기만
RRQ Hoshi at all.
잘하면은
And
어차피
this is
저쪽
so
라인 정리도 그렇게 막
Vin
타샤
isn't
말고는 좋은
able
것도
to be
아니고
the
그냥 좀 밀릴
sandbag for his
수도
team
있는데.
because he is on a Franco. What he can do is look for pickoffs with his
이거
hook,
진짜
but up
나중에
until this
영주 올
point,
때
he
프랭크
hasn't
그랩만
really
좀 조심해서
been able to land it, even though the Lolita
가면은
isn't
금방
in the
밀어낼 것
vicinity, even
같거든요.
though Keyboy is not in the vicinity. He tried to look for a play onto CW, but because of the movement speed
오죠.
perhaps from
영주
CW
옵니다.
on the Irithel, he is still able to outmaneuver any initiation points coming in from Finn. 8,000 gold lead now, Rashi.
8,000 gold lead, and that means more items available to counter Skylar in that late game as well. The Crossbow of Tang is a very strong ultimate, but it can be countered by a single item, a Wind of Nature, Winter Truncheon as well.
영주 거의 다 내려왔고 라인 거의 비슷하게 밀면서
The only
내려가주죠.
real potential for RQ Hoshi to come back in the late game. Right
자,
now,
바텀 라인,
attended by
미드
Vin, but it
라인
won't
하면서
connect, and
밀어주고
Onyx Esports
타워.
are coming in with the Lord. This is a tough situation, and RQ Hoshi have no real answer to the long-range composition from Onyx Esports.
There's going to be a lot of
타샤
poke. Feather
굶겼거든요.
Airstrike popped in once again to clear out the waves by Clay in the base. A hook
와,
strike
끌었어요.
finally for Vin. That's a hook onto
그쵸,
Keyboy.
이런 걸 조심해야 되는데
CW back for damage to come through from the side of R7. But Kyrie jumps into that back line. Going to be able to dish out the damage, but won't be able to take Vin down. Crossbow attack going to be ready for Skylar right now, but he doesn't pop
그쵸,
it.
제가 말씀드렸죠. 이런 플레이가 나올 수 있기 때문에 영주 올 때가 제일
punches
위험하거든요.
into the head. Onyx Esports still
근데
managing
지금
to
나름
defend, to get out actually of
완만이랑
that siege.
Q까지
2
잡아내면서
for 2 for RRQ. Still an 8,000 gold lead for Onyx. It's not enough for RRQ.
피해를 최소화하긴
Now,
했네요.
Keyboy
뚫린
and
거 치고는
CW,
그쵸.
not nearly enough right now. We take a look at the damage dealt by Axe. Suns
뚫린 거
all the way up
치고는
there,
피해를
followed by
굉장히
Kyrie
최소화하긴
and
했는데.
R7. The only one with significant damage on the side of RRQ. Even Clay with the long range, with the AoE, is unable to match because right now the threat towards the squishier members is so real. And this is exactly what RRQ Hoshi needs, right? A hook, an engage, and that was a hook onto a Lolita. So if he landed on someone even more important, like CW right there, this could be a very different game, and Onyx Esports understand that. They know that RQ Hoshi, they used to be called the comeback
발렌이랑
king.
이런 게 초반에 약한 캐릭터가 아니라가지고
8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead at this point, and it's insane because in that previous team fight, it was nearly worth it for RRQ Hoshi, but Boots
파키토도
really just
세고.
denied that, being able to pick Skylar off who is now sitting at a 1-1 KDA. And if we take a look at the players' gold here, Clay, Skylar, and Albert really low there on the charts, but here we go.
Albert gonna be collapsed on, instantly deleted. Vin hooks a minion in. Kyrie jumping in, getting out of range, and look at the damage, look at the collapse, look at the damage from CW. Just gunning Skylar down, gunning Vin down as well. It's a triple kill for CW. R7 charging in that falling star moon, won't choose to go for it. Onyx Esports can actually look for the dive here, but they will just look for that base turret up top. Two base turrets down, 11,000 gold lead. RRQ still looking for the defense as Kyrie is on the lord. Onyx Esports dispersing really well right now, but R7 won't be able to take that damage. But the impact caught throughout the way, but gonna be canceled out for the knockout strike. And Onyx Esports draw first blood in this series, 1-0 for Onyx Esports.
A one-sided game here for Onyx Esports against RRQ Hoshi. With how much prowess they had in terms of that laning, it's so obvious that when Skylar loses that lane, it seems like RRQ Hoshi have no answer towards it. And Onyx Esports were able to capitalize over that even since that early game.
It seems like in that final fight, Skylar got stuck on the wall. He was trying to jump over it, but it took quite a bit too long. And Kyrie, he sees the opportunity, jumps in towards him, and that's just so difficult to deal with. When you are behind against a team with so much burst damage, the Valentina, the Ling, the Paquito, you see that even the tankiest of members, R7, it takes 1 second for Onyx to ensure that he is gone from the land of dawn. And Onyx Esports, they punish RRQ and get a very dominant showing in game number 1.
It's crazy. That game was, like you said, dominant. How long was that game? 13 minutes, 11,000, 12,000 gold lead in the end there.
아니 근데 완만이 선픽으로 나와가지고
Onyx Esports looking in form once again. And RRQ Hoshi, remember, usually when they lose the first game of the series, that momentum isn't there for them for a momentum-based team. But in the upper brackets, they were able to break that curse. They beat Onyx Esports after losing game 1.
Perhaps that's how they like to play.
Maybe it's a best of 7, so you can't really, they have a lot of time to play with, right? But still, giving over a game to a team like Onyx Esports, it's a very risky maneuver if that is part of the plan.
And we know from the track record that Onyx Esports, they are the ones who are a lot more comfortable playing for the long durations. Remember in Season 8, Onyx Esports, they played, what, about 12 games in one day. So that is something that RRQ Hoshi needs to take into consideration. If they think they can match Onyx Esports in endurance, they better, I don't know, have something up their sleeve, have something that they can use to actually surprise Onyx Esports.
Here you can see the crowd outside. Like we mentioned, in the arena, the tickets are sold out, but here in MPL Indonesia, we've given a little bit of a facility outside for everyone to watch along
나름 뜯어먹는 조합이라고 뭘 노리고 한 것 같은데.
Onyx 1-0 currently.
아니 RRQ.
What are your thoughts on this, Eterna?
It was so dominant, and in a way, I really did think that RRQ Hoshi had the better draft, but I didn't think about the counters that Onyx Esports drafted themselves with as well, because the Irithel was great against the 1-1 for sure in that lane, and we mentioned about Franco not being able to get any landing hooks because of the shielding from Lolita, and at the end of the day, Onyx Snowball made RRQ Hoshi lose game number 1.
And honestly, we need to talk about, I think, the gameplay here more than the draft, right? Because RRQ, they drafted towards that strong side in the XP lane, but they played more towards the 1-1. They played into the losing side, and this is what you can kind of expect. With the Irithel absolutely dominating Skylar in the early stage, you're not really going to be able to enable Skylar like that. CW, sure, very vulnerable to those hooks, but who's there with him every single time? It's Keyboard.
근데 진짜 스노우볼 처음부터 진짜 계속 굴려가지고
becomes a non-factor.
한 번 구른 거 계속 굴려서 그냥 압도했어요. 너무 쉽게 이겨버렸죠.
Against the 1-1, Irithel will win.
Well, they have to try and be a lot more dynamic.
조금의 실수도 없이 그냥 계속 굴렸어.
I expected them to use the mid lane and jungle presence a bit more effectively because Kyrie, right? We talked about how there's a lot of danger in the composition towards him. but he was able to play a flawless game. 6-0 and 5.
링 찌르는
He was
것도 너무
snowballing
좋았고,
all the way
그치?
since the early game, and that is definitely not the
그리고 타워
plan
다이브 칠
for our
때
Yoshi.
그거
If you
티키타카
look at the
해주는 것도
items here,
굉장히 좋았고.
only a Clock of Destiny letting Chuncheon
나쁘지
for
않았어.
play.
전부 다
So
그냥
not really
잘했어.
enough
오닉이
damage
압도적으로.
compared to Sans, already 5 items, right? Very strong snowball.
실수
And
1도
Boots,
없이.
knowing that he is ahead, knowing that the
유일한
team needs to be able to
실수하고는
burst
영주
down
먹고
even the
한타 할
tankiest
때
of
한 번
members like
끌렸던 거
Albert,
그게
like
다야.
R7. He goes for that malefic
그거
roar
빼고는
to
실수가
ensure
하나도
that the
없었어.
burst damage is insane. CW as well with the Wind of Nature. We talked
너무
already
깔끔한
about a lot of
경기였죠.
these heroes being able to actually counter the
압도적인.
crossbow of Tang as well. So even in the late game, I don't think Arc Hoshi have any easy way of dealing with Onyx Esports. It really needs to be something crazy like a hook onto CW, like a huge pickoff. But Onyx Esports, with how they're playing, with the composition, as you mentioned, with Lolita able to actually block away most of the damage, most of the crowd control, Arc Hoshi, they just find themselves blocked at every single turn.
Again, right? It feels like RRQ just didn't play accordingly to the win conditions that were set in the draft. It's a very heavy
일단
single
캐릭터
target
자체가
comp,
지금
especially
초반은 너무
early on,
약해서
right? When you have a
후반 가면
Cho, when you
모르겠는데
have something like a Franco here, even the one you could say
후반까지
with the
간다고
crossbow tank,
생각해야
it
완전히
targets
좋은 거란 말이야.
one player individually, right? It doesn't go five-man full
네,
AoE damage. The only one
저기에서
you
지금
can rely on for
오닉에서
AoE
초반에
damage
그냥
is
너무
probably just
굴려버렸잖아.
and Esme. But they didn't play towards that pick. They went for the neutral objectives. They didn't go for a pick before. They did not time these neutral objective takes properly with that pick potential. They always try to go for the picks when the turtle has already spawned, like we've seen many times. The Franco, look for a hook, gets countered and gets re-engaged on, and that's it, right? RQ needs to adapt to the draft. The gameplay that was presented there just did not fit the draft.
And if you look at the damage tower, man, that is sad. For a team as dominant, as aggressive as RRQ, 0 damage. So not even a single hit towards a turret. That just shows that they were completely
그쵸. 리타도 뜬 상태라서 완전
and as you
다
mentioned, maybe they
막혀버렸죠.
have to adjust how they play out.
그냥
Because
대놓고
we already
지금
mentioned that
완전히
there's
별로 안 좋은
potential.
상황이었긴
We'll see
해요.
in game number 2, but
네,
for game number 1 here,
어차피
MVP by
완만을
Samsung Galaxy A
처음에
series,
두고
gonna be
가지고 그런
Kyrie
상황이
on
나올
that
수밖에
Ling.
없었어.
That's Samsung Ling making an appearance
Samsung Ling,
with
guys.
a killing spree. Well, we'll take a look at the MVP highlights here. Just a bit of moments from game number 1 to just show you guys what exactly was Kyrie able to do.
이 부분에서
Always since the early game,
진짜
he was able to get the very good pick up onto Skylar. And then
잘
mid game,
피한 거 그렇고
you see that he
프랭코
waits for the
궁
right
바깥쪽에서
opportunity
맞은
again and
것도
again.
그렇고 그냥
And of course, credit to
대놓고
him for having
RRQ가 별로 안
a
좋았죠.
solid retribution. So Albert wasn't able to get any moments going on. And aside from that, as we mentioned, there's not
아이리텔
much of a
뒤쪽에서
threat for
프리딜
him
하지.
unless he goes in alone and gets maybe hit with the suppression. And here, even with
위에서
Arthur
링이
getting the
궁
pick
쓰면서
up,
대가리
getting
내려찍지.
the quote-unquote initiation
진짜 할
that
수
they
있는 게
need
아무것도
to try and turn things around. Overall, Onyx is still able to actually strike
리타
back
궁극기
because they're just
숨어서
that far
치는데
behind.
굉장히
And
거슬리지.
once they
일단
have
슬로우
control on the map,
걸리니까.
you already know that Onyx, they waste no time at all making these plays happen. And with the momentum on their backs, just go for the end, even though they don't really have a Lord or any other ways to come with them, because they know all they have to do is consistently destroy, burst down the stragglers from RRQ, and then they take that game just like that.
Yeah, it was so one-sided that Skylar had the same amount of gold as Keyboy. So that's a roamer and that's a gold laner, guys. That just shows how completely dominated RRQ Hoshi was to the hands of Onyx Esports. But game number 1, still a best of 7. A lot of things still able to happen.
They need to improve, firstly, of how fresh they are, how they smell on stage, because the better you smell, the better you play. And I think Onyx just smelled better in game 1, right?
Yeah.
With the new axe effect, though, RQ won't have to worry that much, because just with one spray, that's 48 hours of the dual action body spray on you. 48 hours. Can you imagine that?
No, I can't.
Oh my God.
I can't imagine.
You can't imagine.
I can't imagine.
2 days. Hey. try to smell it right now. Can you smell Arashi with the new axe effect?
Oh, that's Arashi?
That's Arashi.
What?
Oh, you thought it came from the crowd, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought it was someone in the crowd. It turns out it's Arashi.
Well, you guys can go and grab axe, and you can also grab food right now because we are currently not in game. This is a good time for you guys to check out food, to check out even groceries here for some snacks.
Okay,
with the discount
광고
code we
중.
offer you here, grb.to/mpl, you can get a discount.
90% discount.
90%.
90%. And if you guys think that the voucher code is a little too difficult for you to, do, it's a little too hectic or whatever, just scan the QR code below down on Arashi's side to get that discount. Because even if you guys don't want food right now, you want to check out the venue perhaps because we have so many booths, you can also still use Grab and you get a promo code up until like 6K for the grab bike.
Use your head. Get those value promos. And while you're also using your head, obviously, your head needs to be fresh as well, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to wipe your shoulders with Head and Shoulders because it's always clean with no dandruff on your head. Remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders. Wet and itchy dandruff? Immediately wiped out. Ew. And guess what? This is also the limited edition with Tigreal and Eudora on the packaging, on the bottle.
Yeah,
My God.
even when I finish it, I'm gonna put it in my room.
It's
because it's limited edition.
Yes.
With Eudora. Eudora was the
memorabilia.
first hero that I used in Mobile Legends, so I have a sentimental thing with Eudora.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of history for you guys at home.
So do you have a sentimental thing going on for Tigreal, Arashi, or is this just
Unfortunately, my first hero was not Tigreal.
What was it?
I think it was the Mia, actually.
I think, yeah, most people start with Mia, Layla. How did you start with Eudora? Did you just like mages?
I loved mages.
You like mages.
Magic.
Well, magic in the building right now. Arashi. Onyx Esports 1-0. Coach Aldo, the architect.
Working his magic for his team with a JBL Quantum. Crisp, clean instructions to the players. And you can see that in that game, the comms must be absolutely on point. They made near to zero mistakes for the side of Onyx Esports. And despite RRQ, the comeback kings, the dynamic team that can surprise you, right? Onyx Esports are ready at every single turn. So RRQ, they cannot count on that happening any longer. Maybe invest more in the drafts, invest more in the early game, right? Because Onyx is not going to make a mistake. They've shown that in game number 1.
I think at this point, RRQ Hoshi, they can't rely on old tactics. I think that's just clear. Because if they relied, because we know that RRQ Hoshi, they relied so much on the Franco last season, even up until MSC. And teams like Onyx Esports have actually read up on this and they know exactly how to counter it. So RRQ Hoshi, can they bring a different gameplay to the table, seeing as they were one of the main teams that were watched worldwide, internationally. Everyone had their eyes on RRQ Hoshi. Everyone analyzed their games. So in a way, it's actually harder for RRQ Hoshi here in this grand finals.
Well, I think for this season, a lot of people have been looking at Onyx Esports as well. A team that's just been so dominant in the regular season. And here you can see their dominance in game 1. Let's just hope that Onyx Esports are actually able to hold on to that consistency, right? Because remember, in the upper bracket finals, they got game 1 and they lost 3 games in a row. Here, game recap, Onyx and RRQ. It's Kyrie and R7 as the impact players.
Well, that being said, it is a best of 7, so even if they win 3 games in a row, R7, 3 games in a row, it doesn't guarantee that they'll win. Onyx can still win 3 games in a row.
True.
And reverse everything back. That is the possibilities that
will be amazing
in the grand finals. This is what everyone has been waiting for. And right now, with 40 seconds to go, can Field come up with a winning formula for his team to actually perform? Because honestly, it seems like they're a bit out of practice. We saw some mistakes available, some mistakes being made by the players of RRQ, and Onyx exploit that completely. So I wonder what exactly is the adjustment, the plan for RRQ by Coach Field.
Oh man, it feels good, man. For these audience members as well outside, they didn't get the tickets to get in, but it's all good because they can still show their support. They can still watch together outside. And they're hyped still, you know? Even though you're not sitting right in front of the stage, just being around, being in this arena is so amazing.
자, 3초 남았죠. 시작합니다. 두 번째 경기.
Right? We're not in the drafts yet. We're not in the game. And it's this full. Most of them are probably like getting out there, grabbing snacks, or washing their hair or their face with Garnier Men. But here we go, the drafting phase for game number 2 of the grand finals. RRQ, again, still sticking with first pick, not changing the strategy just yet. Onyx Esports on the red side, and for the bans, it looks exactly the same right now. With
자, 갔죠. 네, 똑같이 이제 그록이랑 카디타는 밴을 주는 거고요.
We'll see what they ban next year, as Akai is still going to be the choice of ban here for Onyx Esports. So still the same drafts coming in, still the same bans coming in. We'll see if anything changes, right?
뭐 밴은 거의 비슷하게 나오네요.
In particular, did you see any heroes from Onyx that deserved the respect ban?
Irithel. The fact that they left the
좀 안
Irithel
하면
in the
괜찮을
second
거라고.
phase of bans, right, was just very interesting for me. They banned the
이번에는
Matilda and the
RRQ에서 그냥
Phobias.
완화를
I think the
밴을
Matilda's a good
해버리네요.
ban, but the Phobias in that second phase, the final ban from RRQ, is a bit sussy to me. They already have an Esmeralda to counter that Phobias, yet they still banned it instead of an Irithel that
안
really
쓸 바에야
just
차라리
shuts
밴
1-1
때리겠다.
down
그런
from the early
느낌이죠.
stage.
Definitely a very interesting point to make there. RRQ Hoshi, now they banned the 1-1 instead. So Onyx Esports, they have one more ban, and it really states for RRQ that Kadita and Grok has been very, very respected. So maybe in scrims, Onyx Esports has a secret weapon.
Oh,
For Onyx,
Beatrix,
they
man.
ban out that Beatrix. Back again to the early stages of Season 10. The two marksmen just not being allowed in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I was gonna mention this, right? I think RRQ Hoshi, they find a lot of success if Beatrix is placed in the hands of Skylar. So this time around, they aren't gonna ban out the Eve. They're actually gonna leave that open and opt for the ban on the Beatrix here in the first phase. As the Valentina was left open, RRQ Hoshi will be able to pick this up. So they'll trade here in terms of the draft against Onyx Esports. But now, Onyx do have the chance to pick up the Paquito once again. And a
보자.
okay.
추가 이번에는
the
한국에서
Fighter
추를
Brothers,
들고
Joe and
갔네요.
Paquito.
The dynamic
와, 추랑
martial
파키토.
arts duo.
It's pretty interesting to
야,
see, right? Because
추랑
again,
파키토
right now the Fanny
나쁘지
is
않은데?
open. The hero that was banned out by RRQ, that was replaced here by Wanwan in game 2 was open, but Onyx Esports still.
아,
They
결승
are
실전
prioritizing
4승이야?
the flex picks first. They don't want to go into that Fanny, knowing that again, this hero's not really that successful so far in the playoffs. RRQ though, they pick up a signature Claude for Skylar. With the 1-1 ban and with the Beatrix ban, technically, we've only really seen Skylar perform on the Claude, right?
네, 그럴 수밖에 없죠.
1-1, Beatrix, Claude, so it's a good choice for RRQ.
확실히
And the
좋으니까.
Fredrin here for
발레냐,
R7 is what worries me. Because we've seen this from RRQ. When they go for the Fredrin R7, when Fredrin pick on R7, sure, it's a good laning phase for them. But once the laning phase ends, when the team needs to rotate together, RRQ lose a lot of lane pressure in that XP, and Onyx Esports can still flex that Paquito into the XP lane, right?
와 뭐야 고센 나온 거야?
That mobile advantage, the mobility advantage, it's going to be a hassle for RRQ to deal with, and now especially with the Gusion pick. Because you really don't know where all three heroes are going at this point.
True.
It's crazy how Onyx Esports are able to pick 3 flex picks here in the first phase.
It surprises me about the Fredrin pick because someone like the Esmeralda with higher mobility
고생이
is
나왔네.
actually still open. It's not been banned out. It hasn't been taken either for Onyx Esports, and it's still a possibility for Onyx to take up because we saw that Cho can be put in the jungle position, it can be in the EXP, it can be in the roam, even in the gold lane at this point, right? And so can the Paquito. Gushin can be in flex for Sans or even for Kyrie. So at this point, still very up in the air. As RRQ Hoshi, they don't have much of flex potential at all in terms of their draft. Here in the second phase with the Matilda is going to be the choice of ban here as RRQ Hoshi have the next one.
Onyx Esports, they banned out the Matilda, so now RRQ, if they have squishier members, if they don't select someone with a bit more tough skin, with a bit more securing potential, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive the aggression, right? Burst damage coming in from essentially Cho, Paquito, and Gushin. It's also a good mix of physical and magical damage, so without a Matilda to save lives on RRQ Hoshi, they have to find a different answer.
There's a comment there by Zin, a Gushin player himself. He says that the Gushin should be played as a mage instead of a jungler, because as a jungler with low mobility and slow clear gets outperformed by a lot of these junglers, right? But again, it really depends on the matchup, I believe, right now. Because if you pick a Gushin up against another assassin, you kind of clear at the same rate. If you pick a Gushin against a Kai, a Balman, yeah, I can definitely see that, right? But for Onyx Esports, either way, they were able to make it work in both of these roles, jungle and mid. For the bans though, Matilda, Atlas, RRQ finally taking that Fanny out, and this just shows, right, that flex pick is so insane by Onyx Esports because RRQ, they're forced to ban 2 junglers because they don't know. They still don't know if who's going jungle. The Cho can be roam, the Paquito can be XP, and the Gushin can be mage. Both assassins banned out, Fanny and Ling, but this opens up a Balman still for Kyrie, his signature pick in the regular season. And if they really want to go for the skirmish heavy comp, the neutral objective secure comp, This Bauman still works, but they need some range first, right? Up against a Claude,
자,
Brody,
여기서는
Bruno, or there's a very interesting pick.
뽑을까요?
Leslie
For the Claude.
for the Claude.
This all works very
Yeah.
well. That's burst damage, is true damage coming in, with the rest of the burst damage coming in from Onyx Esports. But Bruno
Bruno
will be the
나오네요.
option that they go for right here.
나쁘지
And
않지.
so far, this is a very scary composition, and you start to see why exactly they banned out the Pyramis and the Matilda, right? It's going to be very difficult for anyone to survive against this kind of damage. And for RRQ, they need tankiness, they need crowd control. Ruby can be an option, but you have to wonder and worry about the sustainability, because even a Ruby building with full tank is going to be hard to survive against the mixed composition, the mixed damage coming in from Onyx Esports. So a bit of sustain will be required as well.
They need CC.
이게 바로 들어오는 것도
They
아닌데.
need CC with how much dive
Bumper.
Onyx Esports has. If they can't secure CC, it's gonna be so easy to run down the members of
뭐야,
RRQ
한국인이야?
Hoshi down. And CC it is. Lolita is going to be the pick, as well as the Lancelot in that jungle position. Onyx Esports with the last pick. Who is it going to be? Are they going to secure a roamer? Or, I mean, gold laner secured, right? Bruno, definitely.
Yeah, but
it could be a mid laner.
야, 응원단장 왜
Everything
계속
else you really
비춰주는
don't
거야?
know.
Yeah.
It's 3 flex picks. And again, this just shows how flexible Onyx Esports really are. And in this draft, now that they know that RRQ have gone for the Lolita and the Lancelot,
아니 근데 고센 상대로 랜슨이
Onyx can
나쁘지
just play
않아서.
it however they
Bauman.
want. And like I mentioned, they go for the Bauman. They want that neutral objective control. And that's 2 for 2 for me in the second phase. Bauman, Bruno. Bruno to go for the snowball, and honestly, this
칙칙한
composition
선수보다
from Onyx,
응원단장이
if
낫다고.
they get that early grasp into the game, I don't see how RRQ can get out of
예뻐서
that, right?
비춰주는
If
겁니까?
RRQ actually weathers the storm, that's their win condition.
I guess right now the only thing they have going for them is the possibility for the
그러니까
Luminous
마치
Blast to
여자들만
actually
골라가지고
counter
비춰주는
a lot of these
느낌이라니까.
dives, right? A well-timed
왜
Luminous
비춰주는지 알
Blast
것
from
같아.
Vin will be able to throw a wrench in the plans of Onyx Esports. But
한국인
even
아닌
then,
것 같아.
Onyx would most likely know how to deal against that.
Let's see. The snowball composition from Onyx Esports is definitely scary.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage output there.
And even relying on the Numenor Blast itself, because of that animation, it can be cancelled, remember?
맞아, 맞아.
And you gotta remember,
스타리그도
right?
연습을
The
많이
reason
비춰줬지.
the Lolita worked so well for Onyx in game 1 was because RRQ lacked CC.
Exactly.
Onyx have a lot of CC in this game to counter that Lolita Numenor Blast
Yeah.
charge. They
자,
have literally everyone
가봅시다.
here. And because the Gusion is in mid, he has to petrify too. So that's CC. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into game number 2. Into the land of dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, 두 번째 게임 시작합니다. 네.
RRQ. Onyx 1-0 currently looking to make it 2-0 with their
자,
draft.
벨몬드 정글이고요. 깔끔하게 지금 레드부터 시작하면서 블루쪽으로 옮겨가고 있죠.
How are they going to do this? Should they play
자,
for the
랜스로스는
early
이제
game?
블루부터
Should they play for the
시작해가지고
late game?
레드 쪽
Because
먹고
in that mid
있고요.
game, Onyx Esports, they're just going to roll on RRQ Hoshi with their composition.
Definitely in the late game, I think. If you look at Onyx Esports, they do very well in
벨몬드가
skirmishes.
굉장히
But in the
날먹
5v5,
정글이라고 요새 말이
there's a lot of
많거든요.
chance for
어떤
RRQ Hoshi
모습을
to go for a
보여줄지 굉장히
combo, to
기대가
do a lot
됩니다.
of
자,
damage. But in the early game,
바이게
they have to
싸움
be
먼저
very, very
들어가고요.
careful.
3대3
But
싸움
Albert
여기서
goes
추가
aggressively.
잘리나요?
Keyboy is
아,
very
여기서
aggressive.
오닉 전면을
Flicker
쏘면서
away.
살아가죠.
RRQ Hoshi
네,
abusing
깔끔하게
the early game even before the
살아갑니다.
ultimates are ready.
And
네,
this is
살아갔고.
due to that mid control. Gusion, not good. I mean, it's good clear.
자, 이번에는
but not
RRQ가
against Valentino,
발렌티나를
could just
들고
bully you away
왔거든요.
from this wave.
I think that's the idea of why it was paired with a Cho in that mid lane. But even then, you need to be able to wait for that level 4.
초반 프레드린이 저쪽에서 안 죽고 잘 버텨준다면
too much of a risky play here in that mid side. As right now, both teams are going to start centering around this turtle. 20 seconds left on the
자,
clock.
밀고 합류가
Keyboy's still level 2,
가능하거든요. 자,
so
올라갑니다.
I'm not going to expect any crazy plays
아,
from
못
Onyx
찍었죠.
Esports at
리타가
this point.
뚝배기를 못
In the
찍었고요.
mid-game with a
밟으면서
bit more
가볍게
items is where they're going to
빠졌죠.
try and make plays happen. And for sure, I assume that they're going to avoid big
아유,
fights and go for the
과제하려면
skirmishes.
과제만 해야지.
Looking at the talent predictions
과제하러
by
가요.
Axe, only one RRQ vote in both English and Indonesian desks.
I actually predicted Onyx,
Oh, okay.
to be honest. So
Only one.
이렇게 되면은
So, only one. All right, if we take it correctly, that means OG, Ranger Moss is the only one who went for RRQ.
빨리 과제하러 가.
Esports once again
과제
going
다
for the
하고
central
와요.
objective. Kyrie to be stunned up
신기.
here as the Numenor Blast will be charged in.
과제하는
Kyrie to be
친구입니다.
caught. First blood
나이스.
over RRQ.
깔끔하게
The crowd
잡아냈네.
erupts
야 이렇게 되면 신기 먹지. 벨몬드가 잡혔네.
The turtle gonna be targeted here by RRQ now, and Onic Esports are gonna be forced to back away. And this is where it's gonna be disastrous for Onic. Remember,
야
because
나쁘지 않아
guess what?
나쁘지 않아.
It's a snowball composition for Onic Esports. If they don't get that lead early
이거
on,
이번에는 RRQ가 약간 앞서 나가죠. 지금 벨몬드가 신기 먹는다 힘이 깔끔하게 잘려주면서 RRQ가 신기도 먹고 벨몬드도 먹고 깔끔하게 일석이조 느낌으로 시작합니다.
Bruno is going to have
자
a really
블루
good
지금
game in
지켜주고
that early. I
있거든요.
think
가정
his
못
base
들어오게
damage is already super
지켜주면서
high, even before items, and going against someone like the Claude who needs those items to scale. In the
자
late
골드라인
game, if Bruno
한번
doesn't
추가
get that
살짝
early
도와주는
lead,
그런
it's going to be
느낌인데
very
원래
difficult. As in the top
당연히
side here,
와우.
R7 is going to be taken down here in a 2v1 situation. And
나쁘지
Onic Esports
않았죠?
starting to look for some compensation on the board.
Let's see in that bottom side with the
자
dragon.
하지만 여기서 또 큐도 잘라주면서 네 비싸게 가져갑니다. 위에 거 잘랐으면 우리는 밑에 거 자른다 이런 느낌.
Utilizing this pick potential now in this game. Onic Esports were able to find a trade up top, and unfortunately for Onic, that's not the winning lane they were looking to play for, because the Bruno so far isn't able to really bully that Claude. The Claude has been free farming here. Remember, he also has the average. So if they trade equally like this, Skylar will definitely have a massive gold lead if he keeps on building, Arashi.
And
야 솔직히 브루노한테 리타가 좋은 거 알아요? 리타 방패 들면 브루노 공 사라지거든요.
Game because right now in the current meta, that gold lane marksman usually is the primary source of damage. So our Hoshi pressuring really well on all facets of the map, and also making sure that Skylar is not shut down like in game number 1. That might be exactly the win condition that they need, because Skylar has shown that he is absolutely scary if he gets ahead. Silence now picks up the genius one, so lower cooldown. We'll see how much pickoff he can do though, because ooh, RRQ.
Another pick here. RRQ so far just out rotating Onic Esports.
Wow, RRQ.
And again, this is a massive question mark to Onic Esports, who have, on paper, should have that early game power. The Bruno wasn't able to bully the Claude, and right now,
이번에는 좋아요.
it's
상당히
RRQ
괜찮은데.
winning. Sans though doing the damage onto
와,
Vin.
이거
That's a
자르나?
roamer right now as he's trying to funnel the gold in
방패 들고
onto
그치?
TW. The shield comes up, the turtle's taking
아이고,
away the shield
죽었네요.
as well.
오, 뭐야?
Oh my goodness, Vin is able to get out.
와 이걸 살아 이 느낌이었는데. 와 그래도 여기서 렌슬이랑 한명 깔끔하게 해주면서 브루노도 잡아냈죠.
At what cost, right? 2-for-1 trade here for RRQ.
와 근데 지렸다 방금 리타,
as
그치?
their snowball completely
아 저기서 살았으면 진짜
obliterated
멋있었는데,
here,
그치?
taken away. Kyrie still able to get that buff though, as there is going to be some compensation on the board. As Sans,
고센 딜
Skylar
뭐야?
still able to outmaneuver him, and Sans now is caught in a
오닉
bad situation. Another pickoff for
고센
RRQ Hoshi.
개불쌍해.
A wiped out for Onic Esports for any hope in that early game.
야 클로드 놀리는 거
Albert
봤습니까?
just
방금?
grabbing up the kills like he can get grab food using the promo code grb.to/mpl. Scan the barcode if you're too lazy to type it in, because this game is absolutely insane as Albert is just styling on everyone. Onic Esports getting baited into a lot of situations, spending a lot of times chasing for kills.
바로
that
그냥
allows
농락해버리네.
RRQ Hoshi to collapse
렌슬
and punish
진짜 잘한다
the
근데.
overextension. RRQ Hoshi taking a lead right here with a 2.6 gold lead.
이게 1스에 실수가 없어, 그치?
RRQ are finding momentum in game 2 instead of 1 like they usually do. Onic Esports now are in trouble. Albert is snowballing, and he definitely used the axe effect earlier. Vin jumps in.
자 여기 3명 클로드 빨리 올라와야 되거든요.
The petrify as well. Vin gonna be taken down. Kibo is the one who picks up the kill.
냈다 버렸죠
Kyrie
그냥.
jumps in once again onto Clay, who's gonna be forced to back up. Has the way the dragon to disengage. Skylar still as well. Lethal counter popped in. Skylar has
자 렌슬 왔고 렌슬 왔다.
dealing so much damage
렌슬
there.
보여주나요? 와 렌슬 와 지린다 진짜.
The class from Albert in game 2. R7 winning in the lane against Boots as well. 3.7k over to the defending Season 9 champions.
Albert is sitting at
야,
4-0-3
렌슬
here in
뭐야?
the 7th minute. And he's a level ahead of Kyrie at this point. RRQ Hoshi gonna shift their focus now on the neutral
와
objective.
렌슬
taking this
인정합니다.
turtle. And this
네
is gonna be the
렌슬
third turtle of the
잘하네요.
game, where Onic Esports has not been able to obtain a single thing on the map other than those 3 kills.
Vin.
와 리타 나이스. 와 지렸다. 야 렌슬이랑 리타 콜라보. 와
Holy
이게
man.
RRQ입니까?
That engage just out of nowhere. No one expected that.
와
This is exactly what we
이게
need to see
RRQ다를
from
바로
Ben. And as mentioned, the
보여주는.
Lolita, when it's ahead, it does a lot of damage, and it has very dynamic, surprising
리타 방금
engagements that
3인궁이었지.
Onyx Esports has to constantly worry about, on top of the fact that everyone else is just making dynamic moves around the map, especially Albert. Now they are forced to ration out their
와
card control
몸뚱아리는
because if they
전혀
don't save
날렵하게 안
some for
생겼는데
Albert,
렌즈를
you already
사용하는 거
see the
보면
damage he's
굉장히
doing right now
날렵하네.
with the Malefic Roar. Even the preliminary physical defense items that Onyx Esports has been able to pick up will be ignored completely.
이 친구 손가락도
Yeah,
굵은데
no
어떻게 저런
ordinary
움직임이 나오는지 잘
Lancelot. 6
모르겠네요.
times picked up and an 83% win rate. And it shows unreflected as he goes on to Keyboy with a godlike.
그냥
And
아무것도
there you
못한다.
go.
애들이 다
He's not
노는데?
stopping. He's on to Boots now. And that's
아이고.
gonna kill. Albert. What the heck? 8-0 and 3.
야, 원맨쇼네.
He's picked up 8
지금
kills.
컴퓨터랑
Man has
하니?
8 kills per
렌즈?
minute as the Lancelot. He's absolutely styling right now. And he's looking for that bottom side and the purple buff steal as well. Onyx are not having a good game here. Item build, Arashi.
Lancelot, Albert on the Lancelot, no War X right now. Hunter Strike into the Malefic War, understanding that they are tanky members like the Paquito, like the Cho, and the Balmon on the side of Onyx Esports. So he wants to make sure that those guys get deleted as well. And you saw the result. Kyrie, Boots, Keyboy, no one is safe from the damage of Albert right now. But of course, that's for now only. You already see the Antikyras being built by Boots, respecting that potential damage. But now you have to really feel for CW on that Bruno. Very few outplay tools.
지금 딜이
very few
괴랄할
mobility
정도야. 지금
options.
렌슬이
And
성장을 너무
Albert
잘했거든요.
being the one with 8 kills right now, your life is forfeit, man.
But interestingly enough, it's always CW being able to do this, right? Even though
굉장히
he's so far
편안하게
behind in
영줄
total,
챙기면서
he's
위쪽에
still
이럴
able
거
to kind of
없거든요.
level
애들 다 왜
Skyler in
위쪽에 가
that
있는지
gold
모르겠지만 프레들린
lane
노리고
as
올라간
RRQ
것 같은데
Hoshi
프레들린
very
밑에
easily going to be
있거든요.
able to get that lowered.
라인은
This is
어차피
looking
지금 올라가서
bleak
밀면
for
되는
Onyx
거고.
Esports.
You see, that will usually be good for CW because he's usually on a scaling hero.
But this time he's not.
This time he's not. Sure, Bruno does damage in the late game. Obviously, he has a lot of damage in that late game. But what you really want to do on the Bruno is snowball. In the early game, that's when you have the most strength, right? You can absolutely dominate your lane. But again, Onyx Esports did not.
아 리타 시야 따주고 렌스 들어갔거든요. 이거
Wow, he's
잡았죠?
just gonna be taken down there. That was all the single target. Clay stole Keyboy's ult. Oh no, that
와
뭐야?
와 방금 추플레이 굉장히 좋았는데 하지만 네 리타 궁극기 다 맞으면서 발렌티나가 깔끔하게 3명 잡아버리네요. 깔끔했죠. 아, 미쳤다 이거는. 야 이거 리타 캐리. 와 세비지. 와 발렌 세비지.
The first savage in season 10 is on a mid laner. It's a wipeout by Head and Shoulders.
야.
RRQ. My goodness.
Clay. We talked about him before this game
와
started.
리타 발렌
but we did not
콜라보레이션.
expect
네.
that kind of
렌슬만이
performance.
다가 아니다. RRQ에는 발렌티나도
The
있다.
person who is
네
always
이걸
in the
보여주는
back
그런
line, being able to
느낌이었죠.
get a savage on the Valentina here. The first savage of MPL ID Season 10 in the playoffs against a team as strong as Onyx Esports. Wow, I am at a loss for words. RRQ Hoshi now, 8,000 gold lead in the plays that Clay could make. What can Onyx Esports do at this point?
You'd expect a gold laner or a jungler to get the first savage in the season, Arashi. Clay.
It's Clay on that Valentina. We talked about how flexible, how dynamic this player is right now. So much improvement. And now that begs the question, what is Onyx supposed to do? They take out Albert, and then they get absolutely wiped out. So how mobile, how aggressive RRQ can play Onyx Esports, they can't even afford to use all their resources to take out one person because Onyx Hoshi will absolutely strike back. And if you take out Albert, Clay is now 7-0-7 as well. He has more than enough damage. And of course, Skylar is still scaling like a monster. Onyx Esports at a loss.
So tough at this point, right? Onyx Esports, they don't have much high ground as well to defend this. 8,000 gold lead and counting.
좋아요.
Skylar already with a wind of nature, so he can go in, use a blazing duet, and just not receive any damage, perhaps, from Onyx Esports.
Maybe Sans will be the one that can change that depending on the situation. But Onyx Esports, they need to ration out their spells. As we mentioned, they require some crowd control for Albert, now some for Clay as well as for Vin, and if they're a bit too careless, Skylar will come into the blazing duet. So they need Suns maybe to try and deal damage to him, because with the Wind of Nature, everyone else, it's gonna take way too long for them to take him out.
그냥 그대로
And
주면은
with
좀
that in
밀리겠다는
mind,
소린데요.
Onyx Esports zoned away. Our should take a free Lord 8k gold lead.
Deja vu, but it's on a
네, 그냥
different
좀
team
밀리겠다는
here for
소리죠. 이거 라인
RRQ.
돌리는 거 별로 안
Clay
좋은 걸로
looking for that play.
아는데.
Mons
맞죠?
is forced to use the ultimate defensively. And when you're on a Gusion, that just shows that your composition and just you in general, you've been outscaled. 9,000 gold
아니
lead
라인
for the
정리도
team.
RRQ가 훨씬 좋아.
That should have
3승부도
the
잡아도
hold in the
되겠다고요.
late
맞죠?
game or in the mid game.
3연승 가자
Definitely
RRQ.
not that early full like this.
No. It didn't work out. The composition
아니
that
근데
Onyx
이거
Esports
7판
brought,
4선승제라는 말도
unfortunately, it did
있던데.
not work out. And now RRQ Hoshi in the 13th minute with a 10,000 gold lead, approximately one item ahead of each of the members from RRQ Hoshi.
자
And now
이거
they're
그대로
gonna look for the
밀리겠다는
final
소리거든요. 그대로
We'll see
준
once
거.
again as that's the enhanced
자
lord.
여기서 어떻게
RRQ can
하냐.
definitely look for a wipe here, but if Onyx Esports are able to micromanage properly with their CC and their damage, they should be able to defend it for now. Lord going to be cleared in the mid lane. RRQ don't care. They're going to go for that bottom side, taking it out. R7, the shot of damage there as the Numenor Blast will not connect onto anyone. That's a massive restore of the Flicker as well. On Esports, they're going to play, but it's going to be the taunt coming in. Now the damage as well. That's going to be Sans taken down. Boots in the midst as well. Lethal counter over.
압도적이죠. 네.
Onto the Onyx Esports members.
아무도 안
PW is the
죽었어.
only one left. And RRQ
야
equalized
그러면은
in
저는
game
4대1로
number 2.
네, 4대1로 RRQ가 이긴다
as
걸겠습니다.
Onyx
이거 누가 봐도
Esports were able to
4대0이죠.
get that really dominant game in
떡까지는
game
아니고
number
영은
1,
아니니까 4대1로
but it instantly
RRQ가 이길 것
Uno
같습니다.
card from
잘하네요,
RRQ
확실히.
Hoshi in game
와 방금
number
랜슬롯
2.
보고 지렸지 뭐야.
And that was
이번 판 랜슬롯이 진짜 너무
so
잘해가지고.
dominant by RRQ.
바지에 똥질인 것 같은데 기저귀 갈아입고
Unfortunately, for that
와야겠다.
snowball play, but RRQ Hoshi shut them down from that early game and
지금
did
이제
not
1대1
allow
전체 스코어.
that to happen.
The season 10 pattern
근데
continues,
초반에는
man.
진짜 조합이
When
너무 안
everyone
좋았거든.
thinks that in this game, Onyx is gonna take over, RRQ just flip it around and said, really?
4대2
You
뜰
think
것 같다고?
so? We go and get Albert
4대2라고? 나는
snowballing,
4대1로 이길
destroying
것
everyone,
같은데?
even the tankest of members on that Lancelot, and afterwards, just on the cherry on top, let's get Clay as Savage. RRQ striking back, making a huge statement.
RRQ가 정배야. 왜요? 역배에 걸게요?
We mentioned that it's scary for RRQ after the game 1 loss, but now RRQ they've got momentum
전체
back
승률
on their
그러니까
side.
지금까지 역대 대회 스코어를 봤을 때 RRQ가 4번 이겼어 오닉을. 오닉은 한 번 이겼고.
Then RRQ with a massive dominant game in game 2 and they use that momentum really well.
리타 진짜 잘했죠. 인정님 맞습니다. 리타도 잘했어요. 거의 리타 랜슬롯, 리타 발렌 콜라보로 가가지고 진짜 다 때려잡았어. 리타 진짜 잘했습니다. 눈에 잘 안 띄긴 했는데 리타도 확실히 큰 역할을 했죠. 그리고 방금 같은 경우에 리타 픽이 상당히 괜찮았어요.
So basically, they made the same mistake that RQ did in game number 1.
Yep, in a way, because right now that it seems like teams that
4대 1패가 아니고 5승 1패야.
get so
그쵸,
much
전체
benefit
스코어가
of the fact that in the mid game, those gold leaders
역대 그냥 전적으로 볼 때 RRQ가 5번이나
doesn't get any resources.
이겼거든요.
You might as well be fighting 4v5, right? It's just a lot more than the lane for that gold lane in particular, and for RRQ, ooh, they are just able to find so much success.
아까 세비지도
And in a
리타
way,
손에서
it
만들어진
seems like
거거든요.
whenever they play a bit messy, right? When we saw that Albert actually gets picked off,
세비지.
surprisingly, they just find a way to turn that in their favor. Because if you think about it, if it wasn't Albert that gets caught off, wouldn't commit nearly as hard. They know that was the main target. They all go for it, and that allows them to get completely wiped out. So it's just a very confusing way of playing for RRQ Hoshi.
First Savage in Season 10 is in the grand finals. Crazy.
왜 여자는 이쁜데 남자들은이라고?
Savage.
아니 그럴 수 있죠. 아니 근데 여자들도 이쁜 여자들만 비춰줘서 그럴 거예요. 남자들은
You'd expect the jungler? You'd expect the gold laner? No.
그래요.
It's dead end from Bobo.
Valentina in the mid lane. That was just so unexpected. I don't think anyone expected that kind of performance coming in from Clay, and he just continuously surprises us with things that he has up his sleeve. And it was really well mediated as well by the other members. I think we were supposed to see a Savage earlier on, like in the regular season, but remember how that got denied?
그래요,
So
진짜.
it became a Maniac, but that was
네.
supposed to be a Savage as well.
그럴 수 있죠.
Well,
Bigatron, right?
저는 그럴 수 있다고
first
생각합니다.
official
네.
Savage,
First
though,
official
finally coming through, and wow. You have to wonder how Onyx is feeling because
Exactly.
they were on a roll and then out of nowhere, it's not just a loss, it's not just a dominant performance, it's not them getting outplayed even though their composition should have came out on top. It's also that Savage, so a lot of mental pressure, but Onyx is
이제 한국이랑 미적 기준이 좀 다른 거죠. 느낌 아시겠죠?
What the architect can cook up for us.
It shows you that again, even in this patch, in the grand finals, it's not just reliant on the draft. Right?
아마도요.
Because if it was based on the draft,
인도네시아예요.
honestly, with the winning lanes that Onyx had, they should have been able to get
대회니까.
at least the advantage early on. Execution matters as well, and RRQ displayed it here. As we are going to dive into the item builds for this game, another 13-minute game.
아 근데 진짜 이번 판도 압도적이었어. 이번 판에 진짜 너무 잘해가지고 정글러랑. 아, 솔직히 정글 캐리가 어떤 건지 이번 판에 보여주는 그런 느낌이었죠. 솔직히 발렌티나도 상당히
As you
잘했고요.
can see, a lot of damage and the Malefic Roar.
이거 봐봐, 골드 라인에서 프리팜이나 클로드랑 골드 차이가 나.
A pattern that will start getting popularity because usually we see that Lancelots go for the War Axe, and right here with the Hunter Strike Malefic Roar combo, he's able to actually be relevant, doing damage to not just the squishy members but the tankier members as well. It's part of the reason why they're able to actually
찌발렸다는 게 지금 골드 차이 봐봐.
Clay on that Valentina though, even though there's a Grushan on the team of Onyx Esports, no Athenas, and instead going for the Oracle to supplement the healing from Valentina's kit. So it's very smart, and of course once that's done, it's just very difficult, man. He is just doing a lot of damage, and he is very surprisingly survivable.
I want to point out something you mentioned in the game actually, Arashi. You said that Albert was shredding through everyone.
인도네시아 이분이들 많다고요.
And you can see the build that he went for. It's mostly just penetration, right? He actually skipped the BOD. The BOD he saved for last. He went for the War Axe, obviously the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, and even the Endless Battle to add more true damage to his kit. So that's the reason he was able to shred through even the anti-curses over from Onyx Esports.
일단 언어가 통하나요?
Very smart optimization choice for sure, and it's not nearly as dominant. Well, I guess it's close.
네, 맞아요.
Tower 0 for RRQ in game number 1. Only 1,500 in game number 2 for Onyx Esports. But overall, it's still a very dominant showing from RRQ Hoshi.
근데 동남아에 영어 못 하시는 분들도 많던데.
Maybe it doesn't seem as one-sided, but that's just how RRQ Hoshi plays, right? They give you a bit to take a mile, and the
탕수육 왜 안 오냐고. 와, 탕수육 먹으면서 보고 있어. 개부럽다.
잠깐만. Zero death.
8-0-10, 86%. This is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Clay. 8-0-10. Look at the itemization as well, right? Genius Wand.
DHC 골드킥 먹고 있다고?
Kind of the same.
와, 우리는 왜 안 사줘? 빨리 우리 집 주소로 보내세요.
HP damage, it just allows heroes that has a lot of multiple
나
instances of
배고프니까
damage
빨리
to do a lot
보내주세요.
more, and
아시겠죠?
that is exactly what Clay is able to do in this MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series all the way in the early game, and you see that Sans and
아니야, 근데 동남아에도 영어 못 쓰는 사람들
they
많아.
try and secure the lead because they need to, but then they stick around for way too long and they get absolutely punished. And Vin, when his team is ahead, when he is the one looking
와서 같이
for creative
먹자고요.
ways to engage,
어디신데요?
this is the
저
kind of
부산이에요.
success you can expect to see. And Albert just starts taking over that game, and of course, this is that moment, man. The whole
지금
team,
부산 해운대입니다.
they commit
본집
for
왔거든요.
Albert, and they get shredded by the blazing duet. And once that's over, Clay just comes in with the spammable nature of the spells of Valentina. That's a lot of damage. And the team, they know what to do.
야,
They
명장면들
stop moving.
보여주네요.
They let him
네.
get that final kill with a basic attack, so that was nearly taken away. And even here,
빨리빨리
Onyx,
했으면 좋겠다고
despite the
인정.
fact that they're trying
솔직히
to
선수들 쉬는 아니 근데
defend,
선수들
there's no
쉬는
minute wave
시간도
available. RRQ are just way too ahead.
지금
And it's a
RRQ
bit of a
오닉
deja
1대1
vu to game
전체
number
스코어.
1. Onyx has officially struck back. We have to see if this turns out to be an insane back and forth.
Wait, because this is not just deja vu to game 1, but deja vu to the previous Royal Derby that we saw yesterday.
참이면 치킨 5마리
2 days
있다고.
ago,
그래, 인정.
right? Onyx was able to get that first win, landslide, dominant.
지금 주머니 사정이 어려워서 뭐 시켜 먹지 못해. 집에 집 냉동실에 있는 닭가슴살 먹여 먹여야 된단 말이야.
So is it going to be a repeat to what we saw in the upper bracket finals?
인도네시아가 동남아에서 몇 번째로 잘
It's gonna be the
사냐고요?
question.
그건
It
이제
definitely
인터넷
can't be a
검색을
repeat, right?
추천드립니다.
RQ could definitely take it 3-1, but remember, it's a best of 7. So either way, you're gonna have to win one more game there after the 3-1. We've mentioned many times that the format really matters, right?
아,
And
NPL에서
right now in the
손님이
best of
없다고요?
7, anything can happen. Fatigue can kick in.
그건 좀 슬픈데.
But obviously, you can't get fatigued if you watch this on TikTok and you upload your excitement watching MPL Indonesia as well, because you get so
인정님,
many rewards by
가게하세요.
doing the challenge using the hashtag
MPL celebrations,
무슨
but instead of an
가게하세요?
IO, put a 10 with numbers.
numbers. Yes.
Yes.
And you can get numbers as well because you guys can get all this right here. Rashi.
1위가
Samsung
싱가포르라고.
phone. Do you want it? Secret lab chair? Do you want it?
기다려봐, 형이 검색해줄게.
Why would I
아이
not want it?
정말
This is the best time in the
동남아
business right now.
잘
It's a
사는
no-brainer. Of course you want it.
나라 순위.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, after this match, we're gonna have a break.
보자,
So
싱가포르,
obviously for the
넘사,
players,
그다음에
sometimes
브루나이,
you're on
그다음에
stage and you're
말레이시아,
thinking
그다음에
that hard.
태국, 그다음에
Get ready.
인도네시아.
Your face gets very oily.
나머지는 아둥바둥.
Garnier Men, for all of you guys right now, Garnier Men is the #1 men's facial care brand in Indonesia for over 9 years, and everyone's been asking me.
9 years?
와인바요?
Everyone's been asking me,
괜찮네요.
man.
Older than me.
Oh, wow.
와인바
You're
아신데.
8 years old, or
Yeah.
wow, all right. That's a
At
fun
heart.
fact, ladies and gentlemen.
Surprise, surprise.
Everyone's been
우와,
asking me and
나
Rashi,
와인바 같은
you,
한 번도 안
right?
가봤어.
Because hey, guess what? Garnier has female
Line.
모르겠어.
skincare. as
인정님이
well,
하는
female line, right?
가게면
Why? How is your skincare so good? What do you use? I always tell them, I just wash my face. That's it. And they don't believe me. Now you will believe me because Garnier Men is here to come and play, right, Arashi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Arashi is going to take a break with me and Eterna as well because we got to wash our face after that game, man. Even casting here gets pretty sweaty. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this break.
아, 이번에 쉬는 시간 좀 길게 가지나 본데. 그쵸? 두판했다고 쉬는 시간 좀 길게 가지나 봐. 아, 6분이나 하네, 쉬는 시간. 와, 인천에서 하신다고요? 아, 인천 와서 모바일레전드 가르쳐주시고 와인 한 잔 준다는데. 준비됐어. 준비됐어. 지금 인도네시아 선수들 하고 있는 거예요. 아, 5분 후에 아마 세 번째 경기 시작하는 것 같거든요. 이제 여러분들도 이제 화장실도 한번 갔다 오고 이제 밖에 나가가지고 뭐 담배 타임도 좀 가지고 뭐 그런 거 하시면 될 것 같아요, 여러분들. 아, 그쵸. 담배는 몸에 안 좋으니까 최대한 끊으세요.
Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari.
와, 신화 보내주면 한 명 깐다는데요. 원장님 회 좋아하시나요? 회 환장합니다. 네. 회는 그냥 눈앞에 있으면 침 질질 흘리고 있거든요. 네. 이미 입 안에서 반응을 하죠. 네. 자동 반사. 회 환장합니다. 최하급 소고기 대 최고급 회요. 당연히 최고급 회 먹죠. 말이라고 말이라고 합니까? 원장님 동생분도 모래 하시나요? 아니요, 동생을 롤 합니다. 네, 컴퓨터 리그 오브 레전드 합니다. 동생은 롤밖에 안 하는데. 카트라이더도 한답니다. 카트라이더 뜨실 나왔거든요 지금. 아 대신 스피드전 안하고 아이템전 한답니다.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't.
아 나도 뭐 좀 먹으면서 보고 싶은데. 아 먹을 게 닭가슴살. 먹을 수 있는 게 닭가슴살밖에 없다. 게임합시다. 안 돼요. 네 결승 꼭 보고 싶거든요. 지금 2분 후에 또 게임 시작하는데 제가 게임을 지금 시작해버리면 결승을 볼 수가 없잖아요.
Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss the thing. Unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
군고구마요? 집에 고구마는 있어. 집에 고구마 있습니다. 고구마 먹으라고? 배고파. 말을 심하게 하네. 가제 끝나고 보러 가제 끝나고 보러 오라니까. Yo, check it out. 에어프라이기에 구워 먹으면 맛있어요. 고구마 에어프라이기에 구워 먹을까? 아이스 고구마가 된다고?
지금 F 돌리면은 그거 입.
원장님 지금 나오는 노래 불러주세요라고 말씀하시는데 제가 이 노래를 어떻게 합니까?
부를 수 있잖아.
뚜구뚜구뚜구뚜구뚜구뚜구뚜구. 짜증나게 하지 마라.
aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak.
110도에 30분, 160도에 30분, 190도에 30분. 아 그러면 총 1시간 30분을 익혀야 되네요. 네 그렇게 되면은 이제 시간이 9시 47분이 되겠고 그러면은 이제 네 먹기 좀 찝찝한 시간이 되네. 요즘 또 제가 또 다이어트 중이라 가지고 동생분도 같이 유튜브 관전 중이신가요? 아니요. 이게 컴퓨터가 붙어 있어서 동생은 옆에서 롤 중입니다.
Game 3 awaits us, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the caster desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Rashi here live once again at the MPL Arena in Jakarta, Indonesia, with a full house. It's time for both Onyx Esports and RRQ to head up on stage.
RRQ.
In Game 3.
Game 3. Now,
뭐야?
it is.
프링글스냐?
It is. We're still at 1-1 right now.
어이 친구 이거
No, not 1-1. Come on, chill.
뭐야
much
프링글
is 1-1.
짬링글스야?
1-1.
아이 짬링글스 드시네 지금.
Resupplying right now, just making sure that they stay topped up to fight against RRQ in this very competitive final match.
I heard they got the snacks with Grab Food and Grab Mart.
90% discount.
Wow. 90%, you're right.
Cheap snacks.
grb.to/MPL.
MPL.
If you want this QR code, it's not right now, all right? We'll see the QR code later on, or you could just rewind the video.
Yo,
Obviously, we're gonna grab
check it
Game
out.
3 very soon. Eterna. Both of our teams have gone home.
I know.
Bigatron and Aura. They did
Aura
not
was
make
top
it.
3 though.
Yes, they are. Arashi, your team still here in the grand finals. Donnie's somewhere in the crowd with he has an Onyx jersey on.
I think he's yelling the loudest.
Oh yeah, probably. Probably. He's gonna lose his voice from supporting instead of casting. But Arashi, tell us how you feel right now with your team in the grand finals. Currently 1-1, they just equalized. Yes? Oh, how are you feeling?
저기서 갑자기 김치짱이라고 소리 지르는 거 듣고 싶다고? 그 무슨 맥락 없는 멘트야.
Because I know that it's no secret that RRQ occasionally, right? They seem to be a bit more.
저 중에 아까 한국인이 있었어요. 아까 그 판때기에 뭐였지? RRQ 사랑해요인가? 그렇게 적힌 판때기 들고 있는 사람이 있었어. 한국인이 있습니다.
My faith, my confidence straight back in it. So I have high hopes. I think it's going to be very competitive, and I'm worried. And I'm trying to consider what exactly are Onyx going to try and do to go up against RRQ, because again, right here, not just drafts, right? You have to actually match out the drafts with the players and their executions, because the same composition in the hands of a different team might result in a completely different outcome. So I think this is exactly what makes it so interesting. But what else is interesting is where you guys can get your e-commerce needs.
Lee?
Gleam.li/sahabat.
Mine.
There you go. That's the link you guys need to go and put into your browsers.
원장님 가서 유튜브 홍보하면 구독자 떡상하냐고요? 전혀. 내가 영어로 방송을 해야 구독자가 떡상을 하지 않을까요? 저기는 이제 한국어 거의 못 알아들을 텐데.
MPL10, or you can scan the QR code if you cannot differentiate
심지어 홍보도 영어로 해야 돼.
like I can.
자, 이제 또 8초 후에 픽합니다. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 네. 뱀픽 시작합니다.
For you have your Samsung phone ready. You have a lot of cameras to scan that QR code, no problem.
I'm way ahead of you.
You can scan the QR
좀 마음
code
너무
with the
아프네.
wide camera, the close-up as well. It's absolutely amazing or awesome. Here though, in Game 3, I think drafts are going to be awesome as well. Onyx Esports, do you think they're going to try something like that again? Something very coin flippy? A early game or lose game?
I think that I was about to tell you this earlier.
진짜 남자 아무나 막 비추네 괜찮네요.
But I really feel like Valentina, right? As we keep telling you every single time, it's always top of the damage dealt charge, and you don't really notice the presence of the Valentina unless you see the actual stats. So I really think that the unsung hero for both these games is that Valentina pick.
원장님 저기 가면 상위 몇 프로 모르겠어요. 아마 거의 중위권에 있지 않을까요?
Flexible ultimate outcome, and if you are behind, Valentina's passive, right?
네, 상위가 아니고 중위권에 있을 것
So
같습니다.
far, both of the games that have been won has the Valentina in the draft.
Exactly.
And I'm actually confused because in the item build, I saw that Play built Oracle.
Because Valentina does have a built-in regen in her kit, so with the Oracle, he's just so tanky, man. You see that some of the members, obviously from Onyx,
와, 옆에서 더 심하게 말하네.
he just sustains you, and that is what a Valentina can do if you're fed. Now, other heroes, they can do damage, but if you pick them off, they are vulnerable. But with the Valentina, you're so mobile, you have spammable damage, and you have sustain as well. So, very, very strong hero.
It just shows you how much base damage the Valentina has, right? Because he built the talisman into a genius wand, into a glowing wand, then a defensive item, and he still did that much damage, right? He got savage in the team fight. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna dive straight into game number 3, and still for
똑같죠? 아마 똑같이 이제 카리타 그룹 밴 나올 거고요. 파라미스 밴 나올 거고. 뭐 당연하죠. 자, 다음에 그록 무조건 나온다. 그록 나오죠? 짜자잔. 그쵸. 네, 한치에 오차도 없고요. 트림이 없죠. 자, 여기서 이제 주목해야 될 게 과연 발렌티나를 밴을 하는가, 아카이 그대로 밴 가져가고 똑같죠. 그냥 여기까지 고정입니다. 일단 요까지는 고정이야. 밴 요까지는 고정이었고 그 다음부터 조금씩 바뀌었는데 과연 여기서 밴이 어떤 게 나올까?
But man, he absolutely popped off in the second game, and I wonder if
왕왕 그쵸 똑같죠 전반이랑 똑같은 밴인데
Still the same bands here coming through, like
그쵸
game
same
number 2,
band
the
coming
1-1 being the choice
true라고
of band here for
하네요
RRQ Hoshi.
똑같은 밴이거든요
Onyx Esports, they
자
have
여기서
the
맞죠 내
band
말이
in
맞죠
Valentina,
발렌밴
so
나온다
they
했습니다 정확하게
recognize
발렌밴
the
나왔고요
prowess that the Valentina can have.
Yep.
And they will be able to take it away. But now RRQ Hoshi, they have to choose. Are they going to pick up the Paquito?
자
earlier
누가
on, or
발렌을
are they
먼저
going to
밴하나 이런
prioritize
느낌이었는데 자 이제 오닉에서 발렌을 밴을 해버렸네요
Talked about this a little bit yesterday, right? Where in the Aura Fire game.
확실히 세비지의 타격이 컸죠. 세비지 너를 찔러줄게. 와.
It's Flashy!
The trio. Oh, actually, is that a...
와우.
Okay.
자 이번에는 RRQ에서 파키토를 들고 갔거든요.
Oh, there's Luke as well and Audi. The whole squad is here.
지금 손가락 뭐 하는 겁니까? 지금 애교 부리는 겁니까?
The Paquito, yeah. It's still a bit too expensive, I think, to go for the Beatrix first pick. But Onyx Esports can definitely pick up the Beatrix here in the second.
야 탈모컷은 심했다. 탈모컷이라뇨.
Huh. What do they want to go for?
Do they want to prioritize that lane?
Matilda.
Oh, Matilda is the
마틸다 라일리 드디어 나왔네 라일리야.
So they are still playing for that strong mid side. Sans plays an
야
absolute
라일리야 나올 때 마틸다가 엄청 자주
And now
나오네.
with the Matilda, if RRQ want to go aggressively the same way they did in game number 2, Onyx will have an easier time saving their members.
자 라일 마틸다 마스크 작아 보이는 거 나만 그럼이라고 아니야 작은 게 맞아.
That mid lane pressure is going to be huge, right? Crazy wave clear, crazy engage. They also have a lot of damage. Plus they are reliant on that level 4, especially for Lilia, who's able to burst down that minion wave really quick.
이런
They're going to be
표정이죠.
able to rotate a lot as well with the mobility that the Matilda can have. And with that in mind, RRQ Hoshi have responded with the claw.
귀염귀염하네요.
Beatrix so far, and instead they pick up someone like the Farsa who can outrange the Lilia in lane, but she is heavily reliant on that level 4.
아이고.
So expect them to have to play a little bit more patiently than Onyx.
자 여기서
looking at the compositions
클로드라
right
파샤.
now, RRQ again that Farsa early on will mean that Onyx Esports have a chance to actually counter it right now. They can go for something like a Yuzong here because guess what? It's the first phase.
뭐지?
The last pick in the first
마스크 왜
phase.
내리죠?
Yuzong, you agree?
지금 굉장히 꽁냥꽁냥 하는데 기분이 안 좋네요.
But considering everyone else will dive in, you start to wonder if that will be a problem. So Fredrin is picked up. I think it to be a nuisance in the laning phase, right? We saw that R7 on that Fredrin is able to shut down Roots completely. The Paquito wasn't nearly as scary as we are used to seeing, although it was still able to just
굉장히
beat up
꽁냥꽁냥하네.
members if they are exposed. For Onyx though, they ban out that Lolita, so RRQ's Vin will have to find something different, another different pick to try and compensate for that ban.
Right now, honestly, for Vin, there's still a lot on the table here. You can choose someone, perhaps like the Jawhead, the Diggy, Natalia. Still so much he can use. A lot of heroes, but RRQ Hoshi now
자 리타벤 나왔고요.
to be able to take away from Onyx Esports. And they are going to start with a Fanny, and this is really interesting. 27 times picked up only a 38% win rate, and we've talked about how much of a problem the Fanny has been in terms of that win rate, right? Everyone who picks up the Fanny usually loses a game, and it really has gone down in terms of that meta.
I feel like the Fanny just forces you to play in a certain way, and we talk a lot about one-dimensionality. And of course, if you're forced to play a certain way, it's going to be, first of all, hard for you to adjust and adapt. But second of all, easy for your opponents to predict what you're going to do. And Onyx bans out the Esmeralda. And interesting enough, I thought that RRQ, it could be a very strong pickup for them. If they go for the Esmeralda and put the Paquito in the jungle, I feel like there was potential. But Onyx sees that possibility as well, and they banned that out. RRQ, I wonder what it's going to be. Is it going to be another assassin? Is it going to be a utility pick? Because utility has been so important in guaranteeing these fights for both these teams.
I think it should be the Ling ban here for RRQ again, knowing that they have a Farsa. It's very easily countered, and they do go for that Ling ban here. It's also a signature pick for Kyrie. I think they're very comfortable giving Onyx Esports and Kyrie the utility compared to the assassins, right? So Onyx now, they have a choice once again. Do they want to put Kyrie on something like a Bauman, or do they want to utilize his micro with
Amon?
Oh, just an assassin in general is what I was thinking of. Amon could definitely work here up against a Claude though. Very easy for the Claude to jump out with the Battle Mirror image. They go for a Karina.
카리나네.
A good mix. You
정글
can
카리나인데.
still, flex that in the game
카리나가
itself, even if
나오네요.
you go for mystery shop.
Yeah.
No,
A lot of magic damage though now for Onyx Esports, right? Karina magic damage, Matilda, Lilia. How are they gonna?
AP 딜이 너무 많은데.
Beatrix,
you're right.
아니 카리나까지 나와버리면은 오닉의 AP 딜이
Can serve that role really, really reliably, but against a Pakiro, Claude, and Farsa, that's a bit, kind of sus. With a Matilda around though, it might not be as dangerous as we think it is. Now RRQ, it depends on these final two picks, right? Is it going to be crowd control, more burst damage? Ruby can also work actually. You are absolutely right.
I think if it's not Ruby here, they might pick up something like
Atlas.
Oh my god.
Oh, very
와,
aggressive
아틀라스
pick
나왔어.
here from RRQ Hoshi. It does
야,
kind of make
아틀의
sense, though,
벨몬드네요.
it can be
벨몬드
useful
정글의 아틀라스
to go
지금
against these heroes
파키토
that aren't
파샤까지.
high,
킬로드.
low,
나쁘지
high
않은데?
range.
좋아.
So it
좋은데
could
RRQ.
work with the Balmond being picked up as well. They are going to be
정훈이
able to
마지막
have
픽 뭐
a
가져갈까요 그럼?
advantage in terms of that neutral objective pickup. But Onyx Esports now.
네,
the
지금
last
픽
pick
굉장히
here should be
괜찮거든요,
for gold
RRQ.
lane.
I mean, at this point, it's what the.
와, 미야 뭐야?
Alright.
와, 미야?
Beatrix, Onyx Esports.
와, 오닉 미야 꺼냈어.
Hang on,
Mia?
is that because if he goes invisible,
Exactly.
the blazing duet does
와,
not do
지금
damage?
해설자들도 다
That is one of
놀랬거든요.
the keys, but also it's a built-in purify, right? If you get caught in the fatal links, you can actually just use your ultimate to get out of it. But still, that laning phase, you're up against the Claude actually, so the scaling won't be that bad. You're not gonna be bullied in the lane. But Onyx are gonna have to really help this
해설자도
Mia
놀래면
scale
진짜
up to be
뭐,
that monster
미야?
in the late
이러는데?
game. If RRQ are able to use this Farsa to just zone and just to rotate towards that gold lane, it's gonna be absolutely insane. It's gonna be tough. But Onyx, I think with the traps that they've set for themselves, will be able to actually enable this Mia.
Safety from the Matilda, and if you think about it, being the only physical damage dealer, the main physical damage dealer, the AoE damage from the Mia can be very valuable. So on paper it makes sense, but of course in the Land of Dawn it's a completely different story. So let's just see what's gonna happen.
Let's jump into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Mia. First Mia pick in Season 10. And again, it has to be on CW. The most dynamic gold laner.
와, 이거는 진짜 네, 뭐가 됐든 명경기가 나올 것 같아요. 일단 미야가 나왔기
For this game,
때문에.
I'm gonna have to say Onyx here. I would love to see how CW plays this. He's actually opted for the killing spree as well. So it's a very aggressive Mia.
아마 들어오는 거 받아치지 않을까
Especially
싶어요.
paired up with items that can give you physical lifesteal, she is going to be able to create crazy plays, be aggressive, and stay alive, basically in terms of that team fight, right? So we're gonna see exactly how this pans out. Onyx Esports have a really aggressive mid lane. It's starting to show with the way that it's been playing. And fun fact here, by grab, Mia from CW was able to get a Savage in MPL ID Season 9, so last season.
그치, 근데 미야는
It's a
사기 진작
power pick
들 수밖에
for
없죠. 뭐 다른 거
CW.
들 게
I
없어요.
wouldn't say power
미야는
pick,
사기 진작
but
들어야죠.
it's definitely a
무조건.
strong pick on the hands of CW. Vindo again looking for that bottom side. Good guiding win.
자, 마틸다 이용해서 잘 빠져줬죠.
Draft to actually enable Mia because with the Matilda, even if you want to commit onto
아, 미야
CW,
먹었다.
you can actually get out and CW actually steals
설악이
that
미야
gold
먹었고.
buff away as well.
Great execution for Onyx Esports so far, and they don't really have a. RRQ doesn't have a solution for this guiding wind, right? They want to go very aggressively, but at any point, Onyx Esports, if they position properly,
해설 미야 얘기만 한다고? 아니 근데 그럴 수밖에 없는 게 미야가 진짜 처음 나온 거 아니냐?
But of course, Vin is very adept at
아무도
doing
예상
so, so it's a bit of a
못했으니까
showdown
그럴
in
수밖에
the
없죠.
roaming position as well. And usually, when it comes to defensive against aggressive, the aggressor gets an innate advantage.
I'm still trying to think about like the Mia pick.
네, 미야 아마 원맨쇼 나오거나 아니면은 그냥 지거나 그런 느낌일 것
see
같은데.
how powerful this pick is. Why did Onyx pick it in the grand
아니면 답
finals,
없어.
right? Gotta ask
다
yourself that.
마딜이라서
Albert now is looking for the steal.
미아가
Pulled
해줘야
out by
돼.
Boots and Sons, though. It's gonna be Kyrie who
어,
picks it up,
뭐야?
actually losing his life there from the
잘
damage from Boots and
잘랐죠.
Sons, though.
벨몬드 잘
Brazen's Rat just
잘랐고.
deals so much as Kibo is actually able to zone R7 away as well. First blood, first turtle over to Onyx Esports, and here it is. Time prediction by Axe. Hey,
맞아 맞아. 그러니까 아틀 들어올 때 궁극기 쓰면서 뒤로 돌아서 때리면은
Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day. But right now, the damage coming in from Sons though.
나쁘지 않을 것 같아요. 일단
사기
사기 진작 미야 딜이 엄청나서 뒤쪽에 가면 후방 가면 와우 와 프레들링 개센데?
R7 down there. He's gonna be
들린,
taking a really
들린,
low
프레들린.
exposure retreat early on, but now you can see.
네,
Clay
미아궁이
already
아틀궁
getting
씹어요.
very punished by Keyboy's aggression. He might get cocked out, but he does still have the flicker to get away.
Okay, I have a question here, Arashi. Sans went for Flicker instead of Purify. What do you think? No Purifies actually at all for Onyx Esports, right? Mia doesn't really need Purify because again, already has that ultimate, but everyone else, by everyone I do mean Mathilda and Lilia, I guess.
It's a bit of a gamble for sure, and later on, the presence of the flicker on Vin will be so important, which is why that emblem makes sense, right? Lowering your battle spell cooldown by a bit is going to be so valuable when later on, reliably, the only way for you to get a surprise engage is to go with the flicker fatal links. But already, aggression from RRQ, but matched by Onyx though.
A taunt as well. Clay though, saving the wings by wings, gets out. Doesn't even need the wing by wing. It's Keyboy who jumps in with a circling eagle, and it's a good response from the rest of RRQ to back up their mid laner. But if we take a look at this, if the game goes slow like this, it gives time over for CW to actually scale up on this Mia. And again, because we haven't seen it at all in MPL, heck, I never even see it in my ranked games. I'm still waiting to see how strong Mia is in the late game in the current patch.
그치 레이트 게임이지 미아는.
세다.
근데 파키토 상대로 라인전을 압도를 해버리네 브래들린이. 원래 파키토 카운터인가요?
Despite having the engage, despite having the lethal counter, neutral objective secure, they're getting zoned away by damage.
The poke as well, good disengage by Keyboy.
자 이번에 신기. 아틀 1인궁 개 극혐. 눈 썩을 뻔. 야 그래도 벨몬드가 먹었어.
That's the thing. Onyx Esports, whenever they get like that, and Vin has to just engage on one member, he can't.
일단은 터틀을 벨몬드가 먹었는데 와 아틀 1인공 눈 바로 썩었죠. 네.
Trying to deal some damage with the blazing duet, but Keyboy is still able to make it out alive, and this is the problem. Skylar is actually ahead in terms of that EXP than Skylar, and we need to see RRQ Hoshi shut this Mia down from this early game, and so far it hasn't been able to be done.
Right here we see a setup though, Vin going in.
이게 사냥 그것 때문에 사냥 못 쓰게 하려고 그냥 카리나만 끈 건가?
Participate as CW walks away, but watch out for Clay.
Guiding win. There you go once again by Onyx Esports, and Vin couldn't pop that fatal links, right? Because
뭐야 버퍼링 뭐야? 아 버퍼링 무슨 일이야?
Again, with the ultimate, CW kind of just counters that Atlas engage. Here, guys, you guys can go and check out the Exorcist skin, ladies and gentlemen. Kagura and Yuzong getting such a good skin. Kyrie, though, looking for a gank up top as Boots is going to be able to taunt R7 down. R7 looking for the play, looking to get out of this. Shadow Saw popped in. Wrath as well, CW.
와 진짜 잘 잘랐다 바텀에서. 아니 바텀 좀 빠르게 비춰주지. 아니 카메라 누가 비추냐. 바텀을 비춰줬어야지. 지금 어디 비추고 있냐 지금. 아 정말 진짜. 잡는 모습 못 봤잖아.
It was a 2,000 gold lead actually for Onyx Esports previously, but it has been instantly taken away by RRQ Hoshi.
역시 라인 정리 하나는.
RRQ already in the bottom lane realizing.
일단 방금 라인 지렸다고 생각했거든요. 라인 정리 하나. 오케이 굉장히 깔끔했죠. 아니 노린 건 아니지만 하고 보니까.
From the first and second ability, as both teams should now be rotating towards this.
자, 확실히 파키토가 상대하기 힘들다는 거 깨닫고 지금 수압한 모습이거든요. 프레들린을 클로드가 상대합니다. 라인 수압해서 지금 이제 클로드를 가줘야. 이번에는 신기 먹히겠는데. 점사 들어가죠. 프레들린 잡히나요? 와 뭐야? 와. 야 프레들린 방금 플레이 지렸다. 뭐냐 친구야.
The retribution up against the Bauman. Lethal counter entry for Albert. Still, Kyrie finds it.
Yeah, that shouldn't be possible. Onyx Esports, they're really popping off here. So much is happening right now. Boots goes in the back line.
진짜 뭐냐?
Coming in from Clay. He's also brought back out with the guiding win. And Kyrie is just doing so much here, Arashi.
Kyrie is doing an insane amount, and RRQ Hoshi, they lack damage. Of course, their members are scaling up right now. The Farsa and the Claude later on will be an absolute menace, but for now, look at that. Everyone is just surviving long enough, and with that guiding wind, that does not make it any easier for RRQ Hoshi to get any pickoffs. Now they're being completely zoned away. They lose out in poke damage despite having a Farsa due to the pressure that Onyx Esports are able to do with positioning. And that is something that RRQ Hoshi needs to
노리고
find a solution
있거든요.
2,000 gold lead and counting for Onyx at this point, already climbing to 3,000, and Albert is even struggling to just clear the lanes here.
Man, that feather airstrike did so much onto CW. You gotta be very careful. Mia needs to position himself.
확실히 벨몬드 말고 랜슬이었으면 아까 랜슬 개 잘하던데. 자, 파티토 라인 밀고 있고요.
Onyx Esports though.
뭐야, 지킬 아무도 안 가?
Composition and again, needs to play around that Mia to get to that power spike, right? 8 minutes in. He's farmed up quite a bit, Arashi.
자, 프레드린 이제 위쪽으로 올라가지고 있고 지금 바텀 쪽에서 한타 한번 일어날 것 같은데, 자 지금 카리나 숨어 있거든요. 지금 잘리나요?
Good opening there by Kyrie. Vin looking for the play. CW still has.
자, 여기서 미아 끌었지만 미아 궁극기로 빠져나가고요. 자, 프리딜 넣죠. 자, 마틸다 길게 들어왔는데 안쪽으로. 와, 카리나. 와, 카리나 진짜 잘 비볐거든요 방금.
Not gonna be able to do it, but again, Onyx Esports playing so well up against RRQ. And the Mia's doing work, man. Baiting out the Fatal Links twice now in this game.
2-0 trade for Onyx Esports once again, and is going to be able to get a lot of HP
지금 정글 다 뺏기고 있어.
and even take it for themselves. So much on the board for Onyx Esports, going to be able to get the Lord as well. And so far, RRQ Hoshi, without a reliable engage because of how lacking the Fatal Links is against someone like the Mia, who's able to get out of it with her ultimate, it's going to be very difficult for them to get into
지금
that
미아
back
굉장히
line.
무난하게
If
성장하고
they rely
있거든요.
only on Skylar, Mia can just build the
아까 초반에 한 번
one,
죽은 거 빼고는 한 번도 안
basically, and just
죽었거든.
deny that pressure.
계속 그냥
And
저런
look
식으로
at him go. Look
성장하면은
how much damage he's already doing.
개셀 것 같은데.
Just finished the Berserker's Fury, so every single critical damage he does, any critical strikes are gonna
지금 템도 어느 정도 나와가지고
be
이제
a lot
궁
more painful for
쓰고
RRQ Hoshi.
사기 진작
And
쓰면서
right now,
들어가면은
it's a
딜
difficult
오지게 잘 나올걸요.
situation. They are used to going for decisive engages in the right time for their advantage. But now that's completely denied. So they need to play around a different way. Maybe around the feather airstrike, maybe around some poke damage, because otherwise, the moment they want to go
벨몬드 정글 좋은 점 잘 크면은 게임을 쉽게 굴릴 수 있다는 점.
By Kyrie and Boots, that is definitely not how you want to fight to go. As now, CW.
It's my turn now, says
그쵸, 잘 안
CW.
죽고.
He's been playing passive the entire game. He's been waiting for this moment right here. That power
못
spike to
봤어.
hit. Mid lane turret gonna go down. Tier 2s. Bottom side target as well. CW melting R7 down with help of Kyrie.
깔끔하게 잡기는
That's
했죠.
the
정리는
damage
했고.
of the Mia in the late game. Still has the ultimate, still has the Inspire. Imagine what he can do with both of that active. 6.5k gold lead right now for the Mia. And oh man, this is such an interesting pick, right?
Look at the XP difference as well, right?
근데 그냥 아마 돌리면서 버티려고 했을걸? AP다 보니까 미아 없다고 생각하면 앞쪽에서 그냥 돌리면서 버텨질 것 같거든. 그냥 그렇게 생각한 게 아닐까.
This CW's Mia's aggression, but now with him being so
미아 혼자
behind,
AD잖아.
not having the levels or the gold
아마
to
그래서
supplement
픽한 것
that
같아.
damage, only esports are gonna get even more and more opportunities to try and flatten out RRQ.
근데 미아가 생각보다 너무 잘 컸네.
And
이렇게 되면은 뭐 뒤져야지 그냥.
The longer the game goes, the more you actually like think about
정글도 다 먹고
brilliance
있거든요.
of the
미아
draft
혼자서.
from Onyx Esports. It's basically a full disengage comp, almost, right? Aside from the Fredrin, obviously, but with the Mathilda, with the Mia. The Karina technically can disengage as well. Tank, just a tank, a solid frontliner. But the Lilia, right?
말했잖아. 그냥
so
적팀 AP만 보고 픽한 것
stops
같다니까.
RRQ from going for those crazy team fights with their comp. Atlas, Claude,
들어가서
Farsa. That's what they're looking
비벼주면은 이제 아트리랑
Onyx
클로드랑
Esports.
파샤가 딜러준다
So
그런
smart
느낌이겠지.
again, the Architect boots down, knocking Vin up. Doesn't get the taunt here. Simply Eagle onto Vin. This might be an overcommit by Onyx Esports, but they're just looking to actually poke RRQ down. Albert gets baited in. That feather airstrike as well. That's a good resource burn out here.
실제로 파샤랑 클로드 딜만 하면 해도 잘 나오잖아요.
RRQ gets a better trade, but hey, Onyx traded it for map pressure. They got it.
In a way, right? For Onyx Esports, yeah, they can avoid fights, but they can't really engage fights either.
네네,
Only
RRQ
Boost
또
can be
밀리고
the main
있습니다.
engage tool, and Keyboy with the circling eagle.
돈 차이도
is not
상당히 나거든요.
exactly
거의 지금
a
7,000원,
definitive
8,000원 가까이
engage
차이
tool
나고
either.
있고.
So RRQ Hoshi, if they can play for poke damage, if Clay can scale, and
이거는
get enough
한타
damage,
대승
maybe that will be
아니면은
one of the
뭐
main factors.
영주
And then
먹히고
afterwards, if Onyx
깔끔하게
Esports
지는
wants to
각.
punish Clay instead for being able to do so much from so far away, then Vin can make a big play happen.
조만간
but now
버스
he can
태워달라고요.
deny
내가 버스
completely.
태워줄 실력이 안 돼요. 구이님도 알다시피. 아 역시. 아 미아 프리딜. 와 근데 벨몬드가 먹긴 했잖아. 봐봐. 벨몬드가 먹긴 했는데 여기서 다 죽으면 뭔 소용이야. 다 죽었죠? 네.
It's a disaster as RRQ get completely wiped out in game 3. Onyx
영주
Esports with
먹으면
the
뭐합니까?
They've wiped
깔끔하게 다
RRQ out,
잡았는데.
presented to you by Head and Shoulders. They're knocking on RRQ's base. Vin now respawning, looking for a miracle play to defend, but it's
안 돼,
gonna
못
be
막아.
Onyx Esports
이거
who
어떻게
takes
막아.
the lead in the series with a Mia.
미아 너무 잘
2-1
커가지고.
now for Onyx Esports with a very dominant
진짜
game.
프리하게
Everything
컸잖아.
that
뒤쪽에서 그냥
RRQ
프리딜
wanted to
넣었어요.
bring to the table was mitigated because of the drafts coming in from Onyx Esports.
아 2대1이네 이렇게 되면.
Surprising pick. The out of the box pick, the Mia.
야 RRQ 질
of
수도
all
있겠는데.
picks.
오닉도
We're the
잘한다.
ones that brought Onyx Esports victory here in the third game.
Why go for a Purify if it's built in your kit? Hidden Moonlight, that's the answer to counter the engage from the Atlas. And
개빡세게 하네요.
Onyx Draft, Coach Aldo is an absolute genius.
I think genius is a bit of an understatement. That is a very, very smart game plan and RRQ. I do think that there are ways for them to adjust, but I think how the draft comes in as a last pick and how the game was
확실히
going
한쪽이
on,
확
they
밀고
were just
한쪽이 확 밀고
bewildered.
이렇게
They
하네.
had no idea what to do, how to adjust on the fly. So maybe in the next game, you're gonna see that adjustment come through. But for now, for that game, Onyx Esports completely catch RRQ off guard, and that's gonna be a very smooth sailing. Game number 3.
맞아 랜스 아까 진짜 엄청
But for the
잘하던데.
most part, they were not
왜
in trouble at
그런
all.
그 잘하는 픽을 안 꺼내고
They
벨몬드 같은
relied
그런
heavily
약간 도박
on the
같은
feather
픽을 하는지 잘
airstrike, but no
모르겠네.
one was able to put Onyx in place because they relied on the Fatalings, and that couldn't happen. And because Onyx Esports brought the Matilda, it was so easy for them to maneuver out of the feather airstrike. And
방금 이딱
render the
비비면서 한타
damage
조합이었거든.
that Clay
벨몬드가
could
앞쪽에서
have
비벼주면서
with the feather airstrike
뒤쪽에서 이제
completely
클로드랑
useless.
타샤가 딜 넣는
And it was just so
조합이었는데
brilliant the way
그게 안
Onyx
됐잖아.
Esports played that. They were able to bait, disengage,
야 아틀라스
and when
궁으로
RRQ
끌어들일 것도
tried to
없고
go
거기다가
for the
아틀라스가
endgame,
막 여러 명
they
잡아서
basically
궁
kited
쓰지도
them down
못했고
with the damage coming in from
못하고
Lilia,
그냥 다 계속
from the
얻어맞고
Mia,
죽기만
and even
했거든요.
from the Matilda as well.
궁 쓰러
I think
들어가면서.
that, honestly, if they actually split up a bit, you know, and maybe go for a bit of a flank, there are opportunities they can get. But considering how behind they were, it's a lot easier said than done for us here at the caster desk. And it's very interesting to see that Onyx Esports, with the poke advantage, the disengage advantage, they are the ones who are able to use the lore to their advantage, because usually, right, the team that needs to actually engage, they are the ones that can use the lore to pressure the teams that want to escape, they want to run away into unfavorable fights. But Onyx, somehow, some way, through strategy, through positioning and macro play, they're able to turn it around. And RRQ, they need to understand how to deal with this. Coach Field has a lot to transfer to his players right now, because they need to be able to adjust to that for game number 4. Otherwise, it might be the exact same story.
It's so crazy, that Mia pick in the end still, right? You keep on thinking about it. What a madman. On Esports and Coach Aldo, they were able to pull that off, and here you go with the lead now in the series. Onyx have placed themselves in a very comfortable position. RRQ Hoshi, you're gonna have to come back here again. Best of 7. They need to win 2 more games. Onyx Esports and 4, RRQ need to win 3 more games. So we're still quite far away from
match point.
from the victory.
Yeah.
Onyx one straight push makes the score 2-1 for
프레드린이 좀 잘하긴
Onyx. As you
했지.
mentioned for that Mia pick, they saw that Albert was on the
아니
bottom,
애초에
right? So
원래
no
파키토랑
assassin
프레들린이랑
fight.
1대1 하면은 원래
Or
파키토가
something
져?
of that
내가
nature,
경험치
the Mia
라인을 잘 못
automatically becomes a
봐가지고
lot more squishy, because for the most part, despite the built-in purify, the concealment as well,
아니 그냥 파키토가 숨을 못
Mia is
쉬던데?
quite vulnerable to dives. And Onyx, knowing that there's going to be a fighter, there's going to be a Bauman, he gets poked down before he can.
아까 그냥
even get
계속
anywhere
두들겨
close to the
맞더만.
Mia.
그냥 프레드민이 잘하는 거야.
Saving it for the last pick, I think was very, very smart. Another layer of strategy done by Coach Aldo, as well as the rest of the coaching
대놓고
staff.
밀리던데 그냥 뭐랄까 싸움 자체가 안 되더만.
Right? Because of how squishy Mia is, she needed that extra a bit of sustain when it comes down to those long, prolonged team fights with the killing spree.
It does make sense. The killing spree, right? Again, that was a question that we asked. Why killing spree? That's the reason. Because you already have so much disengage, you already have so much damage once you actually scale up. At this point, you just need sustain, right? And the killing spree definitely adds that sustain over for the Mia right here. But we are going to take a look at the item builds here. Arashi and Eterna. Let's deep
네,
dive
아까
into what they were able to get
봤다시피
in
진짜
this
잘해가지고
game.
브래들린이.
For this game, is it also another 13-minute game? Question mark.
아까 그 개피로 한 마리 잡고 살아나가는 건 소름
It
돋았어.
is.
Lucky number 13.
3 games, all 13 minutes here. And just look at CW.
Funny enough, if you combine the amount of kills, it's also 13.
Ooh.
Yo, that's crazy. Well, looking at the items right here, right? Sans with the ice screen one and glowing one. This combo
미안,
is
진짜 잘
absolutely
컸네.
annoying. And on heroes that can spam out spells like the Lilia, like the Eve, I think it's the way to go for sure. Of course, for Sans, on that Lilia, the Enchanted Talisman is also very, very critical in ensuring that the mana is never a problem. And the damage output in the end was what was such a big issue. Looking at RQ Hoshi, they have good damage output only from the marksman and the mage, right? Everyone else is a fighter because they want to go for that beefy dive composition, but Onyx Esports are able to fight back against that because they have enough damage. In the early game, they're able to slow the game long enough for Sans and CW to get an advantage, get a bit of gold, a few items to actually melt through the front line. And once that's done, RQ Hoshi are the ones confused on what to do. They have to poke from far away, and even if they want to stay in the general vicinity of a turret, of a lord or a turtle, they get slowly but surely melted away unless they can go for that definitive engage, and that is already denied through drafting. So the rich guy by Little Man Maniri is going to be CW. No surprise, but Sans on that Lilia, as we mentioned, ferocious, very unrelenting in the positioning and the damage output.
The poking game was absolutely amazing from Sans, right? Because he always plays the blooms in the choke points, the entrance points of the Lord, and even the Turtle. And it showed. RQ, Vin, every time he wanted to look for an engage, pops the conceal, there's always those blooms there to actually stop him. Stop the conceal, dealing damage to him, and by the time Vin actually reaches the other members of Onyx, he's already so low that he can just be executed by the other members. Who do you think deserves MVP, though?
MVP?
Boots.
Might be Sans, I think.
Boots, you're right. Boots, definitely a lot of crazy moments. Sans, a bit more consistent throughout the game.
Yeah.
And there you have it, Sans, your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A series.
I think that Boots definitely did a lot of work in that game.
Crazy
He
play.
engages the pressure in the lane as well. But overall, considering the win condition, right? Engaging and bullying Onyx away from the objectives, the person that was able to deny all that was Sans with that damage output. That is why I think he deserves it. And now we take a look at some MVP highlights by Sans here, by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And look at that, early on in the game, every time
저요 닭가슴살이요.
try and commit to the fight, Sans is always there to throw a wrench in the plan
데리야끼
of
맛.
RRQ. And again, CW is able to actually avoid any kind of engage with the built-in Purify. And after that's done, they have a Karina, they have a Boots on
선인장님
the
어서 오세요.
Sergeant as well, and they just dive in towards the back and Clay. This is the second game we see him on the Farsa, and it really isn't that good. Well, it hasn't been performing as well as we would expect, especially because it's a bit of a signature pick for Clay as well. And after having that advantage, they go for that wipeout here after getting that Lord. And this raises the question again, is the Lord important enough for you to lose all 5 members for it? Because that was fatal for this game.
Yeah, MVP was Sans, impact player was Kyrie, but honorable mention Boots. He saw that in that replay when he flickered it in that top side, got the ult, and was actually able to sustain and actually out micro.
You know, Boots, he's a mechanical XP laner. You all know him for the duels, for that laning, and Fredrin just fits his style of hero so well, right? With the duel-heavy kit that he has, and obviously the damage that he has, he's able to make those outplays happen. Remember, the passive as well. The more damage you deal, the more you sustain back up as well. It's basically built-in lifesteal. And for Onyx Esports right now with the lead. They're going to be very comfortable. RRQ Hoshido, once again, will have to think maybe, I don't know, man. That Mia pick was just, you can't blame them. You know, you can't really blame them. I don't think anyone predicted the Mia pick. We predicted Leslie up against Claude, but definitely not Mia.
Well, to be fair though, if it was any other, let's say it was an Irithel with a Purify, I think it serves the exact same role per se. So I think going up against a team as flexible as Onyx, as creative as Onyx,
확실히 잘살이고 후반에 자리만 잘 잡으면 미아만한 캐릭터가 없지.
Long range, you have DPS, and you want to have dive and backline.
자체적으로
The fact that
CC를
Albert
푸는
was
것도
not on an assassin, that was what allowed Sans and CW
사기
to
진작
actually have
들어오잖아.
so much impact without any real threat. Because we saw earlier, Sans, if he is on the back foot and if RRQ engage, if Albert is on an assassin, he is a lot more wary on where to position and how much damage, how active he can be in a team fight.
Man, if you want to perform like Onyx
도주가 뭐
Esports
나쁜
in
것도
game
아니야.
3,
도주기도
you're gonna need
좋아.
a lot of good communication because you need to be on point, and when you disengage, JBL Quantum helps you do exactly that. With the sound cues in-game, remember, you can hear your opponents better with the all-around you audio that the JBL Quantum Sphere 360 has. And for all you guys who are looking to go for a cheap option, it's not supposed to be cheap, but it's cheap because JBL gave you guys a special discount.
Yeah. Oh. Up to it's almost 50% off, right? Because like the original price is 400,000 and you get it for 275,000. And to get it, it's super easy.
How?
Barcode. Always.
Barcode or QR code?
QR code.
There you go. The QR code. Go get it or just visit jblstore.co.id. But here as well, you need money to buy products. You can save money with Livin' by Mandiri if you want to live your life independently and be financially stable.
Yes.
Arashi, you use Livin' by Mandiri.
Of course, why would I not?
Why would you not?
Asking me these things, why not?
Livin' points, right? Tell us a little bit about the Livin' points. What have you bought with Livin' points?
I can't even remember all of it, but the first go-to is food, right? Everyone loves food.
Food.
You can use Grabs for that as well, but if you use Livin' by Mandiri, you can get it free because there's Livin' points that you can use to trade out. So it's double benefit, man.
You can go for skins, you can top up, diamonds, there's so much you can do. And Eterna, all you need to do if you want to get the promos is watch MPL Indonesia to find out all of the latest information and promos for Livin' by Mandiri. But here, RRQ are gonna have to find out a lot about Onyx Esports draft. The Mia. Again, we just gotta talk about it, right? Obviously, he wasn't the MVP, but he played a very good role in that game. Very good impact as well. I think, Arashi, you mentioned the Irithel could have worked as well if you brought the Purify. I actually think that the Mia was just the perfect pick there because not only can it Purify, you can deal damage, you can scale up to the late game with the Inspire. The CC, though, is something that's very underrated in Mia's kit. That second ability of hers that just stops the momentum. And
바로 시작하는구만. 2분 30초
When
남았네요.
Atlas gets out of that perfect match, every single time you could see it. Mia pops that second ability and CCs a whole lot of that dive from RRQ.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And as we talked about for both these teams, crowd control, usually it's already so important, but when it's RRQ against Onyx Esports, teams that are so mobile, so disciplined in how they play, the crowd control is what allows you to force them into mistakes, and having one on your marksman usually wouldn't be the first of your priorities, but on a player like CW, that is amazing.
It is. It truly is. And it poses the question, do RRQ Hoshi have it in the kit to go against how flexible Onyx Esports is? As, two people have received free tickets to M4.
Woo! Free.
For free.
For free.
Don't forget.
Don't forget, though, you guys can get it for practically free, too, because it's so cheap with the early bird discounts. M4 World Championship. Buy it now. The venue is Istora Senayan, and it has a 7,000 capacity. All right?
7,000?
This is 2,000.
Triple.
This is 2,000.
Wait, more than triple.
Yeah,
this.
it's more than triple this. Man, I don't know. You're missing out if you don't fly over to Indonesia to watch the M4 World
야,
Championship.
잘생겼네. 살아있네.
The international fans, because
미남이네, 꽃미남.
I guess we have a new champion, Blacklist International. Congratulations, MPLPH champions official. But here, Arashi, game recap. RRQ and Onyx Esports.
As we were mentioning, Impact player for RRQ is going to be Skylar on the Claude, still being able to do damage, but not nearly enough considering how behind they were. Impact player for Onyx is going to be Sans on that Lilia, just able to have a lot of safety from the engages and at the same time do a lot of damage to not only one person but to multiple members in relative safety and in a very spammable nature. So in game number 2, Clay was able to pop off. In this game, Sans showed that he can be a lot better with the right heroes. So I am quite questioning this Farsa pick, man. It does a lot of damage, it has range, but the way to win for RRQ seems to be initially by having an advantage, having pressure in that mid lane to supplement everyone else. Because when Clay isn't able to output that kind of damage and pressure Sans away, Sans in turn is able to actually be a lot more aggressive. And Sans and aggressiveness, we already know.
오케이, 뱀픽 시작합니다.
But to be fair, I think that the Matilda is a really good counter to
오케이, 이제 뭐 앞쪽 뱀픽은 볼 필요도 없어. 카디타, 파라미스, 그록, 그리고 뭐였더라 또 아카이. 그렇게 밴 당할 거고. 그다음에 오닉이나 RRQ 중에서 이제 완완이랑 발렌 밴 할 거고. 그다음 밴은 이제 모르겠네요. 자, 완완 바로 밴하죠.
Does this hint at that Grok pick, or are they just swapping the order?
그록 밴 어디 갔습니까? 세 번째 밴 하려고 안 했나?
A lot of possibilities here. And as you mentioned, Eterna, the Matilda is so good, and this again highlights the intelligence Onyx.
자, 당연하죠, 아카이 밴. 이제 그록 밴
They
나오거든요.
ban out that Esmeralda when RRQ they require, first of all, dive, and they require a counter to that Matilda, and Esmeralda fits the bill so well. And that is exactly why Onyx denied from them. RRQ will ban out that Grok finally, and now for Onyx, one more ban, and it seems like it won't
gotta be
prove
Valentina, no?
Yeah. Was it Valentina? It should be it.
자, 맞죠, 정확하죠. 이제 발렌티나 밴 나옵니다.
Valentina's a little too expensive at this point. We've seen how Sans can utilize it. We've seen how Clay can
저도
utilize
궁금하긴
it.
해요.
A Savage, and I think Onyx Esports they definitely don't want to let that go. It's too flex. Onyx. Yeah, still Valentina in my opinion.
짜자잔, 발렌티나 밴. 짜자잔. 그쵸? 정확하죠. 자, 여기까지는 고정이란 말이죠. 딱 여기까지 딱 고정이야. 자, 이제 픽이 문제인데 과연 이번엔 RRQ에서 승리 픽으로 자, 파키토 들고 가고. 자, 여기서 라일리아랑 마틸다를 다시 한번 들고 가느냐. 아, 들고 가죠. 네, 똑같이 가네요. 라일리아 나오면 당연히 마틸다 따라올 거고. 하이 헬로 안녕 하면서 나는 마틸다라고 해. 나오나요? 왜 고민하는 척하지? 어차피 뽑을 거면서. 오지게 생각하네.
And I think that's one aspect of
반가워, 나는 마틸다라고
the countering
해.
in the drafting.
They're taking their sweet time here for that second pick. Last time they picked up the Matilda. Are they going to go for a different pick this time around? As Onyx Esports once
정확하죠?
again with the Matilda. Very solid still. I
맞잖아. 왜 고민하는 척하죠? 어차피 뽑을 거면서.
It gives them so much flex
뭐가
later
문제였어?
on in the game, and it also gives them a really good winning lane in that mid side and a lot of importance for that.
자, 이제 여기서 정글을 어떻게 들고 갈지인데 아까는 이제 벨몬드 뽑았다가 개 쌈망했기 때문에.
Now RRQ Hoshi, they gotta change the Farsa pick.
There you go. They do.
아이고. 야, 베아트릭스랑 니타 나쁘지 않죠. 일단 픽 굉장히 나쁘죠. 아, 나쁘지 않죠. 미아는 나오나요? 아니, 미아는 안 나올 것 같아요. 이번 판은 미아 안 나올 것 같아요.
With these two picks, Onyx are definitely going to have to change their draft. The Fredrin was picked up because of the Farsa. Good cancel, good damage, good sustainability in the midst of the team fight. They go for the
Esmeralda
나왔네요.
네.
The more sustain against that Beatrix is able to actually tank a whole lot as well. And guess what? Does really well in the lane as well up against R7 on that pack. But is it R7 on the pack? Or is it that flex pick that can go to the jungle for RRQ?
Well, if Onyx is concerned about that, they can ban the Gyros, I was about to say, and they go for that. So they deny the counter for the Matilda by picking the Esmeralda, and now they ban its counter. So for RRQ right now, what's the idea? What's the deal? Do they want to actually win the side lanes a lot more? Do they want to have more crowd control? And if they don't go for the Farsa, I think, as I said earlier, the Yves can work. But we'll see if both these teams have an answer for that, as the Fanny is banned out, and if RRQ goes to the same pattern, they will ban away the Link from Kyrie.
They haven't changed their bans in the second phase. They're going full straight on respect.
팬이 아마
Fanny
밴에 나오지
for
않을까요?
the past 3 games. So
밴할 것 같은.
perhaps that still might
밴.
be the
밴했네요.
way that RRQ Hoshi want to go for this.
팬이는 계속 밴당해서 나오지는 않을 것 같아요.
From Kyrie, as we do have a comment
그렇다고
here by
선픽에
Rex.
바로 팬이
Keyboy
뽑아버리기에는 좀
and Key
그렇고.
are momentum specialists.
You have to have a key in your name to be a momentum
카운터
specialist.
칠 거니까.
Really?
I guess so.
Key.
Where's it written?
Key.
Key and Keyboy.
Yeah.
이번에 밴 뭐 나올까?
I don't know. Who else has key in their
근데 다이로스 밴은 왜 한 거지?
Skylar, Dalarski,
Kiri.
Oh, maybe that's the reason. But they were able to get all the way to the grand finals of
에스메랄다가 다이로스한테 약하나요?
Uranus ban again. They are really respecting R7. They're really trying to force Paquito to lane up against Esme, right? They want this Paquito to go in that XP lane. What else is available right now for RRQ? If the Paquito is in the jungle, I guess Yuzong, Fredrin,
Masha.
Well, they want to have someone that can actually.
아틀 날릴 수도 있어. 아틀 밴할 수도 있을 것 같은데. 아, 링 밴하네.
Because otherwise, Onyx Esports, they can actually play that macro game, and Onyx macro. We don't have to explain to you guys at home what that means. Oh, that's
오, 이번에는 오닉에서 랜스를 들고 갔네.
What will be the response here? Is it an assassin? Is it a fighter? Because assassins don't do well against
야,
fighters.
네가 보여줬으니까 나도 한번 보여줄게 이런 느낌인가?
If they pick an XP laner, the Paquito, as we mentioned, can also show up in the jungle for Albert.
We say that assassins don't work well against fighters, but Albert's Lancelot just really played Balman's Kyrie. So I mean Kyrie's Balman's.
Yeah, you can basically call him Balman's Kyrie.
It's so difficult, right?
He's only lost.
Kyrie.
Yeah, it's Kyrie. He's only lost twice on the Balman, counting the one that he lost earlier. RRQ Hoshi now. 2 last picks. The jungle, I think, will be the Paquito. They need to pick up something. I think a Fredrin
관리가 나쁘지 않죠.
definitely work out here for
나이스
them.
뽑았다.
But they want to go for something crazy. I don't know. It's a bit too crazy. Lapu,
이브의 고래요?
Didn't expect the Khalid though. They go
야,
for the
칼리드의
Yeet,
이브
despite going
나왔는데?
up against an Esme Matilda and Lancelot. That's a lot of dive to go
잠깐만,
up
그러면
against.
정글 뭐야?
Onyx Esports with the final pick in their draft.
정글
They need
파키토인가?
a gold laner.
정글 파키토겠네.
SCW. Come on, man. We want to see something crazy again. That's the Khalid. Maybe you can go for.
I don't think the Mia would work here because one of the main issues was advantages was
아니야,
the
미아는 한
the
번도 안
reliance
뽑지,
of
당연히.
RRQ on engage. But in this composition, as we talked about earlier,
한번
the
꿀 빨았으면
Yeet can match
되지.
the poke of the Lilia, so that will no longer be an inherent advantage that Onyx has against RRQ. So now for something with damage, for sure. They need it.
I really, I'm thinking just the heroes that he's played, Irithel, Popol and Koopa,
클로드
Claude
가져가네요.
up against this comp. There's a lot of CC, like, a lot of like face-to-face CC, from the Khalid. And if you want to go close range against these monsters, you're gonna have to wait for that win of nature. We'll see if it
이번
works
경기도
out
재밌을
for
것
Onyx
같은데.
Esports. It's a dive comp for Onyx. I guess it still synergizes really well with their composition, but RRQ is the Beatrix. And so far in the playoffs, Beatrix has won against Claude every single time.
We'll see how that matchup plays out here because the Beatrix is going to be so much more flexible, right? So he can go long range, close range, everything that RRQ needs depending on the situation. And of course, it's the signature pick for Skylar as well. So Onyx needs to be very careful. I think for the most part, it's pretty balanced, but RRQ, I think, have a bit of a...
일단은 지금까지 대회에서 칼리드 못 봤으니까 이번에 어떻게 쓰이는지 보는 게 이제 관건일 것 같아요. 그렇죠?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive in for game number 4 into the land of Dawn for RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx Esports. This time, Kyrie on the killing spree. Albert opting to go for that killing spree as well.
Quite a similar situation from the previous game where Onyx Esports, they should have the better early game in terms of that mid control. And you can see once again that being directly reflected with how aggressive Keyboy is playing. He is trying to put some pressure onto Albert in that jungle. It hasn't amounted to much so far, but expect the same type of aggression and flow from Onyx Esports in the early game.
On the top side, R7 will have
원래
a bit
초반에
of
좀
a
나대는 캐릭터
sustain
아닌가?
advantage right there
그 뭐고
with
칼리드가
the shifting quicksands, and that will allow him to actually
생각보다
match
사리고
the
있는데?
sustain from Esmeralda for the while at least. And we can see the Keyboy already taking a lot more damage, a lot more fight compared to game number 3 earlier. So RRQ Hoshi, they have a bit more chance to actually match Onyx in the early game department. We'll have to see though, the solo performance from the side lanes will be so critical in ensuring the tempo and pace of the game.
Onyx Esports, with their composition, I'm trying to think about the matchups here again, right? This Paquito should be able to have a little bit of an edge against the Lancelot, but
초반
really
런처
depends
들고
on
파밍
Kyrie,
위주로
right?
하네요,
How
베아트릭스는.
flexible, how mobile is he on this Lancelot? Time prediction by Axe though. Here, on English Dash, every single one of us gone for RRQ.
Makes sense, right? Because when we think about the end,
그렇지. 저격총 런처 들면서 이제 파밍 위주로.
that RRQ has brought to the table. Ooh, almost.
뭐야, 런처
CW
바꿨네요.
chunked very low here as Vin is circling towards that bottom side, helping Skylar a little bit in that lane. But remember, 2 seconds left on the next turtle to spawn, and Onyx Esports seem to be the ones to set up first.
They have control here in RRQ. They're pushing boots away though, so R7 will be able to participate, and Keyboy gets chunked by Albert.
내려와서 신기 같이 노려주는 모습.
자,
자, 봐봐, RRQ 아니 칼리드 세거든요. 랜슬이 먹긴 했는데.
The turtle here. First blood over to Albert, traded in 1-for-1. Man, Kyrie is a.
근데 이게 랜슬이 진짜 먹기 쉽거든.
Has he missed a single retribution? He has a few, but in total, like the percentage.
It's so high.
What? Where did
와,
this
할 게
guy
없는
come
게
from?
랜슬이 스틸하기 진짜 편해가지고.
It's a quick answer for us at the English desk. But looking at the
왜 뭐
Emeralds
하는지
here,
모르겠는데.
avarice on 3 members. They want to scale. Scaling in the side lanes is important for them. And this is a bit of what RRQ was doing, right? Strong mid lane and jungle presence, but weak presence in the side lanes. This is going to be a chance for RRQ to replicate the same outcome that Onyx was able to get. And if you look at the Festival of Blood for R7, he's going to be a lot more aggressive. And we saw the amount of damage he can do if he is left alone with anyone squishy, including Kyrie.
Let's see, once again, it's Kyrie who gets it here. Sans though, gonna be.
자, 여기서 이거 한번 잘라야 되거든요.
Now blast popped in. Kyrie able to dash, going for the puncture. Nope, just goes for the Thorn Rose. Disengaging. Onyx Esports down below. CW is looking for that clear. Has the BMI back. Ooh, RRQ almost actually caught that, predicted that. Didn't grab it though in the end. Exonic CW was able to get out. You guys though can grab food with the 90% discount code grb.to/MPL. And you can also go scan the QR code.
QR code, not barcode.
QR code.
Remember that, Mirko. Don't make the same mistake.
Yes.
반반 가져가죠.
Speaking of the same mistake,
칼리드는
though,
약간 반반 가져가는
doing a lot better.
자,
Now,
여기서
Keyboy, very low, and Skylar goes in, forces the flicker.
배아가 잡아내지
And a
못했고.
big point here, RRQ Hoshi has more crowd control when it comes to those slows, but as the response on Esports with 3 sprints, they will be able to move away from that real-world manipulation a lot more reliably, as RRQ is still maintaining their pressure.
So they have the guiding win from Matilda. They have additional speed
확실한
with
딜이
the spells as
아니라가지고
well.
이브가 지속 딜이라서
It's gonna
그렇지.
be difficult though for RRQ Hoshi to
한타용
look for
지속
an
딜
endgame at this
캐릭터라.
stage.
It depends if R7
라일리아를
lands a
녹일 딜은 안
massive raging
나오죠.
sandstorm, that can actually be a big deal.
야,
As
이거는
well, but Vin now
올
is the
때까지
main target
버티나?
for Onyx Esports.
Oh, real world relation.
자,
Kyrie
이브
still able to get out with the
펼쳤고.
guiding win. CW gets out with the battle mirror image. Practically a free turtle over to RRQ and
편하게
Kyrie
먹네요.
can somehow steal this again. No, he's just walking back into his own jungle. RRQ will be able to secure this one, and that's going to be the gold lead shifting
진짜
a little bit over.
한타용.
Down to
이분은 진짜 한타용 캐릭터.
1 minion will be able to equalize that. So
뭔가를 암살하거나
equal,
그런
4
거는
minutes
너무
in, 5
취약하죠.
minutes in the game.
Yeah, 50-50 right now. 1-for-1 turtle as well, as Kyrie was able to get the first one, and Albert now on the second one without too much of a difference in this gold lead. Is there any significance that we should see from the items, Arashi?
Have to seize for R7. If you don't pay attention, this man is gonna delete you. But CW deletes that gold buff. He only has the Demon Hunter sword, but he's able to get that. No, Vin is a target. He is still very tanky. A decent amount of items available, but look at Albert. Happy feet.
Happy feet, Suns. He's Suns.
바퀴도 섀도우 복싱 한번 해봤고요.
Albert and both Onyx Esports and RRQ right now. I think for both teams, they're happy to actually play it slow, right? They have scaling options towards that late game. CW with that gold buff steal and with the Avarice should be able to actually farm a little bit more efficiently. A good snipe though from Skyler as Vin goes in for the stun, but Kibo's
여전히
too
괜찮네, 딜.
sustainable to actually die from that kind of poke or to actually even get taken low by that kind of poke.
This is 3 members though, already setting up from RRQ Hoshi in this bottom side. They are starting to rotate
내려오거든요.
and
이거
shift their
랜슬롯도
focus, but let's
불
see
보고
what they can do
있고.
with it. Keyboy reads this out really well, giving information to CW as well to play a little bit more safely.
5인 싸움 한번 나겠는데? 아닌가?
RRQ now as Albert and R7 already here in this bottom side.
RRQ trying to get the bush control, ensuring that they can trap Onyx Esports. That has been how they were able to get all these very
애매하네요.
valuable pickups in the
네,
early game
아예
in the
들어가지도
previous
못하고.
game. So if they can control the bushes and the
다시
control of the
올라가는
map,
게.
that is something they can do. But look at Boots going in.
궁 잘 집었는데 잡아내진 못하죠.
Transform over, yeah, not really that much they can really do if it's Boots, right? Has a sprint, very sustainable. That's why Onyx Esports went for that pick. Still, both teams playing it slow, waiting for that objective. No real reason to actually go for fights here without any objectives on board. And here, it's going to be RRQ who actually sets up for it first. R7's looking for that flank. Once again, Sans looking for that opening. Kyrie is finally joining his team here. Keyboy jumps in with the guy to win. Now onto Vin. Real world inflation to that black line, trying to zone Kyrie away. That's going to be the thorn rose pop. This CW comes in with a blazing duet, and that's going to be a lot of damage.
나이스.
Secures the turtle. Vin flickers out, gets the new round blast. Play taken out by Kyrie. Vin running
이거 잘
away.
찍었는데, 그쵸?
To take Boots down. A 2-for-1 in favor of RRQ because they
네,
stole
하나씩
the
교환했어요,
turtle.
지금.
They got the turtle. Skyler stole that litho as well from CW.
이브랑 에스메랄다 하나씩.
Man, very aggressive plays from both teams, and look at how chaotic the fights are, right? There's no real front line. Everyone is in between each other, and when it comes to that, the team with the more sustained.
어차피 베아가 라인 정리는 진짜
will usually come
빠르니까.
out on top. CW now with the golden staff. He'll be able to do a lot more damage in those clumped up team fights. Boots and Sans as well. More security and more ways to combo. And even Kyrie with the Lancelot, right? If he can land the spells on multiple members, that is huge value that RRQ Hoshi cannot replicate.
Power spikes from Onyx Esports are starting to show with the itemization they have also opted for. There is a slight gold lead for RRQ here in the 8th minute, but other than that,
라인
things are
밀어주네요. 라인
looking
밀어내고.
pretty equal. In a sense, RRQ Hoshi is able to get a little bit more because they're
좀
able to
내려오는데
get
지금
that
파키토도
power in
뒤쪽에
that
있고
bottom
가까이
side.
있거든요.
And so far, Onyx Esports has not been able to get any trades for that.
네, 그냥 라인 하나만
That's
밀어주고
not
빠지는
good for
모습.
Onyx Esports. They will require vision to set up for those big combos later on. Right now, Kyrie making the big plays happening.
와!
Deleted.
야!
Execution, might as well call it perfect execution. When the
네,
last
솔킬
one's
진짜
on Kyrie's
깔끔했어요,
hands.
방금.
Thorn Rose coming again. That's the double kill for
와,
Kyrie.
궁 내려 찍어지기
He's
전에
getting out of the
죽어
raging
콜리타.
sandstorm as
아,
well.
이렇게 되면은
Skyler
칼리드까지
dealing
잘
the
버티네.
damage to help his XP laner. Onyx Esports, Kyrie styling on that lance.
They're just trading at this point, right? RRQ Hoshi able
아,
to get
랜슨이
farm the
방금
bottom
진짜
side,
너무
and then
깔끔하게
Onyx
자르고
Esports
시작을
from
해가지고
nowhere,
한타를.
Kyrie able to get 2 members off the board from RRQ Hoshi, and the trades don't stop there, as they are going to be able to get a tower in that top side. Boots just being a menace in that top side, not
이렇게 되면은
allowing
사이드
the
두 개
Khalid,
다
not allowing
밀었네.
R7 to rotate
크루즈까지
anywhere, just
밀어버리면은.
really pinning him to that lane, giving pressure constantly, and it's a really good
아, 근데
setup,
영준
seeing
함부로 못
that
먹을
Onyx
것
now,
같은데요,
they do
지금.
want to get this Lord.
칼리도 내려오고
Stunning
있고.
Keyboy up again. Sustainable Keyboy has that guiding win. Can regen as well, but RRQ puts their focus into the mid lane. Getting a little bit of clear before they go for the concealed play in the bottom side.
네.
CW is wide open. The stun comes in. The damage comes in as well from Skyler. Pushing him down. CW gets out with that battle mirror image with the sprint as well.
아, 칼리드, 오, 잘 피했죠.
From Keyboy. How
어,
CW
크루즈
escape?
무빙 좋았어요.
Kyrie with execution. Now
정확히
jumps
하네.
onto Skyler with a Thorn Rose as well. Gets stunned up.
자,
Still
베아트릭스
able to
살아갔고
get
칼리드가
out from that
한쪽에서
one.
비벼주면서
Boots
뒤쪽에
jumps in.
에스메랄다
R7 as well,
물어서
doing a lot in the
칼리드.
back line. R7 will be the one taken down by
와,
Kyrie.
에스메랄다가 딜라인
RRQ
무는 바람에
losing in this skirmish.
칼리드
One
도와주면
man
못
down, and Onyx
갔거든요.
Esports are going to have a man advantage to get this objective on the board.
네, 이거는 뒤쪽에서
2,000
에스메랄다가
gold
잘
lead. Boots
물어줬죠.
already trying to zone Albert away as Onyx Esports they have their eyes on the prize. Still 40 seconds left, but look at the damage coming in from Albert.
A lot of damage, but you can see RRQ's reliance on having a definite engage. If Onyx is able to maneuver around, disengage and engage again and again, they seem to be struggling to find success, and Clay now is wide open with the road manipulation.
어, 뭐야? 와! 와 뭐야?
Across the map! My God! If Kyrie's from the Philippines, Skylar's from Indonesia. Onyx Esports now looking for some trades on the board. How did he
이게
achieve that?
베아트릭스다.
Onyx pursued tunnel vision on Albert. And you cannot give Skylar room
와
to play
저격총으로
on this
먹어버리네.
Matrix.
어이가
Come on,
없네.
that was nobody expected that, right? Onyx Esports, they just knew that they had to focus on Albert because he's the one who has that retribution. And meanwhile, out of nowhere, Skylar with a perfect runner shot, able to get that away. Even though Kyrie paired it with the Phantom Execution as well, it wasn't enough. Skylar just a huge problem now. One of the best gold laners here in MPL ID. And these are the reasons why.
With the longer range right
이건
here
좀
and the
타격이
lore,
있었다, 그치?
Arkehoshi can look to find more
계속
value.
그냥
He
시종일관
will
압박하고
look into
있었는데
the purple buff will be contested.
방금 거 조금 타격이
Oh my
있었지.
goodness, circling Eagle now by Keyboy. Not really going to be another engage here, but falling star one actually
아 이거는 와 클럽 너무 잘 들어갔는데? 잠깐만요 되나요?
Taking low, taking down. Kyrie jumps in. Thorn Rose taking a kill. Numina blast on the 3 though. Albert going wild. Sans still able to survive. It's a 3-for-1. Onyx Esports takes the
클로드가
dub.
진짜 잘 들어갔다.
3-for-1 trade, completely worth it for Onyx here. And now they are going to be able to hold the gold lead a little longer because of that engage. And here we go once again.
Oh, they don't stop. It's really
와 너무 부드럽게 잘
So
빠졌죠.
aggressive from both of these teams.
The longer the game goes, the more damage Skylar and Albert will have at their disposal right now. Kyrie is 6-0, but slowly but surely that landslide is going to fall off a bit, and the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series, you see that in the beginning, Falling Star and Moon and Blazing Duet combo. You can see R7 tries best to try and salvage that fight with the Raging Sandstorm, but unfortunately, it's not possible. Numenon Blast will actually be able to stun everyone, but there's not enough
이브가 좀 더
follow-up.
뒤쪽에서
When
공 썼으면
Onyx
어땠을까?
Esports make the fights this sporadic, this chaotic, Arkehoshi struggles to let their backline, Clay and Skylar, output the damage they need.
The counter plays from both of these teams are giving me whiplash at this point. What is going on? Onyx Esports now with a 2,000 gold lead. Skylar
와,
doing
저격 한 방에
so
궁
much
뺐어.
damage, Arashi. What are his items?
He has the BOD, but that was from full HP, so it's not even a factor here. The Malefic Roar, though, will allow him to do
뭐 어떻게
so
될지는
much
모르죠.
damage to anyone. Despite all the Antique Cuirasses and the Dominance Ices built by Onyx Esports, that's a lot of penetration coming in, and that is something that Onyx needs to start paying attention to because it already stole the Lord. It can steal one of their HP bars next. Looking at the items for the Mage in particular, once this back and forth is happening, Ice Queen's one and Glowing one, same items for both Sans and Clay, allowing them to have the great mix of DPS, but also that crowd control ability, the slow coming in.
라인 압박 잘해주고 있고 이제 위쪽에 영주 나왔는데 칼리드는 이제 라인 정리하러 내려가야 되고 에스메랄다는 위쪽으로 올라가서 합류하는 그런 구도거든요.
Notice Kyrie's items as well. He went for that penetration item mostly. Kyrie again using that penetration onto Vin, getting him low.
렌스 끊는 거 안 맞았고.
Kyrie's actually going to go over to that top side to clear it out. They can actually play the slow. They don't need to take it. Again, they have the lead.
밑에 라인도 이제 정리됐거든요.
No second
칼리드
ability. That's a
올라왔고.
massive resource. Now the knowledge over
렌슬롯은 이제 라인
they have this.
압박해주고
They also have that
그걸
top side
파피스가
cleared out.
정리해주는
They can play
모습이고요.
around the Lord a bit better.
에스메랄다도 다시 라인 압박으로 내려갔네요.
You see
칼리드도 같이
Albert
따라
being able to
내려가고.
clear that and alleviating the pressure that once was already
붙었거든요,
placed onto
1대1.
them in that top side. And right now, CW and Skylar are already the same level. But at this point, if both of these teams have both
서로
of their
승부는 안
ultimates
나고.
up, who's gonna favor in a 5v5 situation?
Onyx Esports has more combos, but Arkehoshi, they have a lot more poke damage available. Renner combined with that Eve damage, and especially with that Eve slow, that is a dangerous combo that Onyx Esports are very wary about.
그냥
They don't
톡톡
stand
치면서
out in the open just in
유인하고
case
있거든요,
the
지금.
snipes keep
RRQ가.
landing, and they're forced to back away. They're playing in the vision, with the vision in the bushes, trying to make sure that they are the ones making it
그 와중에
confusing
이제
for
미드 라인
Arkehoshi,
밀렸고.
and the macro play allows them to secure a turret. Arkehoshi though trying and get compensation, but it won't be easy against Onyx Esports.
Again, Onyx Esports.
Dancing.
근데 그게 안 되잖아. 지금 이브가 계속 잘리고 있거든요. 한타 때마다.
Again, they have the 3,000 gold lead. There's not
이브가
much that
살아남으면서
RRQ can really do.
짤짤이를
And guess what?
넣어야
Onyx
되는데
keeps
지금
on
계속 그렇게 못하고
micromanaging
있어가지고
waves
그게
like
문제인
this.
거란 말이야.
They have the edge. They'll always have the edge, right? RRQ though, not going to give it over just like that. They go for the conceal. Good disengage. Good read from Onyx Esports. Just backing up. And again, playing this Lord dance. Kyrie, kind of execution was popped in R7 getting melted down by CW in the mid lane. Has to pop the second ability. CW gets out as well. This might be the opening for Onyx Esports to again go for the Lord Dance.
그거는 맞죠.
There's a chance for RK Hoshi to zone everyone away and then use the damage output from that Beatrix to solo the Lord. That is a strategy that we've seen work out, but right now, Onyx are the ones threatening to actually take it away. They're trying to force RK Hoshi into a weird fight, and keep your eyes on CW, man. He is gonna be one of the main damage dealers in those big team fights.
Let's see, once again. Mid lane control.
근데 그것도 그렇긴 한데 그거는 커버 가능하거든요. 일단 렌즈로시 너무 잘 큰 거는.
To the Lord, enhanced Lord here in the 16th minute of the game. Vin, opposition, goes in for a stun. Battle mirror image, and that's gonna be a lot of damage placed onto Vin. Albert doing the same to stuns. Boots.
아 리타 너무 많이 깎였죠.
Zone RRQ away. Vin's super low. But on Esports decide once again that they do not want to commit. They have that
오케이 영주 초기화 일단은 못 먹게 맞긴 했네요.
All they need to do is again set up
서로
for the
계속
top
그냥
side.
라인 정리하면서 버티고 있는 느낌인데.
To actually go for another Lord Dance because look.
어쨌든 한타 한번 꽝 일어나야 뭔가 뒤집힐 것 같긴 해. 라인 정리만 계속 하고 있는 상황이야 양쪽에서. 근데 지금 푸시력이 오닉이 훨씬 좋거든요. 밀어내고 그거를 방어하는 느낌이거든요. RRQ가.
They nearly lost the turret in that top side for it as well. They have to be
지금
very
사이드도 계속
careful at
밀리고
this point,
있어요.
right? Because if it keeps on going, it doesn't matter. Like you mentioned, for Onyx Esports, they're gonna get more trades on the board in terms of that tower, and they're gonna have more lane control because of it. But now it seems like RK Hoshi, they're gonna start it.
They are. They need to go for it, right? It's a desperate play here by RRQ. Vin got knocked out by the Lord. Revealing his position, but it's gonna be the
자 시작했거든요 한타. 이거 궁 썼고요.
Now that's gonna be the battle mirror image onto the back line. So CW just wreaks havoc onto that back line. Kyrie looking for the plays. No members taken down. Only Sans.
아 이렇게 되면은 베아 잘리고 라일리아 자르고. 아 다 들어오는데 이거 안 되겠는데? 다 죽겠는데요? 와 이분은 일단 살아갔고.
Doesn't have the puncture just yet. Goes in for the Thorn Rose, and that's the kill over the Boots. R7 sustaining, but Onyx Esports have taken the 3-for-1.
Wow, the way that Onyx Esports played that team fight was so well done. They know that RK Hoshi are going to be reliant on the engage and the damage coming in from Skylar.
이거 봐, 안 된다니까
was able
한타가.
to just chunk him down up until his elimination entirely.
이게 생각보다 궁을 잘 펼쳐도.
Wait.
뭐야? 뭐 한 거야? 와 실수한 거 같은데 영주?
There you go, Onyx Esports once again. A level.
그래도 일단 먹긴 먹었죠.
Absolutely cerebral gameplay by Onyx Esports right here, and now Sans with the Winter Truncheon, he will be able to buy even more time.
They didn't do it enough, and I think they were initially going for that, but they noticed that the death timers were a bit.
이게 아까 이브가 궁 켰을 때 라일리아가 무지성으로 안쪽으로 들어와 버리더라고. 그래가지고.
It got back to half HP.
이게 한타 성능이 잘 안 되는 것 같아.
Here for Onyx Esports.
이게 딱 안쪽으로 들어오는 애들이 너무 많잖아. 클로드도 그렇고. 클로드도 아까 궁 쓰면서 안쪽으로 진입했거든.
The Esmeralda is going to be hounding him, just chasing
생각보다
him down
한타가
like
잘
that.
안 돼.
He'll be able to actually survive
한타용을
for
뽑은
longer, and maybe
건데
even
미친 듯이 안쪽으로
outsustaining
들어오는
the
애들이 너무
Esmeralda damage,
많아가지고
because it's not burst by all means.
진입 캐들이 많아서
I think right now,
저쪽
the
에스메랄다도
struggle here is for
그렇고
R7 to match the
전체적으로
impact
안쪽으로
that
쑥
Boots
들어오는
is able to
애들이잖아.
do. Bigger engages, tankier, and of course
그러다 보니까
vulnerability.
뒤쪽에서
The
지속딜을 못
Khalid is
넣어.
getting outperformed by this Esmeralda.
It is. The mobility is the only thing that R7 has on this Khalid in favor of the Esmeralda, but that's even just very close. CW again.
밀리는데
Meanwhile,
다.
CW in the top side taking that turret, base turret down now. Skylar on that Bennett is trying to clear the Lord as fast as possible. They do take it away in the end. Only one base turret falls. Onyx Esports doing a fine job, and this is just typical Onyx, right? When they get the lead, it's just so hard to actually take the lead back. You need to go for a fight, but at this point, with the amount of disengages that Onyx Esports have, it almost feels impossible.
Especially with the additional sprint, right? So a lot of
일단 아직까지는 이 정도 동차이는 충분히 커버 가능한 동차이거든요.
Engage on a proper team fight.
한타
한
번만 잘하면.
Yes, Clay is so far behind as well.
지금 저는 이제 RRQ 응원하고 있는데.
I think he was having
네, 내가 봤을 때 오닉이 지금 이길 것 같은 느낌이라서. 그렇지, 한타만 한번 잘 하면은 진짜 RRQ한테도 가능성이 있거든 지금. 막 그렇게 심한 차이가 나는 게 아니라 말이야. 7,000원 차이 충분히 메꿀 수 있는 차이라고요. 한타.
Finding vision, finding information for RRQ Hoshi. So in the next fight, I'm not quite sure what they are planning to do. I think if they actually try and go for an engage and then transition to backpedaling instead, they already know that CW and Kyrie, they want to get close. right? There's no need for them to chase in that far for the members of Onyx Esports. But now with the gold advantage, it's a completely different story. They might not even be able to deal with Kyrie diving in towards that backline. 7-0-3, level 15. Maybe if they delay the game long enough, then this goal difference will start making less and less
맞아,
of
그런
a
식으로 하는
difference.
수밖에 없어.
But the NOD has been built for Clay, understanding the amount of shielding available for Onyx Esports.
And the DHS as well from Skyler, right? And I was about to say that, Arashi. The later the game goes, this gold lead will have.
아 근데
little to
각을
no
안 줘,
impact
그럴
again, with everyone
각을.
having
일단
those full
라일리아도
items,
그렇고
but
뒤쪽으로 빠지는
R7,
애들이
This is
많아가지고.
it. This is a poke from Sans on a signature hero, right? RRQ right now, they're going to have to contest for the Evolved Lord because I can see them defend this, but I don't think they're going to be able to save those last two base turrets if Onyx gets the Evolved Lord this time.
이번에 뭔가 보여줘야 할 것 같은데 이번에 또 싸울
has
것
been
같거든
able to
지금.
come into the danger zone, but for the most part, the lower half of the map is still under control of Onyx Esports. And RRQ Hoshi
톡톡 치면서 유도한단 말이에요. 지금 바텀 라인 너무 안
anyone they
좋고.
jump on, most likely
3라인도 지금 에스메랄다가 밀어놔가지고.
clear the bottom side, which is going to be pretty good. And the Lord, given this late stage of the game, is going to be very, very tanky. It's going to take quite a bit to burst down. So both teams need to be very careful in how they want to approach this Lord take.
자 이거
이거
한번 싸워야 되거든요. 이거 아니면 그냥 줘야 된단 말이야. 주면은 안 돼.
Finn popping up that shield. Onyx Esports with a very good read will just go for the reset on this Lord right now. RRQ do not want that to happen.
오케이 일단은 초기화.
Again, right? This is Onyx Esports playing the smart game.
치는데?
The top side is slow pushing because that base turret was taken down earlier. R7 is gonna have to micromanage that.
근데 진짜 이번엔 주면 안 돼.
Just go and again threaten the Lord and go for the engage. Finn gonna be taken down. Skyler.
아 이렇게 되면 안 돼요.
Will do its work. Boots gets the kill.
또 물렸잖아.
Will be able to find Vin. Not just yet. Boots gonna be taken down. Overcommitting there, but he buys enough time for Onyx Esports. The rest of the members to go for the Lord. Kyrie secures it. Albert jumps in with the damage. Winter Truncheon as well, but will be taken out. He has the immortality. R7 goes in for the damage, but it will not be enough to save Albert. Onyx Esports once again with a brilliant macro performance. Keyboy canceling the regen.
여기서 고래까지 잘려버리면은.
The mid Storm Rose as well. Immortality out. R7 buys the Winter Truncheon. He buys a little bit more time, but will fall again to the hands of Sans. 3 for 1. Onyx looking to get match point.
Will they be able to defend this one, right?
아니 먼저
Two
물리면 안
members
돼.
left
먼저
standing
물리면
here
진단
for RRQ
말이야.
Hoshi. With brilliant plays from Boots in particular, he was taken down, but I do believe it was worth it to
못
trade
버틸
for
것
a gold later,
같은데
as you can see
얘네들끼리.
Kyrie going in for
이브랑.
an engage.
Kyrie just going.
그냥 밀죠. 네, 힘으로 밀어내네요. 자, 이렇게 오닉이 이겨 내면서 지금 3대1. 네, 전체 스코어 3대1로 오닉이 앞섭니다.
That is crazy. The way Onyx is able to maneuver around, avoid fights, yet
라인 정리도 그렇고 맞지. 한타도 그렇고 한타 때 계속 진단 말이지. 막아내지 못하네.
If they need to ban some things, I think now is a time where they have to start banning all these tools that Onyx is using to abuse their engages. Onyx moving back and forth away from RRQ is the main reason why R7 can't get the big engage. It's the reason why Clay doesn't really know when to pop out his ultimate, the real world manipulation. So Onyx is just way too solid, and they are so patient. And the macro game is absolutely on point as well. RRQ now on the back foot. They are struggling, and now it's match point for Onyx Esports.
One game left until we have to crown who is going to be king here this season. And it feels like a little bit of a irony, right? Because last season, what was the scoreline for RQ and Onyx?
4-1.
4-1. And now it's 3-1 for Onyx. So if Onyx can actually get this next game, 100% revenge story, revenge plot from Onyx.
Momentum on their side.
Yeah, definitely.
One more game away from securing the ultimate revenge against their bitter rivals, RRQ Hoshi. The Sonic here in the building going mad for Onyx Esports. Their chance is here. Will they be able to capitalize? So far the draft, the gameplay, the execution from Onyx has been absolutely amazing.
Chance from the crowd here, shaking the caster desk itself. This is absolutely amazing. With match point, RRQ They look confused, man. They have no idea what to do. They are racking their brains right now in the middle of the break. They need to find a solution that works. Onyx Esports.
그러니까 그냥 시종일관 이끌려갔어. 어쩔 수 없어서 이게 라인 정리랑 이런 걸 너무 잘해줬어. 오닉이 왼쪽 사이드 계속 밀어 제끼면서 한타 유도하면서 앞쪽부터 계속 잘라 먹어가지고 한타를 계속 한 명 없이 시작했어. 계속 막 라인 정리하면서 이렇게 퍼져 있을 때 막 한타 걸어가지고 한 명 물고 자르고 이런 식으로 해가지고 솔직히 잘하긴 했어. 인정함.
Always stayed in the first pick. They did not change at all. And in this game, once again, we're seeing that from RRQ. Very, very fixated on that first pick, on the blue side. Onyx kiting gameplay makes Onyx one step closer, one game closer to the crown.
이게 말했잖아. 아까도 그렇지만 이게 먼저 물리면 안 되는 그런 건데 이게
Imagine getting into a fist fight.
안쪽으로 들어오는 애들이 진짜 너무 많아가지고.
That is how it feels when you go up against Onyx right now. Look at RRQ.
이브랑 이런 거 들고 있어도 받아치기가 너무 힘들었어.
And they can't dish anything out back, despite the fact that they have a Eve against a Lilia. That is insane.
That's why I don't understand why RRQ keep allowing the Matilda pick and why they keep choosing for these heroes that rely on the engage, right? Like the feather airstrike and the real world manipulation. The Matilda is such a good counter to it. And then Onyx brought 3 sprints in
근데
addition to
그렇게
that.
해가지고 물어서 자를 수 있는 애가 없었잖아. 누가 자를 거야? 파키토?
It becomes useless. It's mitigated completely.
I think if we look at the damage dealt total in the game, Yves is gonna be all the way out there, but considering the sustains, the shielding, and the maneuverability, the lifesteal coming in from Onyx Esports, it almost doesn't matter, which is why I think that they have to start moving in that direction instead. Take out the disengage tools, the sustain tools.
근데 리타 궁풀이 하나도 안 나왔어. 이번 판에 궁풀이 한 번도 안 나왔어.
Because they were already outputting so much damage with the Renner, with the Yves as well.
만약에 그런 식으로 해가지고 스턴 맞추고 한 번에 잡으면은.
For sure. Now that is the main concern, right?
근데 진짜 각을 너무 안 줘가지고.
How they want to adjust to it. Onyx is still scheming, still cooking up yet another puzzle for RRQ to solve.
And once again,
the Renner shot, I still can't get over that though.
The steal though, yeah.
It was a good steal by Skylar, but here we're gonna throw it over to the item build, to Arashi Hoshi to go for the analysis. Once again though, I do feel like Onyx Esports they've
그리고 누굴 잘라야 할지도 잘 몰랐을 걸. 지금 일단 라일리아는 궁극기 있으니까 못 자르는 거고.
23-minute game. CW 0-0 and 10. Holy.
클로드도 도망갈 수 있었고.
Wow. What more can you say, man? He doesn't have any kills, but it's because he doesn't have to go aggressively. He is not the main.
에스메랄다는 물어도 잘 안 죽을 거고.
He is more of a threat,
마틸다도
a
도망갈
deterrent
거고.
for the squishier members like Skylar, like Clay. Look at his item builds; it reflects that completely. Mana boots to ensure that he can stay in the fight longer. And then
스턴 먹이면 일단 무조건 잡긴
only for
한데.
the 3 damage items, and then everything else is tankiness. Because if he does not get bursted down, if he doesn't get caught out,
아 근데 오닉이 우승할 수도 있어. 이번에 한 번만 더 이기면 오닉 우승이야.
And then re-engage later. And look at all the builds. It all reflects tankiness, and even
과연 끝까지 집중력을 잡고 갈 수 있는가가
because all he has to do is wait for RRQ to fully commit, and then he can get a free range in the back line. Boots, he even built a rose gold meteor. What is going on? He knows that the damage coming in from Clay is too painful, and look at the items from Clay.
반응이 빨라가지고 칼리드가 부시 궁을 한번 썼었는데 그것도 피했잖아. 칼리드가 부시 궁을 시도를 했었는데 그걸 애들이 피했거든. 거의 맞추는 걸 못 봤어. 그래서 리타가 뭔가를 해줬으면 했는데 리타가 뭔가를 해주지 못했죠. 그래서 진 거야. 뭐 아무것도 못했잖아.
Here, right? Let's just take a look once again at Kyrie. He went for the same exact build as Albert when he went for the Lancelot, right? And it's again a very intelligent build by Kyrie here, up against a lot of tanky members, a lot of sustainable members. This full penetration build enabled him to really destroy even the front lines, right? obviously the backline is.
근데 아까도 봤거든. 아까 그냥 1스로 스턴을 먹였을 때도 뭐지 애들이 그 뭐랄까 붙어주는 게 너무 빨라가지고.
Because again, Onyx Esports, their playstyle and their composition forced RRQ to constantly fight these messy team fights, and obviously it will favor.
붙어주는 게 계속 빨라가지고 이게 죽이지 못하고 계속 살려줬거든. 살려보냈단 말이야. 그러니까 그런 게 계속되다 보니까 한타가 계속 밀렸다고.
It's actually Albert on the Paquito. Onyx Esports, CW still most gold, Sans still most damage.
Sans, again, a lot more AoE, a lot more spammable when the fight actually breaks out. Yves has an advantage when it comes to pick and when it comes to poke. But in all fights, Sans will have a lot more damage
자 일단 다음 판
output.
봅시다
And
빨리.
considering that Albert as that Paquito,
이번에도 쉬는 시간 좀 길게 갔나?
he was building very aggressively with only 1 or 2 defensive items. So you start to wonder, right? He was fixated on being able to one-shot all the threats coming in from Onyx Esports. Unfortunately, with how mobile they are, it really wasn't a possibility for Albert. So maybe a bit more defensive options would make more sense. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is gonna be Boots on the Esmeralda, man. The macro play, the wave management, the zoning to ensure that Skylar is a non-factor. What more can this player not do? Brutes back at it again.
Yeah, I said his name since the previous game. I think
만약에
he has done
여기에서
so
오닉이
much for
이기면
his
끝나요.
team. He isn't as shiny, or he doesn't create those really TikTok highlight-worthy plays, but he's always just a constant nuisance to what RRQ Hoshi wanted to do in the game. And now we're gonna take a look at the MVP highlight here by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Let's see. R7 in particular, he was doing so much damage, trying to make sure that he can burst down the Esmeralda, trying to replicate what the Dyreth can do, but it really wasn't enough. And look at every time the fight breaks out. It's so chaotic. You can see there is no front line for RRQ. They're just sporadically around everyone, and that is where the Blazing Duet, the damage coming in from the Esmeralda, and even the Matilda, everyone just has more effectiveness when there is no front line for RRQ. And they're unable to find that kind of fight, because if they use the engage tool to engage, then they don't have the engage tool to stop the dive in. Here's the same exact situation.
이것 봐, 지금 칼리드 궁 썼는데 아무도 안 맞잖아. 이런 그림이 계속 나왔다니까. 이게 궁극기를 쓰는데 아무도 못 맞췄어 계속. 저런 장면이 많이 나왔어. 이렇게 맞췄는데도 한 명 잡고 이렇게 빠지는 그림. 그러니까 계속 빠질 때 맞추고 이래가지고 잡아내질 못했어 스턴 걸어도.
Where is the front line? There is no order in any of these fights, and that is absolutely by design of Onyx Esports. Once they have that control, even Albert, maybe he can make a few more fancy plays, but look at that, Boost just a lot more sustainable, and slowly but surely,
계속
every
물리고
single member of
맞춰가지고.
RRQ gets chased away. It doesn't even matter when the gold advantage has faded away. Onyx was just too clean with the planning, and the execution was also very perfect. RRQ tried so many things. They tried to surprise Onyx Esports. They tried to flank. They tried to manage
도망치다가 살려줘 궁으로 계속 맞춰서.
One step ahead. It all began in the drafting phase, and now we're back to it again
빡세네요.
for what is possibly the final match.
빡세.
The final game for this match.
Man, it's a roller coaster of emotions here once again. But for Onyx Esports, they need to stay calm, right? Again,
yes,
they are on match point. If they get too hyped, they have to sit and they have to stay comfortable. On the Secret Lab, they can definitely do that. And you guys can as well at home, at your work, everywhere, all right? You can use Secret Lab even as a mattress, as a bed, because I use it.
I sleep on it a lot, to be honest.
It's so
I nap a lot, literally.
Same. And go ahead. You guys, Warashi, go get your Secret Lab, Titan Evo 2022, because it's fully adjustable, right? Back problems, say goodbye to that, because it is just so functional as well. It looks so good. It's magnetic.
Wow.
역전하면 드라마긴 한데 과연 멘탈을 잡고 있을 수 있을까요? 네, RRQ가 멘탈을 꽉 잡고 있을 수 있을까? 그것도 문제인데 지금 넬이 연달아서 져버리는 바람에
Go ahead and check
멘탈
it
좀
out,
나갔을
ladies
것
and gentlemen.
같은데.
You can also find it in a lot of e-commerce websites. Now that you've invested in comfort.
그치, 나도 발리어피 괜찮다고 생각했었거든. 애초에 그냥 전부 다 진입 조합인데 발리어 하나만 있어도 굉장히 까다롭단 말이에요. 진입하는 것 자체가. 그래서 발리어 상당히 괜찮다고 생각하고 있었는데 발리어 대신에 딴 거 나왔었죠. 이브 나왔었지.
How much is mine?
Same. We're 100,000 IDR. Arashi as the
진짜 말했잖아. 이브 궁 펼치면서 한타가 본 것 같은데 아예 들어오는 애들이라 가지고 진짜 대놓고 미친 듯이 그냥 치고 누르는 애들이라서 이브 궁 켜도 계속 바로 잡히고 이래서.
I mean, I feel good. Investment is just a smart way.
그게 뭘
Work
하지도
smarter,
못하고.
not harder. That's the name of the game. So invest in the future, guys. The future is priceless, okay? We're working towards the future right now.
We're gonna see you guys after this break. Stay tuned for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen.
오케이, 쉬고 온답니다. 우리도 쉬러 갑시다. 좀 쉬다가 보러 옵시다. 몇 분, 이번에 몇 분이야? 쉬는 시간. 오닉이 우승할 것 같은 느낌이. 아. 5분 쉬는 시간이네요. 아니 그냥 적팀 조합 봤을 때 전체적으로 발리가 괜찮았어요.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai
아 나 운동하러 가야 되는데 운동 못했네 오늘. 참이네. 5분이면 노래 한 곡 하자고요. 오케이 무슨 노래 불러드릴까요? 잠깐만 마이크 들고 올게요.
Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we want.
사랑 그놈? 사랑 그놈 뭐야? 누구 노래지? 바비킴 노래네. 일단 잠시 스톱해놓고 사랑 그놈 한번 가자.
효과 빠른 진통제 타이레놀.
혼자 사랑하고 혼자 이별하고 혼자 추억하고 혼자 무너지고 사랑이란 놈 그놈 앞에서 언제나 나는 빈털터릴 뿐 외면하고 혼자 후회하고 늘 휘청거리면서 아닌 척을 하고 사랑이란 놈 그놈 앞에서 언제나 나는 웃음거릴 뿐 사랑해 불러도 대답 없는 멜로디 가슴이 멍들고 맘의 눈은 멀어도 다시 또 발길은 그 자리로 사랑해 또 사랑해 제멋대로 왔다가 자기 마음대로 떠나간다 왔을 때처럼 아무 말도 없이 떠나간다.
오케이 1절 컷.
like to see the series go all best of 7, right? Because both of these teams, they worked so hard for the past 3 months to get to this point. They've trained, they've
이제
discussed,
뱀픽이야.
they've worked hard, they've built their synergy from 0 to up until this point. And if it goes just like this, it feels
자,
real
뱀픽
sad, but I
가봅시다.
guess that also represents how strong Onyx Esports are as a team right now, especially with Kyrie stepping into that jungle position as well as Coach Yeb in that coaching position as well.
This is the Onyx Esports we expected in the playoffs after their performance in the regular season. They didn't show up in the upper bracket finals, but right now, they're certainly showing up, man.
You show them something, they adopt it, they deal with it, and now they come back with the unique picks of their own. Some people might even say it's their plan because Onyx Esports, they are notorious for taking the lower bracket route. And here, they seem to be looking to replicate the same success. RRQ though, it's just their final chance and it's a switch in the pick order.
관객 이쁘다고.
Okay.
Yeah, they swapped sides here.
So RRQ, I guess you could say they learned from their mistake, right? Against RSG Philippines back in MSC. They stayed in the first pick all the way. Now that they're in match point where they're up against Onyx, who are at match point, RRQ are going to move over to the second pick, and you can already see the shift in the bands. But for
RRQ 질 것 같은데.
now Bearman
진짜.
added into the list, but something is open here. Paquito, obviously. Lilia, Grok is also up for grabs.
야, 그록 살았거든요.
Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
과연 그록을 뽑을
For the
것인가?
ban on the Ling, and so the Grok is going to be available for Onyx Esports to pick up right now. I think that's a wiser choice than the Fanny first pick.
아까
to be
그
honest.
여자
Fanny
오닉이요.
is a bit too gimmicky, and I don't think Onyx Esports right now want to go for that, right? Fanny has just been.
뭐야,
not
라일인데?
effective. It hasn't been effective in the playoffs right now. Lilia gets first pick. There you go.
Highest damage in the previous game. No surprise there. RRQ though, we have to see. Eternal has mentioned it, and it was very, very accurate.
그록 안
It is
뽑았어.
about that Matilda. How
나는
sustainable,
오닉에서
how
그록 들고
safe
갈 줄
Onyx
알았거든.
can be. Will RRQ find a way to circumvent that, or will they try and find a solution with their own
뭐야
execution?
코스프레 뭐야? 코스프레
While
들어가.
we're in the drafts, looking at the heroes, you guys can look at the heroes as well. Walking up to the stage just now, we got some cosplayers here in the building. But RRQ, they go for the Matilda. That was such a nuisance to them, and I think.
이번에 마틸다를
they don't go for the
RRQ에서
Paquito,
들고
they
갔죠?
instead go for the Claude. Onyx Esports have the chance, the opportunity now to secure both Pac and Grok.
아니야 이번에 그록 나올 확률 높다. 그록 밴 안 당해서.
Or
the boxer and the rock. Rocky, hey.
Oh, you're right, man. Onyx though, I don't know about this, right? Do they want to secure the Paquito? Do they want to secure the Grok right now? They can't actually just go for something.
아니면은 저쪽에서 진짜 오닉 그냥 그록 뽑으라고 그록 밴 안 했을 수도 있어.
They already have the Lilia.
그록 가져가라 이런 느낌으로.
They're up against a Claude.
봐 그록 들고 가잖아.
Esmeralda instead, and they go for a Grok. So the Grok was right. RRQ can go for that Dyroth right now.
무조건 그록 들고
Trying
간다니까.
to stop the Esmeralda in lane.
That does make sense. It definitely will be banned out for the second phase for Onyx Esports.
이번에 바닥칠
because
자신이
they want
있으니까 아마
to
그록 밴 안 한 것
allow Boots to win in
같은데.
those lanes. We've seen the prowess that Boots can have, especially in the game with the wave clear. If he's leading, but if he's not, it might be a different story for Onyx Esports here in game number 5. RRQ Hoshi, are they gonna go for it?
It makes sense, and right now they're really lost on the value of the Esmeralda because that is a prio pick almost for Onyx when they go for the Matilda, but they go for the
잘
Uranus. They
쓴답니다,
can match
그록을.
that tankiness, that lane pressure.
그록 쌉
So
장인이래요.
R7 won't be struggling against the pressure that Boots is able to bring, especially when it comes to that macro
정글
game
방해부터
phase. So already
거의 완벽하게
a lot
다
of problems being
한다던데.
alleviated
일단 봐야 알
in
것
the active
같아요.
phase, but RRQ,
얼마나
they're gonna default
잘하는가.
back to the jungles, the assassins for Kyrie.
I think this time around, it's going to be a little bit more
나쁘지 않아,
difficult
우라노스.
for Boots to have a say, especially going against the Uranus, who is going to be able to sustain very well in that lane and start cutting those lanes and alleviate this pressure. And because of the Matilda pick, RRQ Hoshi, they might have a better chance in terms of that scaling. But Onyx Esports now have the chance to ban this out here.
S맨
in the
저쪽에서
second
들고 왔잖아. 오닉
phase.
에서 들고
Are they going to be
갔으니까.
taking away and start limiting
그러니까 비비려고
that
들고 간
gold
것
lane?
같은데.
Or is it going to
네네,
be
대회는 밴
a
5개예요.
different choice here for?
아, 랜슬 밴 나오네.
Wow.
이제 랜슬 주지 않겠다 그런
Lancelot ban
느낌이죠.
from
팬이
Onyx,
랜슬
and it's
밴
actually
당했고.
RRQ who bans the Fanny here up against Onyx Esports once again. So the threat is still there. Onyx Esports for Onyx Esports. Here we see a list of achievements from the future from the Philippines. Kyrie, the runner-up of the M3 World Championships, MVP for the regular season in MPL Indonesia Season 10, and also the first team jungler for MPL Indonesia Season 10. My vote, personally, on both of those categories.
If I'm not mistaken, same for me as well. But right now, Onyx, the fact that they banned that Lancelot means they are worried and concerned about that dive potential. No longer is there a Matilda to try and get people to get security for their backline members. And with Sans being so important, and later on CW as well, we'll just have to see. RRQ ban
Indonesia.
narrowing down the options for CW in that gold lane, but of course CW has a very deep hero pool. So you
아 근데
can't
양쪽
expect
다
to
랜스를
win
잘
only with
쓰더라고.
that.
확실히 양쪽 다 랜스를 잘 써서. 아, 이브 밴했네요.
Onyx Esports banned the Eve, respecting Clay. They want to go up against that Farsa. RRQ, will they give it to him though? Up against Onyx Esports now. I think that it's Onyx at this point are baiting RRQ to go for that Farsa.
초반에 그록이랑 라일리아 들어오는 거 막을 수는 있냐? 조금 강한 법사 같은 거 좀 해야 될 것 같은데.
No Paramus.
The only thing he's picked up is the Sicilian.
Sicilian as well. If they want to, exactly. If they want to play
초반에 좀 카정이랑 이런 거 들어오는 거 좀 받아칠 수 있는 걸로 해야 될 것 같은데.
Requires a kind of range management more than a Sicilian. So it does make sense. And if you talk about high damage from far away and security, Sicilian does fit into that description. But Farsa will be the option that RRQ goes for. And now they're in the same situation, right? On the esports, they can have an advantage in spammable spells and in poke. And RRQ will have to have a solution for that if they want to succeed to catch up to Onyx in this match. But with 2 more picks here, Onyx, we can't even really predict what's going to happen.
You know what? I'm thinking an assassin for Kyrie once again. The Gusion is up for grabs. They want to dive up against RRQ here. It's possible, right? They can't actually. Oh my God! There's a signature pick from Kyrie that we haven't seen. It's been risky here for the Hayabusa as well. Could work out. They might just go for a Bauman here, honestly.
모르겠네. 근데 저 이번에도
honestly, they can just go for that here.
레슬리 씨.
I predicted the Bauman, not the Leslie though.
와, 진짜 여러 가지 시도 많이 한다. 야, 미아도 뽑던 이번에 레슬리네요.
And this is what we mentioned before. CW, he's so dynamic in that gold lane. He picks up a Leslie that is actually she kind of counters Claude in lane, just in lane, all right? She can get out of the blazing duet just with her first ability because she gets the invisibility, and with her second ability, if Claude gets too close, the Leslie can actually cancel that blazing duet. We'll see how this works out though, because Leslie, very similarly to Mia, will have to wait for the power spike, and RRQ, they go for that Dyroth in the jungle here to go up against that Bauman. You've seen this before. It was Evos who played that Dyroth. Tsutsujin. Let's see if it will work out for RRQ Hoshi. But here I have to root for Onyx, man. Again, been rooting for the teams with the unique picks. Leslie, I've been waiting for this pick, and here it is.
It's basically a free wind of nature, right, for Leslie in terms of that ultimate going against the blazing duet from Claude. But RRQ, they picked up the Dyroth, who is going to be able to counter the Esme, the Grok, and the Bauman. So pick your poison here. Both have come up with amazing drafts, and it's going to come back down
레슬리한테 질 수도 있지. 아니, 요즘 레슬리 세다니까. 요즘 레슬리 세요. 구라 안 치고 나도 지금 이번 시즌 레슬리로 꿀 빨고 있는데 레슬리 상당히 셉니다. 대회에서 안 나와서 그렇지.
Now we're going to see it. We have to see if RRQ are taken aback or will they crush Onyx and equalize.
Possibly the last game in the series. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. Into the land of dawn we go. Kyrie on the Bauman this time once again.
자, 과연
last time he played the Bauman was in game 2. And on Esports, that was the game that they lost. RRQ trying to replicate that success.
Right now, RRQ, they have a They have more advantage in the early game, I feel, with the burst damage, with the
과연 어떤 경기를 보여줄까 진짜 너무 궁금한데. 자, 그룹 초반에 가정 안 가네. 일단 진짜 초반에 좀 센 거 뽑으려 했더만 다이로스 같은 거 뽑고. 나쁘진 않아.
So that is a difficult task for RRQ to try and achieve.
It's kind of tough, right? Because now CW is gonna have. He seems like he's not being able to clear. He seems like he's being zoned away by Claude, by Skylar here. Miracle.
Yeah, early on, CW is just gonna have to farm, right?
이거 초반 1대1을 레슬리가 이길걸요.
Same thing. Both of them can poke each other with their first ability, and it's gonna be a stalemate up top. They're just both looking for a power spike.
1스 짤짤이만 넣어줘도 클로드한테 레슬리가 이길 텐데.
Up against Uranus, not really a good matchup for that Uranus. R7 has the passive though, can just regen back up, but he'll choose to back off. It's a bit too much kill pressure over towards that bottom side.
He also doesn't see any of the members of Onyx Esports, so very wisely, he is aware of the possibility of a trap, of a dive. He backs away, and he'll be back in time for this turtle fight. We'll have to see if RRQ go for it, and if Onyx will engage them for the battle of early game supremacy.
Onyx Esports now with a 500 gold lead. It's not too strong at the moment, as now both teams are going to be centering around the objective take on this first turtle. Salman is going to have a better chance with the double retrieve because of the ultimate that the lethal counter can have, but let's see what Albert can do with it.
Albert has the Abyssal Strike as well. He goes in, steals the turtle away, but will fall to the hands of Kyrie for the airstrike popped in boots, dealing the damage onto Clay. First blood for the turtle. Onyx Esports traded. And honestly, I think it
벨몬드가
might be
비비면서 뺏어
worth for
먹었죠.
Onyx Esports.
It might just be. They are the ones who are playing.
Whoa!
Hey, hang on.
Arashi Hoshi, you're alone.
Hang on.
The only RRQ fan in the English desk. Sound prediction by Axe. Why? How?
자, 이번에도 시작은 오닉이 앞서죠. 네, 오닉이 앞서 갑니다.
They have more chances to make plays happen, and now without the Mathilda, as Eterna mentioned, one of the main problems for them, I feel like they do have a chance, and the composition has possibilities to make it work. So it's not a completely biased prediction. Full disclaimer here, okay?
Absolutely, obviously, right? And for me, Onyx Esports, I think. Oh, wait a minute, they're gonna go for this.
와, 잘 물었는데?
와우! Down by that feather airstrike. Good engage, but Vin's gonna be taken low. Oh my god!
와, 이걸 살려?
He gets
와, 이게 살아나?
able to finish him off there. He had the sprint, but he did not use
와,
it.
이걸 마틸이
Onyx Esports built a
살아가네요.
1,000 gold lead, but again, it's still anyone's game right now. I do feel though that the Force is gonna have a tough time with the feather airstrike. Clay's gonna have to pull off a miracle here.
Not to mention, Albert has the Diroth, but who is going to combo with the physical damage? Because he is one of the only sources of physical damage, along with Skylar. That is a big question as well. But so far, their plan of being aggressive,
맞아, 잘 큰 레슬링만큼 무서운 거 없어. 요즘 레슬링 특히 그래. 요즘 레슬링은 잘 크면 진짜 탱도 살살 녹여가지고.
Two Avarice emblems for the side of RRQ. They want to scale in the side lanes, and in the mid side, Dawat, Farsa, and Mathilda. That is a deadly early game combo. So it's the same game plan with better tools for the job.
15 seconds left on the clock for the next turtle to spawn. 5 seconds now, rather, and it's unfortunate right now because RRQ Hoshi, Albert, he is going to have a better time in terms of that guiding wind, right? The guiding wind is going to be able to allow him to disengage if he goes in too aggressively. But in the top side here, CW is going to get so bullied as now both teams are going to set up for this next turtle.
Okay, Kyrie going to be the target for RRQ. Albert jumping in as well. Kyrie still able to maneuver out of there. That's going to be the wild charge connecting onto the side.
자, 이번에는 다이로스가 먹었고요. 이번에 RRQ가 먹고 안쪽으로 들어가면서 와, 오라무스 좋은데요. 잘 비볐죠.
It's 2-0 for RRQ currently as they are looking to invade as well. RRQ
이번에 잘 먹었잖아.
game, like we said, it's still anyone's game in the early phase.
They're going to get the gold lead back as well. Onyx Esports initially was leading, but now it's starting to look and turn to RRQ Hoshi here.
우라무스 괜찮다 했잖아,
이번에. items in the 5th minute.
Union Hunter Sword completed for Claude. For Skylar in that lane, he will have a lot more damage. But so far, I think Lilia.
아니, 벨몬 아까는 먹었어.
So they have to be careful of
아, 못 먹었나?
CW takes a bit of damage here. If you take a look at his items, for the most part, no defensive options just yet.
Oh, Vin has the guy win, gets out there. Albert jumps in onto Sans, looking for that business strike.
Whoa!
But it's gonna be Albert who falls. It's a 1-for-1 gold laner for jungler.
교환은
I think it still might be worth to RRQ.
일단 골드라인이랑 골드라인이랑 교환이야 정글이랑.
That definitely gives Claude a little bit more room to play with, to scale into that late stage.
아까 다이로스를 먹은 거였어?
And that's what they can do, right? Go aggressively and then back out with the guiding wind.
돈 진짜 비슷하네. 돈 진짜 비싸게 가고.
need to find a way to catch RRQ.
클로드 지금 굉장히 무난하게 성장 중이거든요.
Absolute nuisance. Yo, leave the man alone.
He's so annoying, and I'm really just sweating, waiting for the moment where T-Boy finds an opportunity to get that ultimate through on the important members. We saw him do it yesterday. He might be able to find that opportunity today. As once again, very huge pressure from Keyboy opening up the map, giving information as well. 18 seconds left on the next turtle to spawn. And right now, Keyboy actually might get punished.
와! 나이스. 와, 지렸다.
Wow, the calculation on that fadeaway.
순간질 나쁘지 않았어.
1v1 against Skylar. Goes in for the down. Skylar.
와, 이걸 산다고? 아, 나이스. 야, 진짜.
Top side to pick up that kill.
야, RRQ 방금 파샤 백업 진짜 오졌다 타이밍, 그치?
1v1 Boots though gonna be bursted down. Albert misplaced it, but some strike. Boots was able to get out of that one. Now Kyrie looking for steal, but it's gonna be the turtle reset it here by RRQ. They're looking for Onyx right now.
Oh!
Wow! All the way for the Philippines, picks up a double kill. My goodness! Onyx Esports finding 2 for 1 there.
Clump up and you'll pay the price. RRQ Hoshi needs to pay attention to their spacing, man. Onyx Esports is the whole different situation. They are the ones who require a
진짜 너무 비등비등하게 간다.
RRQ Hoshi gave them a very easy possibility right there. They have to spread around so that they can make full use of the Matilda, of the mobility, and avoid any kind of combo. Onyx Esports has been able to do it once right now. RRQ Hoshi, they have to make sure it does not happen again.
Oh man, CW just got the Berserker Fury, so that crit is gonna start to hurt. And now RRQ Hoshi, they need to be careful. They need to be able to find CW in that backline, even though he
이번에는 과연 벨몬드가 먹을 수 있을 것인가?
But once again, both teams are gonna re-engage
아니죠. 파샤
onto this
공격고요.
turtle.
물러납니다.
먹었어요.
타이밍 좋았죠. 방금 다이로스까지 찍어먹으면서. 프라우스가 너무 잘 버티는데.
RRQ wins the fight. Onyx Esports takes the objective.
So basically a 2-for-2 trade here. But RRQ Hoshi, they're going to hold the gold lead a little bit longer as Clay has already taken and obtained that lightning truncheon. So that damage is going to start to hurt. The scaling potential already starting to get felt here in the 8th minute. As once again, Kyrie trying to look for a play in this top side, helping CW to farm back up to the gold that he needs.
Keyboy here is gaining some information, hovering around for a possible play to happen. RRQ Hoshi now.
이번에 한번 노리죠.
But it seems that Onyx will back away and take this turret for free. They require some map control. They lost 1 tower in the bottom and they get compensation in the top side.
Sorry.
But the bottom side jungle though, RRQ Hoshi making a play of their own.
With a counter by Kyrie, but it's gonna be melted down by Skylar. Albert comes in as well. Kyrie, 1 HP gonna be taken down. Boots running away. Blazing Duet baited out. Boots coming back in for the re-engage. Onyx not choosing to commit onto this one. R7 still just being such a nuisance. Is able to distract the other members here.
It's really difficult for the tanky members of Onyx Esports to have an effect here in the game because wherever they go, if Albert is in the vicinity, whatever HP that they were relying on for the confidence to be able to do these aggressive plays gets immediately hindered. So it's very hard for Onyx Esports to grab anything on the map.
Speaking of grabbing, you can grab your own food with the promo code grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code because this game might go in the favor of RRQ Hoshi, and that would mean that it's still a long way from finding the victory of MPL Season 10 Grand Finals. Right now, RRQ pressuring, and look at R7 on the Uranus, man. A lot more pressure compared to earlier on that Khalid.
Like, who's gonna have enough damage to burn this Uranus down?
Sans, but again, yeah, you're right. It's not consistent damage because it's mostly skill shots. And R7 is very sustainable now. RRQ using this actually to go for that Lord. 975 gold lead building to 1K now. Onyx Esports looking for that opening. Kyrie can definitely go for that steal. R7 now zoning the other members away once again. Pops the consecration. He's just doing so much for RRQ right now. The captain of RRQ. real-time win probability as well here
아,
presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
이번에는 확실히 RRQ가 조금 더 앞서고 있죠. 좀 분위기가. 힘으로도 계속 밀고 있고 들어가나? 파자 궁켰고. 그쵸. 다이브스 먹었네.
Now, Chase jumps in. Skylar with the BMI.
와, 클로드 살아갔어.
Out 2-for-1 over to RRQ, making a 3-for-1 with the Lord. Onyx Esports in disarray.
이번엔 RRQ가 이기겠는데.
RRQ Hoshi have picked up a 2,000 gold lead.
쉽게는 지지 않겠다 그런 느낌이죠.
In the mid side, they do get a turret, but at the end, what is it going to cost them? They're so far behind at this point.
They have been getting kills, but it's always been Albert. And for the most part, I think Albert is very content giving his life over if it means everyone else has space to farm, has pressure, has gold, leads. Right now, if you take a look at Skylar, he has the Malefic Roar on top of the core combo of Claude, so it's a lot of damage.
오닉이 이긴다고?
Already with the Lightning Truncheon at 11 minutes, that's a lot of
왜 조합이 오닉이 더 좋아서?
And RRQ Hoshi are going to take full advantage of that. They are pressuring all over the map.
Bottom side, look at RRQ, right? Again, R7 is just such a nuisance that Onyx Esports needs to funnel in a few
근데 압박
members
좋은데? 지금 사이드랑 이런 거 전체적으로 보면은 RRQ도 잘 굴리고 있어가지고.
For free. You're looking for the mid lane now. Keyboy is going to be melted down to half HP.
봐봐, 사이드랑 이런 거 잘 굴리잖아.
Going to be managed by RRQ. It's taken low though. Onyx Esports have done a good
이제
job.
버텨질까가 문제지.
CW actually walks out of the feather airstrike. Keyboy cancels it out. This might be a play for Onyx Esports to actually look for a comeback, but I don't think RRQ
버텨질까가 문제라니까. 다음 영주도 아마 얘네가 먹을 거란 말이야, RRQ가.
Every single tier 2. They don't need to look for anything else here. They can definitely go for some poke, but that's about it. I don't think RRQ are going to commit.
Yeah, Keyboy doesn't have Flicker yet. Oh, but he does have it now, so they might be looking for a play here. Doesn't find it just yet. Look at the way that RRQ Hoshi are actually rotating, right? They're not allowing Clay, nor Albert, nor the gold laners to go anywhere, and they're using their ability to have that high ground to just really burst down the members of the team and blow them away and prevent them from looking for a play on the board.
Keyboy has built the Athena shield, so now if RRQ wants to go for a combined damage burst play with Albert and Clay, he will be a lot more survivable. But RRQ Hoshi with the map pressure, with the control in the game right now, it's going to be very difficult for Onyx Esports, but if you look at CW, he is able to do a lot of damage onto R7. In fact, he is the second highest damage dealt in the game right now, so they have to be a bit careful because eventually he'll be able to actually melt through the HP bar of R7 on that Uranus.
We'll see. Right now, they are going to contest this blue buff away from Onyx Esports.
클로드 평타들이 원래 저렇게 약했나요? 정글 못 먹는데.
Or even a flank, and they do have the tools to get this, but Kyrie still manages to get that buff away. RRQ fails to steal it away.
Late game. How is this looking, Arashi? If we get to that late stage of the game, or just no, we don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about the next few seconds here. Does RRQ still win in these team fights? How does Onyx win?
Onyx wins by initially surviving the pickoff and then out-sustaining the damage from RRQ.
자, 영주 나왔죠. 이번에 무조건 RRQ가 먹을 거란 말이야. 이제 이거를 어떻게 막아내느냐인데 과연 버텨지나 이거지. 내 말은.
Are not available for Onyx Esports, so pure damage, pure basic attack damage from CW and spammable spells from Sans will mean that the longer the fight goes, the more damage is coming in, but Vin goes in.
Oh, Vin's trying to zone them away right now. The Lord's taking low, but that's going to be Vin losing immortality, blazing him into the back line right now. Skylar is going to be dealing so much damage. Sans picks up a kill onto Vin. R7's immortality falls. R7 able to back off, still having that passive healing up. CW goes in, one more shot over Skylar. Clay blocks it out, one more. Oh my goodness!
살았네.
Albert jumps in with the damage now onto.
야, 이렇게 되면 오닉이 먹겠는데?
Onyx, Sans popping that black shoes, getting the sustainability back up to almost full HP, but the airstrike comes in, cancelled out by the barrier.
파샤 군 캔슬했고. 우라노스.
It's a 4v3. Oh my god!
와, 파샤. 이거 봐.
Finds the turtle, finds the Lord, my bad.
야, 그래도 벨몬드가 먹었네.
It's a 3-for-1 in the end. Kyrie saves the game with the Lord, but is it enough?
근데 다 잡았어.
This was the same thing that we saw from RRQ Hoshi yesterday, and it ended up in their demise. So now they're going for that straight push. But the airstrike already opened up here. Sans, Keyboy, the only ones left to defend.
이거 막을 수 있나?
Sans still able to clear the wave. Skylar on the base still. R7 tank.
이거 막아지나?
Mini wave spawning for
미니언 나왔거든요. 영주랑.
RRQ looking for that top side. Takes it down. Lord spawning in will mean that RRQ cannot end. Kyrie has literally saved on esports, and they're looking for the re-engage here. Conceal pop in. Falling star moon charged by Boots, looking for our.
아 이거 영주 먹었으면 끝나는 건데 RRQ가 이긴 건데.
Pops in a wall charge will get melted down. Our 7
영주를 못 먹었어.
will not be able to find anyone. Our 7 and Vin in the midst of it all. Sounds dealing damage once again. Vin gonna be taken out by Kyrie.
뭐야?
1-0 on esports, still on the board. Holy moly.
Man, Kyrie doing so much for his team.
영주
right now.
먹은 게 신의 한 수였다. 벨몬드가 영주 뺏은 게 신의 한 수야. 이거 아니었으면 그냥 바로 끝났을 텐데. 잘
Remember,
뺐었네.
the bottom lane was pushing as well in favor for Onyx Esports, and they were able to get a tower out of it. So RRQ Hoshi, because of the lack in wave discipline, they're gonna lose more than they bargained for.
They're both scaled up in the late game right now. 3K advantage.
파샤가 무조건 레슬리만 노려야지 그래. 저거 잡으면 딜 없거든. 와! 미친 이거 뒤로 갔는데 맞았네. 총알이 빨랐어. 이게 뒤쪽으로 이동한 것보다 총알이 빨라가지고 크루드 맞았어.
This isn't good. This isn't good. 2 members, 30 seconds left on the board. Onyx Esports trying to push all of
이
these
정도면
lanes.
오닉이 역전할
You can see
가능성도
the
있어
Leslie
지금.
going to the top side,
밀어낼
looking
수도
for some
있거든.
compensation in that tower, but
미니언 잘 오고
right
있고.
now, RRQ Hoshi, whatever lead that they have, it's been completely taken back by Onyx Esports. Just on the back of Kyrie and CW.
That's the guiding win, bringing Clay to safety. Albert in the midst of it all, taking a whole lot of damage. Immortality.
안 되죠. 여기서 파샤 잘리면 끝나거든요. 네, 파샤 잘리면 끝나거든요.
Surviving with a 2 damage there. Keyboy falls. 2 seconds on Skylar. CW taking a turret for the rest of the members to back off. They cannot end. Welcome to MPLID Grand Finals. Holy.
What an insane turn of events right here. And looking at the items, almost everyone's at 5 items, but mainly look at the damage dealers. Lilia with the Divine Glaive as well. R7 needs to be very, very careful. He has 2 magic resistance items, but now he's falling to the damage coming in from CW. CW, on the other hand, with the Blade of Despair. Skylar cannot
야 이거 진짜 오닉이 이기겠다.
As we saw, that is one-shot potential coming in from the marksman, and in a way, that is how Onyx Esports can counter that blazing.
야 스코어 4대1은 맞춘 건데 맞지? 스코어 4대1은 맞췄는데 오닉이 이겼네. RRQ가 4대1로 이기는 게
They
아니고.
have the patience, the macro, the strategy to deal with Onyx Esports right now as the Lord spawns in minute number 18.
Man, honestly, I think Skylar would benefit from the WO
아니 실맹을
at this point.
진짜 망치 올렸네. 실맹 가다 진짜.
From CW that he can't have any pressure on the board. He can't put that much damage because when he goes in, basically we assume that he gets taken out.
It's a difficult situation, but RRQ
절칼을 한 개 더 가지.
But already look at Boots trying to make sure that the
원래 투절칼 레슬리가 대세 아닙니까?
And Kyrie with the Athena shield now, he will be a lot more durable in the front as CW scouts for information that ultimate in a
사냥꾼이야?
way is quite
사냥꾼 갈
useful
필요가
in
있나?
this situation.
아니 사냥꾼 갈 필요가 없어. 지금 방관이 패시브인데 굳이 사냥꾼을 왜 가? 그래 7명이 훨씬 더 가능성 높지.
The goal lead's gone for RRQ. It's now Onyx Esports to hold.
요즘에 레슬리 방관템 안 가잖아.
In the late stage, the goal lead won't matter. Vin opened up the map already. RRQ have information.
사냥꾼 갔다고? 아 그래?
But I don't think they're going to be there in time. Albert though still coming in.
그냥 이속 늘리려고 한 건가? 나이스.
Albert with the winner truncheon. Still able to buy some time. Skylar back.
와 이겼다. 오닉 이겼다.
Takes Albert down. Play with the guiding wind. Trying to run away. Boots chasing him down. We will be melted by Skylar.
이거 안 돼. 마틸다로 딜 못 버티. 그래 사냥꾼 이속 때문에 간 거 같아.
On the Leslie.
Wow, 2,500 gold lead. 2 members taken down to the hands of Onyx Esports, and it looks like RRQ Hoshi.
이건 오닉이 이겼다. 이제 답 없어. 이거.
They do have the benefit of still having Clay. They do have the high ground to defend. But with so much damage coming in from CW, they need to find a solution to go into the backline and take him out.
It's very difficult because Skylar
딜
is pressured.
빵.
Look at that damage. 1,700 true damage on that Leslie.
딜 미쳤죠. 그냥 한 대 때리면 집 가야 되거든요.
CW with a shutdown there. They're going for the base.
여기서 관건은 파샤가 궁을 얼마나 잘 피하냐는데 아니 그냥 이거 타워만 쳐도 이기겠다. 파샤 궁만 잘 피하고 그쵸 파샤 궁 빼고 끝났죠? 이제 레슬리 잡을 거 없어. 프리딜 레알 프리딜 오닉 4대1
W, Keyboy, Boots, Samo AC, Dreon, every single
찢었다,
member
그냥.
played a part in this victory. Sans, Onyx have done it. It is all over for RRQ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion for our MPL ID Season 10, and that is going to be Onyx Esports.
와, 오닉 얼마 만에 RRQ한테 이긴 거냐.
Past king of the galaxies to the king of the skies as they take to
진짜
the
개 찢었어.
throne the kings of kings, the domination of the dynasty, the era of Onyx Esports. Congratulations.
맞아, 오닉이 조합을 잘 짰어.
Onyx
계속.
Esports.
The new
운다 울어. 야, 오닉 팬들 운다.
Onyx Esports have done it. 4-2-1.
That is crazy, man. What a performance against RRQ Hoshi. They
Uh.
fought against so much. RRQ, no pushover at all. They have adjustments. They had moments of their own, but overall, eventually, Onyx Esports is inevitable. They are the new kings of the galaxy. And look at the audience right now. This is insane.
Their third MPL championship title, as they are going to be the ones to lead and represent Indonesia for M4. And this is just a beautiful turn of events.
와,
Very
오늘
poetic.
미아 픽, 레슬리
As
픽
last
전부 다
season, they were
성공적이었네요.
taken down
그냥
by
다 찢었어요.
RRQ 4-1.
야.
And this season, MPL ID Season 10, they are the ones to dominate RRQ Hoshi 4-1 as
와,
well.
가슴이 웅장해지네요.
2 months, nearly 3 months of all that blood, sweat, and tears. We are going to see and thank RRQ.
진짜 이걸? 근데 진짜 대박이었다. 경기 너무 재밌었어요. RRQ가 이긴다가 61%인데 오닉이
The enemy is banning. Your team is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
Sir, what's your command?
My pleasure.
The enemy is banning.
진짜 말도 안 됐다. 이렇게 찢을 줄이야.
I am more
Horology is my
than a
Your
weapon.
team is
Dicky is my
banning.
name. I didn't cure the pain. I
The
hunt.
enemy is picking.
Demons shall bathe in their blood.
Please pick
The
a
light
hero.
belongs to the righteous.
무지성 레슬리
The enemy
픽.
is picking.
하.
Your team is picking.
아 근데 어쩔 수 없잖아요. 방금 그런 경기를 봤는데 당연히 레슬리 하고 싶지. 봐봐 안 그래도 상대도 클로드야. 상대 클로드라고요. 아 진짜 정말 너무 좋다. 아 레슬리 바로 할 겁니다. 마침 상대도 클로드 나왔고요. 딱 너무 좋네요. 후후.
Your team is picking.
그럴 수 있지, 그럴 수 있지. 워낙 그 레슬리가 보여주는 임팩트가 너무 커가지고 후반 딜이 있잖아. 그거 임팩트가 너무 커서 라일리아가 초반에 막 깔짝깔짝 했던 딜이 막 눈에 크게 안 들어온 거지. 역시 이런 AOS 게임은 임팩트가 커야 되는 거 아니겠습니까? 그러니까 딱 그 느낌이었어. 마지막 명장면은 레슬리가 휘어잡는. 그래가지고 이제 딜뽕에 취해가지고 이제 레슬리 픽하는 사람들 많아지겠지. 나 포함. 대회 끝나면 이제 전부 다 레슬리 하러 간다.
Welcome to Mobaillegend. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Always
keep your gun loaded.
아 그래요? 잘하시는 분인가요?
Target on the move.
와 이게 닿네.
First blood. Request backup.
Focus.
좋아요.
Enemy in range. And you are too.
An ally has been slain.
아 이런.
Attack the turtle. An ally has been slain.
Eye on the target.
Launch attack. An ally has been slain.
밀리는데?
The enemy has slain the turtle. An
No one's ever been too far.
집 갔네요.
Loyalty is my best spotting scope.
네, 대회 레슬리 보고 바로 하는 거예요. 아, 나 뒤지나? 아, 진짜. 아, 미친. 망했는데? 아, 잠깐만요. 상대가 안 되네.
No one's ever been too far.
로망이 바로 깨졌다고. 다시 되찾아줄게. 아니, 존슨 궁 있잖아.
Dead before they knew me.
대회에도 레슬리 1데스 하고 나서 시작했어.
Home. The start and the end of a journey.
아니 근데 위에는 왜 터진 거야?
Not one shot wasted. Better gear, better aim. I admire their courage to take my bullets. Focus. One shot, one kill.
이걸? 뭔 딜이야. 아씨.
A new path unfolds.
그럴 수 있지.
Where did Harley go? Haven't seen him for a while.
노답인데 진짜. 관리 오데스.
One shot, one kill. Nice try. One shot, one kill.
An enemy has been slain.
Shush. Dead before they knew me. One shot.
Slain an enemy.
One shot, one kill.
Ally has been enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
One kill. One shot.
이게 깨지네. 좋아요.
Target locked.
지렸죠? 솔직히 잘했다. 인정?
One kill. One shot. One kill.
Our turret has been destroyed.
보셨나요? 나쁘지 않았죠 방금?
Crosshair rock you down. Death kisses you on the forehead.
Our turret is under attack.
Nice try.
Destroy the turret. Mega kill.
와 이거? 야 변형 뭐냐?
Nowhere to run.
아유 진짜. 아이고. 레슬리 노래 부르는 거야. 나쁘지 않죠. 레슬리 이스가 좋아졌다고? 아니 이스는 그대로인데?
The master plan remains unchanged.
Killing spree. Good game.
I am neither the hungry wolf nor the sacrificial.
이스 패치됐어. 그래요. 뭐가 좋아졌어?
One shot. One kill. Not one shot wasted.
뭐 바텀 밀러 가라 해가지고 바텀 밀러 왔더만은 다 터지고 앉아있노.
One shot. One kill.
뭐가 달라졌어? 범위 넓어졌다고? 나도 처음 알았어. 나 이수는 그대로 줄 알았는데.
Target locked.
못 잡았어? 아 진짜.
Request backup.
맞고가 맞고.
Our turret has been destroyed.
남자는 자연풍 가는 거 아니야.
Enemy has been slain.
A new path
남자는
unfolds.
자연풍 같은 그런 겁쟁이템 가는 건 아니야.
Turret is under attack.
어이가 없네 이 친구. 이기려고.
Slain an enemy. Has been destroyed.
아니야 아니야. 나는 겁쟁이가 아니기 때문에. 어디 갔누? 그렇지. 절칼 같은 상남자템을 가는 거지. 들이받아! 그렇지! 하지만 내 딜은 하나도 들어가지 않았죠? 어디 가누? 뭐야? 아 씨! 아 미친! 어휴! 잡았어? 나이스.
Target on the move.
잡아.
One shot. One kill.
뭐야? 아! 좋아. 됐어 됐어 다 잡았어 다 잡았어. 무슨 소리야? 막템은 자연풍 안 가야지. 상남자 템은 절칼이지. 막템은 절칼이다.
Initiate retreat. Request backup. Attack the Lord.
Not one shot wasted. One shot, one kill.
야 인노. 아유 제발. 아유 진짜. 아유 까비 까비.
Target clear.
Request backup. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
어? 나이스 이겼다. 끝났네요.
Launch attack. Good game.
끝난 것 같은데. 못 미나?
The master plan remains unchanged.
못 끝내나요 이거?
Killing spree.
끝낼 수 있지. 어 되네요. 끝. 뭐야? 셧다운 뭐야?
Launch attack.
I am neither the hungry wolf nor the sacrificial lamb.
Team destroy and turret.
아 잠깐만.
Initiate retreat down.
Nowhere to run. One shot, one kill.
Team has slain an enemy. Good game.
아 끝났죠. 어휴 큰일 날 뻔. 딜 뭐냐고? 폭딜. 아니 이 맛에 레슬리 하는 거 아닙니까? 바로 이 맛 아닙니까? 그냥 그대로 꽂아였죠? 네. 내가 말했잖아. 대회 때 같은 짜릿함을 보여주겠다고. 되잖아. 짜릿하잖아요. 짜릿했지 솔직히. 사케도 할 거라. 3인큐네. 3인큐 빡세지 않나? 아 짜릿 말고 찌릿 정도야? 아 오케이 오케이. 찌릿 인정합니다. 그쵸? 이번엔 뭐하지? 또 뭐였지? 미아! 그치 이번 판에 미아 보여드릴게요 여러분들. 한 놈만 팠잖아. 발리어 미친듯이 때리더만. 미아는 좀이라고 배아 보여달라고? 아니야 난 미아 할거야. 오닉이 이번에 미아 해가지고 또 깔끔하게 한 그림 만들었었단 말이야. 다 조용히 해. 내가 미아 한다면 미아 하는거야.
Your team is banning.
세이버가 발리어 무는 거 멍청한 짓이라고. 근데 세이버가 아까 발리어만 주구장창 죽였잖아.
The enemy enemy is banning.
To live
Sir,
is to
what's your
trick
command?
the Reaper.
I didn't cure the pain. Please ban a hero.
뭐 밴해야 돼?
A punch for a punch.
바퀴도 안 할 건 밴한다. 형 궁수 뭐 할지 미리 말해줘. 미아 한다니까. 왜?
Now a cat enters the scene.
The enemy is banning.
왜 내 미아를 못 믿는 거지? 미아 한다니까. 아! 미아 할 거야. 레슬리 올리지 마. 아! 나한테 왜 그래?
I am more than
Your
a
team is
weapon.
picking.
아 미친! 아 잠깐만. 아 미아 할 건데. 아이 개자식아. 아!
Your team is picking.
I will protect you.
아 미친. 자랑하려고 했. 아 자랑하려다가. 아 이게 뭐 하는 짓입니까? 진짜. 아 개빡치네. 안 웃기다고. 이게 뭐냐고. 진짜. 아니야 이거 아니라고. 아 나 레슬리 시에로 나도 2판 연속 같은 챔 별로 안 좋아한단 말이야. 이게 뭐야. 아 실화냐. 아니 이게 이렇게 돼버린다고? 아 초코쿠키님 어서오세요. 아 이걸 진짜. 아니 근데 아니 진짜 바로 딱 뜨자마자 이 새끼가 바로 올렸어.
Only love at night.
아
The enemy is picking.
아니 전적 자랑할 때부터 뭔가 알았어야 됐는데 이 새끼 이거 손 빠른 거 보소 이거. 아 이거 이러려고 노렸구나.
See value in me?
아 진짜 너무 짜증나네요. 아니 나 미아 하려고 했었다니까. 나 미아 하려고 한다고 니한테 말도 했잖아. 아 이게 뭐야. 아 일단 저 사람 반응 속도 상당히 빠를 걸로 예측되고요. 네 올리자마자 그냥 바로 올린 거 보면. 아 네 미아 씨. 오케이 이 판 빠르게 끝내고 미아 합니다. 일단 개빠르게 끝냅시다. 아 저 팀에 파샤 있네.
Welcome to Mobaillegend.
파샤는 골드라인 갱 오는 게 까다로워가지고.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
피하기도
All
힘들고.
troops deployed.
Always keep your gun loaded.
잘 집었는데? 좀 도와주지.
Enemy in range. And you are too. Come a little closer.
Bottom lane, careful.
여기 있어 여기.
Initiate retreat.
One shot, one kill.
Launch attack. First blood.
이걸 네가 먹는다고? 좋아 그럴 수 있죠. 네 괜찮습니다.
One shot, one kill. Target on the move.
Request backup.
Focus.
Battle spell in cooldown.
I am neither the hungry wolf nor the sacrificial lamb.
디거한테 잡혀가지고 한 박자 늦었어 올라가는 게. 어휴. 저기 너무 많네요.
Loyalty is my best spotting scope. One shot, one kill.
뭐야 와 깜짝이야. 나 체력 없어. 네네. 그래도 일단 승패는 맞췄으니까 뽀찌 없습니까 형님?
No one's ever been too far. One shot.
아 승패란다.
one
그
kill.
스코어.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
나쁘지 않은데?
Ally has been slain.
아야.
Dead before they knew me.
뒤지나요? 진짜 뒤질 뻔했다. 미친. 정말. 나이스. 뭐 다 잡았으면 됐어요.
A new path unfolds.
확실히 짜증나네요. 디거랑 이런 파샤랑 계속 오니까.
Eye on the target.
Ult is not ready.
너무 웃긴데? (3연승) 해달라고. 지금 3인큐에요.
Nice try.
3인큐 하고 있어가지고. 치고 있네. 불안해가지고 집 가야겠다. 터틀 먹고 어차피 바로 밑으로 내려올 거란 말이야. 파샤랑 내가 뭘 할 수 있는 게 없어. 올라갔네요. 내가 훨씬 많이 때렸잖아.
One shot, one kill.
고센 내려오고 파샤에.
Not one shot wasted.
이걸? 진짜. 너무하네. CC가 몇 개냐? 어서오세요. (5인큐) 빡세냐고요? 모르겠어요. 최근에 5인큐를 안 해봐가지고.
The master plan remains unchanged. Not one shot wasted.
쟤네들 갱킹이 빡세요. CC가 너무 많아가지고.
One kill.
파리스는 계속 탑라인 가고.
One shot, One kill.
이거 안 잡히거든요, 딱딱해서. 고생 조심.
Come a little closer. One shot. One kill. One shot. One kill.
아 진짜. 아 미치겠네.
Our turret is under attack.
3인큐도 빡센 것 같아요.
Our
자연풍을
turret has
갔네.
been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed.
아니 왜 딱딱한 걸 잡으러 위로 올라가는지 잘 모르겠어요. 저건 못 잡는 건데 브래들린. 일단 딜 좀 나오고 나서 때리는 게 좋죠.
Enemy has slain the turtle. Our turret is under attack.
One shot.
잠깐만요. 오고.
Bang.
바텀 그냥 브라인 밀리게 둘게요.
Enemy rampage. Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Our turret is
자연풍.
under attack. An ally has been slain.
어? 큰일인데?
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
클 때까지 버텨야겠는데요.
Plan remains
Our
unchanged.
turret has been destroyed.
One shot.
Our
One
turret is
kill.
under attack.
Target locked.
Shut down.
Better gear. Better aim.
좋아요.
Eye on the target.
어우 아파라. 아 뭐야 죽어? 뭔 딜이야. 야, 씨, 파샤 딜 너무 센데요?
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed.
A new path unfolds.
파샤 공권할 만한 게 없나요, 우리 팀?
Nowhere to run.
Enemy rampage. You have slain an enemy.
One kill.
Shut down. Shut down. Double kill. Double kill. Enemy has slain more.
영주를 왜 제가 먹어?
One shot. One kill. I admire their courage to take my bullets. Where did Harley go? Haven't seen him for a while. Dead before they knew me. Target locked.
Ally has been slain.
Nice try.
뭐해? 씨.
attack.
조금만 더 버티면 이길 수 있으려나? 이길 수 있어. 할 수 있다. 싸움 한 번만 잘하면 되잖아.
One shot, one kill.
일단 받아 먹으면서 성장해. 와 씨. 어유 아파라 씨.
Target on the move.
야, 이거 조헤드가 파샤 못 보나?
No one's ever been too far.
어우 미친.
One shot, one kill.
Ally has been slain.
아 뭐야 이거 왜 죽어?
This.
Shut down. Killing spree.
아씨. 아.
Defeat.
아 진짜 너무 빡셌어. 아니 이게 파샤 궁 끊어주는 애가 아무도 없네. 이게 조헤드 갖다 박으면 파샤 궁 안 끊기나? 디거가 있어서 들어가도 죽는다고? 하... 그냥 진퇴양난이네. 조합이 너무 좋았네. 오케이 어려운 단어 한번 썼다. 이번 판 미아할 거다 진짜.
The enemy is banning.
Sir, what's your command?
Please ban a hero.
아니 또 시작이네가 아니고 미아 하려고 했어 원래.
I didn't cure the pain. I harmed it. The enemy is banning.
To live is to trick the Reaper.
I am more than a weapon.
More than a weapon.
Your team is banning.
Toot toot. Horology is my craft.
The enemy
Diggy
is
is my
picking.
name.
뭐야 저기 하나 살았네.
Your team is
자 대회처럼 나오고 있죠. 네 대회처럼 아틀라스 나왔구요. 이제 미아 잡으면 되겠지.
I am the moonlight that breaks through the darkness.
아틀 나왔잖아.
Let them come. They will only make my blade sharper.
MPL에 오닉이 미아 뽑아서 이겼잖아. 아틀라스 나왔을 때 미아 뽑아서 이겼는데 이번에도 이겨야지. 아, 마틸다 좋아. 아, 좋다. 야, 그럼 이 판 랜슬 나와야 되는 거 아니냐? 아니다, 랜슬 말고 뭐였지 그때? 아, 뭐였지? 그 판? 벨몬드였나? 아닌데.
The enemy is picking.
그 미아에서 이긴 판 뭐였었지? 정글이? 베인이나 치자고. 오케이.
Chivalry is dead, and I will revive it.
카리나였어? 아, 몰라. 기억이 그리 타네.
Tremble in my presence.
Your team is picking.
야, 근데 클린트인데? 클린트는 좀 너무 빡세지 않나? 카리나 맞아. 그렇구만.
Payback time.
자, 가봅시다. 1섭 아닌 것 같은데? 아, 1섭인가?
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
일단 클린트니까 초반에 그냥 쭉 살입시다.
Smash them. All troops deployed.
마틸다랑 파샤랑 베인 오기 전까지 그냥 쭉 살아야 될 것 같아요. 아, 미친놈인가 이거?
We will have a grand feast after this battle.
아, 미니언 못 먹겠네.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle all the way.
아, 망했는데?
Let's decorate the Christmas tree with our trophies.
아, 진짜 존망했어 이거. 어.
I'm gonna miss the party.
Enemy has been slain.
아, 초반에 아틀라스한테 맞는 바람에
Enemy has been slain.
아, 개빡치네요.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Enjoy the snow.
아,
The bell fell. Snowflakes are a gift from the moon goddess.
아니 이게 아틀이 계속 올라오잖아. 그럼 붙어야지. 2대2 구도는 가야지. 간단하겠네 진짜. 아, 쭉 때리지. 체력도 많은 게. 나이스. 현재 클린트요. 못해도 영향 안 받는 거. 뭐 대회에서는 안 나오긴 하는데. 아, 어서오세요. 오랜만에 찾아주셔서 감사합니다. 잡지는 못해. 나도 사기 진작 8초.
Reindeers dancing in the snow.
확실히 계속 오긴 하네. 빠질 수 있나? 그치. 어? 조심 조심. 아, 이걸? 계열받는데? 뒤질 뻔. 좋았죠. 잘 뺐습니다. 많이 따라왔거든요. 초반에 아틀 때문에 개말린 거 빼고는. 야, 나 데리고 가지.
I wonder what gift I will receive this year.
아, 이런.
I see reindeers dancing in the snow.
내가 윈토밖에 없어가지고 딜이 안 들어가. 지금 광전사까지 나와야 딜이 들어가는데 성장을 너무 못했어.
Enjoy the snow and the moonlight. Would you like a gingerbread? The enemy has slain the turtle. The sound of falling snow is so soothing. Christmas surprises.
위험했죠.
Where is my sledge?
Shut down. The enemy has been slain.
아, 딜 안 들어간다고. 아, 더 커야 딜 들어간다고.
Our turret is under attack.
뭐지? 라인 쏘아봐자는 건가?
Your team destroyed a turret.
Let's decorate the Christmas tree with our trophies. We will have a grand feast after this battle.
아니 뭔 깎이질 않어. 씨 어이가 없네.
Take down the Lord.
I see reindeers dancing in the snow.
The enemy has slain the Lord. Initiate retreat. The ally has been slain.
Where is my sledge?
Okay.
Our turret has been destroyed. The ally has been slain.
개손해인데?
Snowflakes are a gift from the moon goddess. Christmas surprises.
Initiate retreat. Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
아.
I'm gonna miss the party.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Would you like a gingerbread?
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Has been destroyed.
따라가는 거.
Enemy
나이스.
has been slain.
Let's decorate the Christmas tree with our trophies. Christmas surprises.
아.
The bell
반장하겠네.
fell.
Double kill.
좋아요. 그러게 아 딜이 안 나오노?
Enjoy the snow and the moonlight. The sound of falling snow is so soothing.
Battle spell and cooldown.
No matter where we are, Christmas
Launch
battles
attack and
Christmas.
cooldown. Enemy killing spree. Launch attack. You destroy the turret.
Christmas surprises.
뭐였어?
Our inhibitor turret is
I'm
under
gonna
attack.
miss the party.
The enemy has slain the Lord.
I see reindeers dancing in the snow. Christmas surprises.
아 어이가 없네. 나이스.
Has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Christmas surprises.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed the turret.
Where is my flag?
Your team destroyed the turret. Destroyed the turret. Enemy double. Initiate retreat.
오케이. 아니 하스 가려고 했는데 그냥 악권 가게요.
I wonder what gift I will receive this year. Christmas surprises. Enjoy the snow and the moonlight.
Launch attack.
Christmas surprises.
까비.
Enemy killing spree.
Snowflakes are a gift from the moon god. Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
야 빠졌어 한 명.
Christmas surprises. We will have a grand feast after this battle.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Battle spell in cooldown.
Let Christmas surprises.
핵도 없죠? 하스 가자.
no matter where we are. This is Christmas. Christmas surprises.
오케이, 끝났네요.
Defeat.
아, 안 되노. (10데스) 박아버렸네. 아, 초반 케어 없어서 그렇잖아. 미안한데 클린트 상대로 2대1로 하면은 미니언도 못 먹는다고.
The enemy is banning.
근데 위에 올라왔을 때 더블킬 안 하고 잡았잖아. 클로드 요즘 좋죠. 아, 배고파.
Please ban a hero.
To live is to trick the reaper.
I didn't cure the pain. I harness it.
Hoot hoot. Horology is my
The
craft.
enemy is
Diggy
banned.
my
오케이,
name.
오케이.
Sir, what's your command?
모스코프 한 판 딱 하고 꺼야겠다.
To me,
Your team
fun is
is
all that
banning.
matters.
The ocean is not just our
The enemy is picking.
It is who we are.
A punch for a punch.
파키토
Your
나왔네.
team is picking.
I am more than a weapon.
아니요, 통합 안 했는데 요즘 일본 서브로 많이 넘어가지더라고요.
Wherever I go,
The enemy is picking.
보니까 지금도 일본 서브이네요.
come and join me.
아, 루노스의 파키토면은 진입하면은 밀어내기로 감당되나?
Sniper ready.
레슬리네요.
Give me a
Please
target.
pick a hero.
왜 안 고쳐주는 거냐고 나도 모르지. 레슬리.
Need some stitches? I can help.
멜리사로 갑니다. 그럴 수 있어. 국섭이 인원이 너무 없으니까 그냥 일본 서비랑 같이 계속 잡히게 했을 수도 있어.
I
Where is
do
my
what
target?
I
Your
want
team
to
is
do.
picking.
Everything engulfed in flames.
뭔 느낌인지 알죠? 뭐 그만큼 잘 살인다는 뜻이죠. 자, 멜리사로 이겨봅시다. 레슬리가 크기 전에 이겨야 될 것 같아요.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
레슬리 크면은 일단 딜이 감당이 안 되거든요. 이게 딜이 감당이 안 되기 전에 끝내야 돼 게임을.
I'm not alone. I have my doll.
아니 발리언은 왜 끌고 왔어? 나 이걸
Good girls avoid trouble, while I make request backup. They give me my keys, I fulfill their needs. Fair deal. First blood.
나 탈 있네.
Somebody got their stuff and pulled out. My life, my choice. How are you? Oh, wait, I just realized. I don't care.
잡을 수 있냐?
I don't trust guns. They can hurt like weapons. Business, not my thing. Annoyances. You got me. The enemy has slain the turtle. Excellent work. Your turn, though. Get lost. If regret had a flavor, they'd be
집
the
다녀올게. 안
first
되겠어.
ones to taste it.
이따가 죽을 것 같은데. 좋다. 라파엘라로 나탈 카바 쳐주는 거 나쁘지 않죠? 잡겠는데? 나비. 어? 아, 나한테 조금만 다가왔으면. 아, 나 궁 없었구나.
The distance between life and death is shorter than my needle. Launch attack! Say the cheese!
어?
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to
처음인데.
needles. Your turn, though. Giggles, slow. Get ready.
아까 나왔어.
Rules?
일로와, 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 일로와. 아, 일로와. 아.
Got pricked. An enemy has been slain. Request backup. My needle is more than a doll sewing tool. Launch attack. Initiate retreat. Our turret has been destroyed.
Time for some needlework.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
진짜 환장하겠네.
The
아,
curse rebounded.
전판다 왜 이러냐?
Our turret has been destroyed.
My life, my choice.
Your team destroyed a turret. Our turret is under attack.
Somebody got their stuff pulled out.
Ally has been slain.
I don't trust words. They can hurt like weapons. Your turn, though. Get lost.
An enemy has been slain.
If regret had a flavor, they'd be the first ones
Our
to
turret
taste
is
it.
under attack. Your team destroyed a turret.
Need to stitch up
Our
their
turret
wounds,
has
you know,
been
right
destroyed.
away.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Say stitchies. Got pricked.
이거 뭐가 문제야? 아니 왜 계속 찌는 거지?
Our turret has been destroyed. The enemy has slain the turtle.
My needle is more than a doll sewing tool. How are you? Oh, wait. I just realized. I don't care. Business, not my thing. Annoyances. Down
Enemy godlike.
어.
Our turret is under attack. Ally has been slain.
rules? Whatever. If only she could be with me now.
Our turret has been destroyed.
아, 아 진짜.
The curse rebounded.
Our turret is under attack. Shut down. Enemy godlike.
The distance between life and death is shorter than my needle.
Ally has been their needs. Fair deal. Our turret is under attack. I'm not alone. I have my
네, 약간
dog.
그런 느낌이죠.
An ally has been
큰일 날 뻔.
slain. Enemy legendary. Enemy legendary. Excellent work. Look at them, wandering like the fed up abandoned dogs. Just a small fight, like playing house. My needle is more than a ball sewing tool. Time for some needlework.
코너 트리오 무리 와카루 이지랄.
Turret is under attack. Your turn, Mo. Under attack. Enemy has been slain. Just a small fight, like playing house. Girls are both destroy the turret.
오케이.
Our turret is under attack. Ready. The distance between life and death is shorter than my needle. Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles. Our base is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Say Stitchy. Enemy has been slain. I'm not alone. I have my dog. Your team destroyed a turret. Oops, somebody's got their something pulled out. If regret had a flavor, they'd be the first ones to taste it.
오케이, 도망이 안 쳐지는구만.
They give me my fees, I fulfill their needs. Fair deal.
오, 나이스.
Look at them. Double kill. Pathetic abandoned dolls.
와, 잘하는데 줄리안?
Need to stitch up their noisy mouths right away.
Your team destroyed a turret.
How are you? Oh, wait. I just realized. I don't care.
Destroyed a turret.
I don't trust words. They can hurt like weapons.
Launch attack. You have slain an enemy.
I'm not alone. I have my dog. Look at them, wandering like pathetic abandoned dolls.
An ally has slain Lord.
My life, my choice.
Request backup.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to
Launch
me.
attack. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill.
좋아요.
They give me my fees, I fulfill their needs. Fair deal.
Launch attack.
Catch up! How are you?
Launch attack.
I just realized. I don't care. Your turn, though.
아, 끝났네요. 좋아요. 아유, 겨우 이겼네.
Victory.
아, 10점 오르네요. 좋아, 여기까지 합시다, 여러분들. 아, 진짜. 오케이, 여기까지 하고 저는 이만 가보도록 할게요. 여러분들 시청해주셔서 너무 감사하고요. 네, 오늘 후원해주신 분들도 너무 감사합니다. 저 갈게요. 안녕.